at the B bomb site, so unfortunately, they're not going to have much of a chance to react or really do anything here. They're just in a position where, you know, maybe they find another couple of kills here, but the round is going to be surrendered. It's going to be a 9-3 here. I mean, what can you really even do? This is pretty brutal. MPL and Hetrick, I mean, they're so far away. Like, any chance of retaining the site is never going to happen, is it?
No, exactly that. Crims looking for X's. The second is there as well, but he doesn't know just yet. So MPL, he'll get caught, and now Hetrick is desperately trying to keep this AWP in play. He's actually sort of playing in the perfect spot for it. He should catch Crims here. No bother. And he does. Nice and
there
easy.
We go.
Crims goes down, and well, Hetrick, he will be fine to keep the AWP alive. No one's close enough to hunt him down, but it is still Fnatic pulling further and further away, and actually doing it, I would say, relatively smoothly. I don't think they're breaking into too much of a sweat. They make things look pretty good. I mean, there's still a completely viable chance that we see a decent half get put up by Bay. I mean, if they get 2 more rounds, 7-5 is not bad by any means. However, Fnatic have the chance also putting up a 9-3.
I think so, right? Because if you look at the economy here for Bait, like Hetrick has a bit of money because he saved the AWP, but they're investing everything into this round. So if they lose this one, I do think that 9-3 is actually pretty doable. I guess we'll have to find out exactly how it plays out. Bit of a struggle, bit of a weird grenade there. Obviously meant to go over the wall for the CT side, but didn't really land that way. They did stack the B bomb side early, but they are trying to rotate back rather quickly to try and see if they can help out. And you know what? Fnatic actually might have found a really good timing here. They're in that center, top mid position. NPL, see if he can find a way to wedge himself in. He's going to get that 1 kill, and that's the bomb on the ground, but they're not ready. Look at how far forward Fnatic are. Again, they walked the whole way, and nobody saw them. And still, Hetrick with a good shot, but a little bit of a nasty surprise for Bait.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine from BlameF. Just waiting. Towards Banana. Still a 3 versus 2, but it's still a pretty winnable one, I would say, just because of how low Hetrick is. Sneaking past there. Oh my god. Spots one. Oh, and he gets poked as well. Crimson so well. 1 versus 1. BlameF's got a chance.
This is kind of sick. Like, it's second or third time that we've seen Fnatic do this, where they just contact walk the whole way into the A site, and nobody from the Bait side even realizes. And now it's down to BlameF, one of the hardest players to play in a 1v1. He's so sneaky, he's so careful with it, and actually none of it matters. Even with the flashbang, he can't get the job done. I'm shocked to see that. Alex with a very important win there, and Bait to pick up another round as we go to round number 12 here. The last of the half. So the 9-3 dream is kind of dead, but maybe there is a chance for Fnatic to continue to crush here. I mean, the first half is really impressive.
Yeah, no, exactly. I really think Fnatic have done kind of super well. It's a nice 1v1 to win for Alex. I think it's great for the confidence. But the fact that it gets this close is still not instilling confidence in us, right? I think for Bait, we need to see more out from them. So, Fnatic looking for an 8-4. And if they get that, I think they're in a really good spot. I like this from Kenz as well. He's pushed off the back of his 8, and he'll push for 1. And a second behind it as well. Maybe more. Get a dink. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. Mattis dropping quite low here. MPL taking a bit of damage for himself, but Essential is here. It's the early vanguard of the B-bomb site. We'll see if anything happens. He should have a chance to maybe keep the dream alive. He's actually upgraded into a FAMAS now, and he's got a Molotov and a flashbang, so it's not a bad combination to make sure that you can at least buy some time for people to rotate on over. And he's already got a teammate that started to get there, so Bait, I don't know, maybe that 5th round is going to be theirs. Is that enough in your mind now? Are you happy with a 5-7 breakdown here if you're Bait? Because can they bring it back on the second half?
Maybe. I mean, I feel like at the very least, 5-7, it basically puts all the onus on that pistol. You get a pistol round and game's tied, you know, because you're probably going to get the force behind it. And we're talking about actually a lot more pressure put on the gun round. The only issue is, though, with a 7-5 is if you lose the pistol round, you essentially start off the half 9-5 down, which means if you do lose your gun round, you basically lose the half. So this is where it comes down to saying with how this MR13 system now works, it's so much pressure on the pistol. That's a great Molotov from Mattis. MPL was so low and he's dead basically instantly.
Yeah, how upsetting. One more player on the site. It's with the FAMAS, and Essential hasn't got the memo yet. He was standing still with the FAMAS. Don't do that. Never do that. It's you have to run. You have to run and shoot now. That's the new meta. I guarantee it. But regardless, he is going to go down. And again, the fire rate on that FAMAS is not that high, so getting that kind of a spray down, I think, is very, very tricky. Regardless, it's a 1 versus 3, and Hetrick's going to be going down. Didn't really stand much of a chance of retaking that. So another round for Fnatic, and I think in spite of some... perhaps an unforced error right at the beginning when they walked into to a bit of a stack over at the archway and ended up losing that early round. They've done very well for themselves.
Agreed. I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen from Fnatic. Again, coming back to how this has been historically not the greatest of maps for them, struggling to close out from leading positions, struggling to even get themselves into leading positions. This is instilling a lot more confidence in me of saying, all right, Fnatic have got something up their sleeve. I think Fears fixed a lot of the problems that the side had, and it feels like it's starting to slot into place. So, 8-4, like I said, this pistol round is sort of everything. Regardless of whether it's an 8-4 or 7-5, if Bait lose the pistol, well, chances of them winning the map slim down, I mean, quite extensively.
Yeah, they probably do need to win this one. See what they got? They've got a smoke and a couple of flashbangs, and that's pretty much it. So, probably going to be smoking Moto or Mini Pit. It's the most common smoke really thrown in these pistol rounds, just to try and make sure that the CTs can't be sniping from the library when you're trying to get out. So, I expect that's what we're going to see, and then flashes to kind of go over the A-bomb site. But, I wish they would have gone banana just because of this double HE setup for Fnatic. It would have been fun to see that working out, but let's wait and see. Hetrick is still undecided where he wants to throw that particular smoke, so we'll have to find out how it goes. Only one player as well in the apps for the moment for Bait, so we'll see if they actually do something more here. Flash out to just take a bit of mid control. They don't really spot anyone out, which is a bit worrying. There comes the smoke for the mini pit, so we definitely saw that one coming, and now the trades continue. The Glock's running close to Sentiel. It's a great job right now. They had that one smoke and then a couple of flashes, and that's really all they needed. The bomb plant's going to be coming through, and I think Fnatic, I mean, I don't know if you just save these two HGs for the next round.
Yeah, I think you potentially might be right here. Just keep on what you've got. Use the HE as a bit of a stack and sort of hope that things can work. I mean, not always the easiest, but I mean, what do you actually legitimately do in this sort of position? I think just, like you said, keep hold of what we've got. So, exit play seems to be the call here, and it will net them one. Only one, though. If they're going to get caught by a Sentia, that nade not really doing as much as he would have wanted. Bit more for Pebble. Something about AWP players on the pistols is always good to see, but yeah, he doesn't have a chance here. So down he goes. He might actually fall with the bomb here, and he will. So it doesn't even save anything in the end, which does sort of make you question, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not a big deal at the end of it. I just, you know, I'm a big fan of HGs, and they don't really, I mean, obviously now they have a big spot in the game because of their interaction with the smoke, but yeah, I wish there were more, you know, setups where people throw like the double, triple grenades. Like, we don't need to, maybe I have to theory craft some of those. I do love finding grenades, as you know, so maybe I have to come up with a couple of interesting stacks, because that is just fun. Like, is it always the best call? Probably not, but it is really hilarious when you see that kind of thing work out. Wow, they've gathered in the church. They're building a pyramid inside of the church. I think that's not allowed. I think that's you know, there's a whole thing about that, you know, worshipping false idols and stuff like that.
Yes,
you know? Exactly. It made Moses very mad at one point.
Well, unfortunately, this pyramid's going to get, just going to get nothing. No one's even going that direction. Bait walking towards A, and A is open. And funnily enough, this is exactly the same thing that Fnatic were doing against them. These kind of contact walks in towards A. Granted, this is against a low by sure, but they are sort of taking a leaf out of Fnatic's book, and it's going to work. They're going to realize nobody's here, so Bob will go down, and that'll be that. There's just no point even hunting as well, right? They know that the gamble stacked. They know that they're probably going to have, at the very most, like an MP9, right? So what is actually the point? I don't think going for a hunt here feels like the right call, but it looks like they are, which I don't really understand. Unless it's the Mach 10, I don't really get why we'd actually even really kind of risk anything.
Yeah, I think they've sort of come to the same conclusion as, like, maybe you get a couple of kills, but that's the upside, is you get a couple of extra kills. The downside is, what if you give over an AK? Like, it's just not worth it. So, I think smart play for Bait here. Again, they are kind of on the back foot. Now, this is where you want to play your way in. If they were winning a ton right now, if they were way ahead, maybe I would say, to hell with it. Just, you know, send the Galil and the Mac 10 out there, see what happens, you know? But I feel like when you're a little bit behind, maybe it's better to just play it safe and be reasonable. Yeah. So good to see Bait do that.
Yeah, agreed. So, in the end, 2-round game. There's definitely something brewing here. This first gun round is actually going to be super important, though, for Bait. You win this, we're talking about you tying this game up more or less, because it will shatter the econ over towards the CT side. So it gives you a clear, distinct pathway of how you get back into this game, and how you maybe even open the door to sort of winning this map and then going into your map pick and potentially causing an upset for 2-0 here. So all these conversations open with just the fact of winning a gun round here. It could massively change things.
Blamef, why was he burning for that long in the corner? I guess he thought it wasn't going to really spread to him, but it did. Bermilov, quite lucky to not die there. He has no armor, so the aim punch was nearly just got him killed. Oh man, what a way to get started here. One with the grenade, one with the aim punch, and Fnatic pretty much worse for wear at the start of the round. So we'll see if Bait can find a way to win this one. If they do, we've got a game on our hands. We're back into the swing of things again, but they have to find that entry. And the Senthiel, ooh, nearly getting caught there, but MPL is a good job. I was gonna say, I'm noticing in the chat, in the stream chat, you know, a lot of people are levying heavy criticism against the Senthiel right now. He's having a tough game, so for him personally, it'd be nice for him to fight his way back into this the second half.
I touched on it a little bit in that pre-show as well, saying if a Senthiel plays well and he's confident, it's a good indicator of the team. But if he's not, that's where things do start to dip off quite heavily for Bait, and hence why they've kind of been struggling. He's not the most impactful of players, but I always feel like he is a very good litmus as to where Bait's sort of mental is at the moment. Swing, and a fine for MPL. By example here, he will get a Senthiel online. There it is. Berbalov gets caught. There might be more here, though. Crims is in towards backside, and Crims doing well. Good for 2, but it's just not enough. He needed an ace, as they were all just piling in on his position. So Bait win a crucial gun round with only 2 casualties. That's not bad.
How is Crims still looking that crisp after all these years? I feel like he's, you know, mechanically, you could see like he's predicting the next fight every time. He's just in the zone, hitting the shots. Like, it's really sick to see. So, well played for him. But it's not enough when he's alone. Obviously, he had to fight a 1 versus 5 in that bomb site. So, that wasn't going to happen. Bait back up to 7 rounds as we're going to round number 16 here. And, wow, this is a bit of a change of pace here. Fnatic, they had a great start, but now it's thrown into question a bit. I'm getting a bit nervous on their behalf here, Neo.
Yeah, so am I. Especially if they lose this map. I really am getting nervous. If they lose this map, it will drastically change kind of our thoughts and feelings, just because of how good Anubis has been for Bait. Regardless of this sort of change of Kenzazor or Captain Kirker, it's just where MPL and Hedrick do a lot of their best work. So, I'm worried. This one should be tied. 8 all in a brief moment without being too problematic. They are going in towards a little bit of a gamble stack.
Yeah, and they've already done a fair bit of damage with the nade, so double nade, I should say. Kansas all nearly gets blown up. If they walk into the stack, oh, they're putting up a smoke as well. Do they have another do on Crims? I like this. Now, this is a challenge to Bait. The question becomes, do they think that was the last smoke that Fnatic had? If they do, then they should wait and just go for it. But if they're worried there's another one, then maybe it's better to back on out. And they don't know for sure. Now the other smoke did go up, so a lot more pressure. There's going to be down to 20 seconds, and they do find a kill on the Fear coming on through. But again, you don't really know what's on the other side here. Waiting for the Matis, ready with the P250. He's going to get a kill, but swiftly return. Deagle on top. It's Crims to keep it going, and down to 1 player. Bait trading their way into it. They nearly lost this round already, but the USP of Bermilov, it shouldn't be enough. In spite of the headshots here, I can't believe he's done it. Has to swing against the AK, and by rights, he should be dead, and he will be.
How have we actually got that close? I can't believe it. How have we got to a position there where it felt like there was maybe a chance? Down into the 1 versus 1 with kind of a next to nothing by. Once again, looking back at the replay, you could just see the carnage that ensued. And hence why these gamble stacks, if utilized properly, can be just so problematic. 1-for-1 trades make such a big difference in this round. And Bermilov, he very nearly made something of that. Not bad work. He's a crisp with the pistol, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's It's not bad at all. A lot of grenades raining down, and I think kind of a big moment in the second half right now, and maybe for the match overall, is in this round here. Fnatic, they have money once again. If they end up losing this one, it could get very tricky. Nice little incendiary into the middle, just to put a little bit of pressure on. You also hear the burn, so they definitely know that that there were a couple of players looking to maybe push that. In fact, they're going to push themselves, and they're pushing behind the HE, which, again, we're seeing more and more. We saw it on Dust 2 on that short position, catwalk position, where people are now peeking into the debris of the HE, and I mean, Fnatic looked like they wanted to do something similar there, and it can be kind of hard to deal with if you're not ready for it.
Let's see. Matthews just stopping on the edge of that corner smoke.
Fear is on 1 kill now.
Yeah, it's not been great. It's not been great, to say the least. I mean, and the 1 kill, in all fairness, ended up giving a bit of room to work with, but still wasn't enough. That was when he was lurking out towards long on A. So, yeah, tough predicament.
Just a bit, right?
Yeah. This is really, really awkward. I do actually think his calling has been pretty good, though. Some of the plays that we saw until that first half. I did say, oh my god, Bermalov, he was just stoic there as he let 3 cross while he was blind. But reassesses, gets his kill. MPL will find Crims on the lurk, which is really important. One goes down towards B.
That's crazy. I've seen... there was a trend for a while where people were raw dogging flights and just kind of looking straight into the seat in front of them. You know, no books, no nothing. I think we just saw Bermalov raw dog the flashbang. He just didn't care. He was just saying, I'm not going to be intimidated by your flashbangs. He's going to die regardless because Headtrick just repeating that angle very nicely. And Fnatic, they're in trouble right now. You know, stoicism aside, they're going to be in a weird position here.
They are. Yep. Ah, oh, final bullet. We'll get on towards Blame F. So nobody surviving at the end there. But yeah, I mean, definitely one of these now where, again, this is something I kind of brought up a little bit right at the tail end of that half, where Fnatic is looking a lot better, but you saw them have, in the previous iterations of the team, the issues on the CT side, and that is actually always the indicator for me. T side, you can play as a pack, you can barrel in, you can just sort of, you know, fly into fight and go for the trades. In this spot that we're in, though, this is actually where they're getting pulled apart. The reads are wrong. Their understanding is wrong. And it is obviously having a pretty detrimental effect. Now 9-8 in favor of Bait. First attack ball is going to be used by Fnatic here. Not giving themselves a lot of time to get back in towards this game. It is 5 on the trot for Bait to kickstart this half. And it is looking fantastic.
Yeah, I would say starting to get a bit concerned perhaps for Fnatic again. Their first half was really good. Like seeing them walking into the bomb sites, just finding the openings that they were looking for. But now they're on the CT side and they're lacking the money. You could see they're a bit uncomfortable. Maybe they can change it around. We've got a scout and Vermalov already blown up here. They are trying to push the middle. I love the idea, but now that Bait know, they shouldn't really be too surprised here. FAMAS, or actually not a FAMAS, the AK picked up there, peeking into it. It's a pretty good trade nonetheless. I mean, they've actually done better than you could have expected here. Back into a 2v2 we go.
Crims, 5-7. Sort of got the right idea. Picks up an AK now as well. Question is, how much further forward does he want to push? MPL's waiting for an overextension, and Crim's not giving it to him just yet. Well, Bait are going to group up, but this is it's a really awkward recovery of this bomb.
Yeah, it is. I think that's what made it very difficult. Oh, okay. That's an interesting peek, and it kind of works out anyway. Alex goes down. NPL trying to almost pre-fire the barrel there. It's going to be down to the 1 versus 2 here, and he's got plenty of time, so if he wants to, he can slow this one down, but yeah, he knows where one of them is. Not exactly sure where Crims is, but what a tough position to win from here for NPL. 40 seconds now. I said he's got time, but eventually he has to be careful too. A nice job. Just run away, BlameF. There's no reason to fight. It's just not necessary, and now you could see the panic is starting to set. MPL hunting him down. Oh, he's going to find him through the smoke, and he's still got time to make a bomb site. He can make a run for it, but he's up against another legend of the game in Crims, who now has to just play a little mind game here. And actually, it looks like NPL's managed to thread the needle. I can't believe it. If he wins this one, Neo, that's going to be unbelievable. He's actually made a run for it. He's going to get the bomb plant.
No way. Molly goes down as well, so now he actually can get a full safe plant. And where does he play in the post bot? I mean, Crimson's running. I don't know whether MPO can hit this, but it might not matter. He's going to reset, and he's going to push back into his church. This is now very doable.
Yeah, it absolutely is. A little bit of damage onto NPL already, but the truth is that AWP is the big equalizer. He's just at the corner, ready and waiting. Crims walks into it, and it's a clutch coming up for NPL in the 1 versus 2. He was lost in the smoke, but he found his way out to a bomb plant as well. That is sick.
I cannot believe he gets away with that. I can't believe that round is saved in the way it is. I mean, he gets so fortunate with that spray for the smoke on towards Blame F, but then the second is super well played, right? He's just him understanding, right, I've got to take a gamble here. I've got to try and just move towards this B site and just hope that it's free. And right, he was. Crim's holding into a second mid. And, yeah, not often you get to say it, but yeah, Crim's got that one wrong. Pretty wrong indeed.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. Once he kind of escapes onto Banana, you know, the advantage the Crims had in having him locked in towards T-spawn sort of disappears a little bit there. So, wow, crazy scenes. I can't believe what we're actually witnessing here. It's a 10-8 now. Bait fighting their way back from a pretty bad first half, but Fnatic are not managing to put together a proper defense on the CT side. There's no other way around it. Like, whatever is going on here, it's not working. And Fear at 3 kills is not helping. Mattis goes down early, and they've just completely blown this. Never mind that the bomb is back at T ramp. It doesn't even matter. This round has already been won here. Oh, wow. They don't even need the bomb plant. They're just getting the kills.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Then they'll probably get the last as well. Bermalov. He get his. That's at least something, but obviously the mammoth task ahead of him feels impossible, and he couldn't even just get the one bullet required on towards Alex. Bait, yet another round for them. They're now up towards 11, 2 away from taking Fnatic's map, and once again instilling the bit of the plague that has been for Fnatic. This will be, in the last sort of 3 or so months, this will be their 4th loss from 4. And I thought that Fear would clean up a lot of the issues that Fnatic had. And it looked like in that first half he had, but it's been a completely non-existent second.
Yeah.
8-4 half, now 11-8.
Yeah, Mattis has taken out his anger on the chickens, but that's not where you wanna go with it here. You've got to take your anger out on Bait. They're the real opposition. 11-8. What's going on? CT side for Fnatic. Where have they gone? Why is it not working? Like, they're not even getting that many kills. Like, Crims was doing very well even in the first half, but I mean, the truth is they're not having the impact, even just in terms of kills alone here, to really make this a proper defense. Now they've got a nice little setup here. I like this. Blame if it's going to take the attention. We've got Fear on top, so double MP9, it could definitely work, but again, not if they get just shot in the head right away. And already, Kenzasaw doesn't get the kill, but he knows. He sees the player there, and they've got grenades to follow it up. Let's see if this is going to be working out. Good grenade around the corner here. Fear going to get instantly pre-checked, and yeah, they know. Blame if it's there. Wow. Trades are through. That's all they needed.
Yeah, it's just so well played. Well, Matties moving through with that 5-7. I mean, this is probably another one where you kind of just say, just keep on to what we've got, maybe.
How depressing, though.
Like, yeah, exactly. As much as we've got money, but it's like, you know, can we actually make this work? No, is ultimately the answer. So yeah, you're right. It's just so depressing.
Yeah, I mean, if they had 3, you know, M4s or something, you'd say, okay, at least with them we're fighting for overtime. But now you're saying we're basically saving like a bit of Kevlar and hoping to buy some more utility and try to roll it forward. But like, this is pure misery. Like, I don't know what to say. It's going to be 12 on the side of Bait, and I mean, honestly, like, again, I credit to them as well, right? They were struggling themselves, but Hetrick is 20-6. And even Essential, who at one point I think was like 1-7 or 8 or something like that, he's not playing a great game right now, but he's you know, in the second half, he's made up for it. He's starting to get back. He's having an impact. So, I don't know. This is that's a hard day in the office for Fnatic, at least for now. It's a best of 3, but obviously if they lose this map, it's picked by them. It's not a great sign.
No, I think you're right. I think you're super right indeed. This is just not what you want to be seeing. Oh,
No
12
CT
to
rounds,
8.
Neil.
No, none at all. I mean, what can you even talk about in terms of a positive note at the tail end of this? It is completely collapsed. I mean, Fear, 3-11, it's still not really improved for him. No one on the team is really running away with things for Fnatic, which is tough to see. But you got the flip side as well, where you got Headtrick, 21 and 6, who's looking absolutely ridiculous.
Crims. I mean, a lot of the rounds in the first half, it was him, I think, kind of saving Fnatic a bit. They need, now more than ever, they need to win the next 4 rounds in a row to get this one into overtime. Otherwise, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. And honestly, this is not looking good already. Like, there's nobody at the A-bomb side. Crims is going to be dead here for sure. Alex just holding the smoke, and that was the A defense, by the way. NPL covering what we still call library. Do you call it library? I call it library because I'm old.
I still call it library.
Right.
I did hear
You're
somebody in a pub called it wine cellar, and I had to be like, no, mate, no, sorry, that's not happening. We're not changing this. It's library.
Can Valve put at least a couple of books in there just so that we can, you know... But yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm glad people call it library. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bait with kind of a ridiculous comeback, to be honest, into the second half. But I mean, half comeback, half Fnatic disappearing from the game. What on earth is going on?
Yeah, what a collapse. What an absolute crumble for this side who, I mean, for Fnatic, offering literally nothing on towards that second half is so brutal to see. But, I mean, credit where it's due, Anders. What a second half going out from Bait. They completely flipped the script there. And have now completely flipped the script in this series. We're talking about where we go in towards map number 2 coming up of Anubis, where it's been very, very solid for Bait. You know, in the last few months, they've won 3 out of the last 4 for them. It's very good. Fnatic have played it once, right? And, you know, it's not exactly a pool of data to be pulling away from. And to make it worse, not only did they play it once, they lost it to FaZe, right? 13-5, back at kind of the perfect world, kind of major. So, I mean, the way I'm looking at things now, I am not in a good headspace with this Fnatic side. I think this is a side who still have a lot of things to iron out, and it's very evident by that second half.
Yeah, I think the first half was like a really good like balance between like work smart and work hard, but unfortunately the second half was, you know, don't work at all. And that's a strategy. Now it's been tested. We know it doesn't work. You have to put in a little bit of work, otherwise you win 0 rounds in the second half. So
that's true. Thanks,
shout out to Fnatic for testing that proposition out for us. Now we know. Now the rest of us don't have to try it. I appreciate that. Yeah,
exactly. Now we can just sort of, you know, understand what's just happened. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, for me looking back at that, I don't even know what the kind of the team talk's looking like. For Fnatic, I mean, what do you even say now, right? I mean, like for Fear, it's like, guys, I'm sorry, like my calls are bad. I didn't play well, but also we completely fell apart as a team. I don't know, it's brutal. They were losing like 1v2s, which they should be unlosable. You hate to see it. It's horrible to see. But either way, we're going to let Nexus break this all down for you. We'll be back in a bit.
Thank you, fellas. And this was one hell of a game. I did not expect this. First half, it looks pretty damn good for Fnatic because there was not a whole lot that Bait were really doing, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds, they ended up being just freebies. All in all, for Fnatic, they're just walking into bombs. So it doesn't matter what Bait had in terms of these rounds. The only one they pretty much stole away was that third round. Beyond that, there was one clean one. That's this, number 6. You get to see the replay of here. And there was not much else that Bait were really giving us. So for Fnatic, they had a very good first half. They were able to get to those bomb sites for free, had pretty good individual performances as well. But for that second half, the show... It was stolen. Headtrick had like, I think 7 or 8 kills maybe at halftime. And then just has an incredible stellar second half. And Fnatic are nowhere to be seen. Which is a massive, massive letdown. Considering how strong that first half was. It was those individuals playing well. Finding gaps in terms of where Bait were playing. How to approach these rounds. And then just nothing. The most competitive rounds they had were 2 ecos. 2 pistol rounds was the only thing Fnatic looked competitive on that second half. And that's it. That's all they had. Which is absolutely insane to think about. And guess what? Both those rounds, they went down to clutches. First up is Headtrick in, I think, round number 15, or yeah, this one, number 16. It's a 1 vs 3 for him that he pulls off. All in quick succession, one after another. Then you go back a couple, or go forward a couple more rounds. You again get to see Headtrick dominance in these situations, in these rounds. And then you ask NPL a 1 versus 2 instead, where he's lost control of the bomb, has a shot through a smoke, a spam through to find the first one. It's Fnatic really just crumbling throughout this entire second half. And I still don't know exactly how. And I'm here for the entire thing, and I don't know how Fnatic looked this lacking. It really does not make a lot of sense, but one thing that did at least show up on bait was head trick. You know, Neo did mention as well, hybrid and reflex AWPers kind of work really damn well on this map. And you didn't even need to see him hybrid. He was just AWPing. He was just going at it. Rounds decided by him on that second half. NPL joined Alex as well, Essential. Despite having a poor game, a very important double kill at, what, I think around 16, 18, somewhere around there. You have these players of own bait stepping up when they absolutely needed to. And they delivered a game, a show that I was not ready for. I don't think anyone was really ready for that sort of game. And then you had, of course, Fnatic just unable to respond to what was given to them, what was shown by bait. And Fnatic, their map pick, from looking so good to now into a bit of a gloomier road of Anubis, where at least, I'll say this, Fnatic, despite the only one game played, and you mentioned lost to FaZe, you do have bait looking at least slightly shakier than the win rate itself would kind of let you know. Last two results, first game or most recent one against Zero Tenacity went to double overtime. Before that, they lost to Arc Red in overtime. So it's these last couple of games where they haven't been the most convincing, but they have played a couple of very strong individual teams as well. So I do still see a way for Fnatic to come back into this game, but it really needs to be a completely different sort of show, and that's pretty much what Anubis as well offers in terms of tactical sides. It's very different from Inferno as well. So I really think, and I hope that we do get to see more of that. And it was mentioned as well, Burmilov on map number 2 probably should be activating a whole lot more than here as well. He was on Inferno. Still waiting for him to arrive a bit more as well, but just didn't get to see it. And for that, right, headed to map number 2, headed to Anubis. It's not going to be a whole too long of a wait, I hope, but we need a whole lot more out of everyone on the side of Fnatic, and I think that also extends to Fear. As an IGL, yes, you're not expecting the most kills out of him, but you look back to Bastion UA, he was a fragging IGL. Like, a good, what, 2/3 of the time, he was a very active part of the game, and, you know, a very good sizable amount of those games as well. He's still top fragging. He's having a great game, leading by example, and we didn't get to see that. So I'm hoping for a better showing out of Fnatic. I want to see more of a fight, but if we're going to or not, it depends all on them and bait on the server on Anubis. So ladies and gents, don't go too far, because we're going to be back in about, I'll say 5 minutes or so for that second map of the series. So we'll see you guys then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is map number 2 coming up, and it should be an interesting game. This one. We need Fnatic to bounce back a little bit because they won 0 rounds on that CT side.
Yeah, interesting for the wrong reasons, I think, is probably the way to put it. It was just an inadequate showing towards our second half, and it completely fell kind of off the wagon. You just wonder about this Fnatic side, about what we were talking about in this, 15-20 minute break in between maps. I mean, what was the team composition like? I mean, the vibes can't have been good after that. So, let's see. This has been a map that has been very good for bait. Let's see what Fnatic have got up their sleeve. It looks like they want to hit towards B.
Yes, they do. Flashes around the corner, but they don't really make any difference whatsoever. They're getting slaughtered, even getting in through that narrow choke point. Wow, that's devastating round. Done, Neo. That's over. Move on to the next.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. That was, yeah, that round, it is, well, kind of just summarize sort of how that second half in towards map number 1 went for Fnatic. That was basically as good as it goes, really. So, Fnatic, their troubles haven't stopped, or they haven't subsided by any means, and it will be, I mean, a little bit of investment. We've got kind of a couple of those pistols coming through, but nothing too major in all honesty. Oh, P250 Alpha Matties, remember what I'm saying? And that's basically about it. So, Bait should get a second. Good opportunity as well for the MP9s to get a lot of cash in the back pockets if they can.
Yeah, for sure. Good timing on the incendiary going down, and they're pretty much getting the shorter in. It's not going to be the MP9s, but it doesn't really matter. Almost no damage dished out, and a quick second round. So, I mean, who cares? You know, it's just Glocks. So, I'm not going to be too worried about that, but I do want to see Fnatic. And I mean, it's the T side of Anubis. So I'm expecting Fnatic to be, even if it's not their map pick, they should be able to do a little bit more here to try and do something. Like, how long since they've even won any rounds? Like, how many did they lose in a row on Inferno, not going into 2 on this one? They didn't remember what it is like to win a round, even.
I know. I think it will be such a weight off their shoulders when they finally kind of get there and they're like, okay, that's how you do it. Like, that's how you get a round over the line. That's what it feels like to kind of celebrate a little bit, right? But it's just the fact that at the moment they're not there. They're not in that sort of nice space. So, once again, back towards B is where they're heading. And hoping things will change, which so far they haven't been. It's a good start, though. It's Bubble. I'm going to get both.
That is a crazy spray. Like, never mind the first guy, that's fine. But to continue the full-on spray at that range with the AK is pretty impressive. So, I like to see that. And that should be enough. I mean, weirdly, the bomb is back in T-spawn. So, if there was more of an attempt at a retake here, maybe that would be an issue, but you can kind of already tell that Bait have kind of given up on the round now. Alex is aware that someone could be there, and actually, shockingly, he wins the fight. They got to be wondering, like, why is there no bomb plant? Like, what's even happening? But it is going to be coming up. Just, just give him a couple of seconds, guys. They'll get there.
Nice clearance as well. Just, doing that due diligence, just making sure that there's no one sneaking around any cubbies or corners. That'll be that. So, Fnatic finally going to get around. Like we said, what does it feel like to succeed? It's just something that we've not really been able to say for this Fnatic roster for a hot minute. Now we finally can. The only issue is, though, that technically speaking was a bonus buyout towards Bates. They're not too phased about losing. They're not too worried. They're not going to be in any sort of bad headspace at all. So Let's see. How do Bait respond? Are they going to be feeling any sort of problems off the back of that and saying, okay, let's not let things slip in towards how that first half of Inferno went?
I mean, I think from them, it's a great spray from Burmalot, but they're probably going to be saying at the end of it, who really cares that much? Because, you know, it's just a bit of a bonus round. You know, we had the MP9s and the rest of it, so we've even picked up an AK. Is it great? Maybe not. It kind of sucks that it's the M4s that kind of go missing in that A-bomb site, or in the B-bomb site. But still, at the end of the day, I think they're okay with it. A lot's going to come down to this one, though, in terms of their economy and just, you know, how much they can get. I mean, if you get enough rounds early on the CT side of Anubis, I think it's such a luxury, isn't it? If you get, like, the first 4 or 5 rounds in early on, you're like, oh, we've probably done enough, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Alrighty. This is a big indicator. I mean, we've still got double MP9 coming through, but AK M4 to sort of surround it still feels like it can most definitely do something. MP9 in towards close mid, I think, is a perfect place to play. We see a lot of people actually playing with shotguns up here just because of these close quarter fights. Grim's first fight is great. Whoa. Only 2 bullets needed, but that was enough.
That's a wild peak. Now, they knew that someone was going to, or they had a good feeling someone was going to be there, because they heard the flashes from the middle, and they themselves were kind of smoked off, so all in all, it wasn't a surprise that someone was going to be there, but there's still a very accurate shot coming out from Crim, so that's good to see. What is that smoke that's been thrown into the water in front of Crim's? I just have no idea what's going on, but I think it was Mattis who threw it. I'm assuming it was meant to go maybe towards the A-bomb side for, like, some sort of a pressure, but either way, we've got 48 seconds left, and it's a 4-on-5, but nothing's really settled yet. They can still end up going down. Some of them are a bit low, and there is this AK on Alex in the middle. He's actually in a great position. If you get the spray down, it might work out in his favor, but if he doesn't get a double kill here, the round should be over. They're not checking it yet. 30 seconds. Oh, there's the first one. Oh, not quite ready for the second, and there's nobody defending the A-bomb side any longer.
Oh, hang on. Ecstatic's going to swing through. Matty still can't safely plant this bomb just yet. And Crim's coming over for support. I mean, look at the HP over towards Fnatic. This is still feeling potentially winnable for Bait. That's not going to help with Cynthia down to 14 himself. They might just call it off the back of that. Yeah. You saw HP. I think they're giving it a go. But it also might be one of those things where they don't even realize how much damage they've actually done.
I mean, you're not wrong. I can't even believe that Mattis went back to kind of like almost try and take the challenge there without planting the bomb. It kind of looked like, oh man, if you die, it's a 2v2 with everyone on real low health. That could have been really awkward. But yeah, the 2 AKs again, it's hard to ignore that, right? You've got enough to drop on Hetrick. Maybe a Senthiel could drop like an MP9 or something. So you're going to go into the next round with at least some kind of pressure that could be put up here. So kind of closer than maybe it should have been, but you know, good job on Fnatic. Like we said, they just need to remember what it's like to win a couple of rounds here to kind of get back into the swing of things. Great start for Crims, obviously, but this moment here could have been devastating. If Alex gets one more kill, I think that's the round.
No, absolutely. I think you're spot on. I mean, this is where things potentially could have been a little awkward. I mean, especially when Matty's he's low, running in towards the side with the bomb on his back. He's just trying to escape, and there was a brief moment there. They just hold W all the way in towards that A side. They could actually be able to potentially even isolate those fights. Well, in the end, it ended up happening. So 2-all. Unfortunately, this pauses of what seems like a technical nature rather than tactical, but still, for Fnatic, finally finding a bit of success, winning rounds consecutively as well, something we haven't been able to say for a hell of a long time. So that, at the very least, for them is going to be a real weight off the shoulders. And now we've got to get a stable first half. I mean, we're talking about the T side of Anubis. This is the most T-sided map in the pool. You have to be putting up good numbers on it. Well, I'm talking kind of minimum 6 rounds.
Yeah, that's definitely important here. A little bit of chatter going on, so a bit of a timeout, presumably to fix a couple of issues before we get back into the swing of things. But I mean, yeah, it's 6 rounds. At least there's something to fight for there. But I mean, Fnatic, given the loss on Inferno, their own map pick on that second half, I've got to assume that they want more. They must be here to collect some more rounds. So personally, obviously, you want to see Fear, who had a very, very tough game on Inferno. You want to see him come out swinging here with a bit more. And obviously, Senthiel, I think he kind of made it up at the end on Inferno. Like, he had a slow start on the first half, but second half wasn't that bad, so, you know.
I think you're right. I think he actually sort of, at least in terms of his own personal, maybe, like, headspace, I think he actually recovered enough so that you're not too concerned about what he's going to bring kind of in towards this half at the very least. I think that's all you're really kind of wanting from him. So, where we stand, all in all, it's not the worst spot to be in. But now we've actually got an even game, it does start to feel like there might be something potentially brewing a little bit, right? We're talking about where, you know, money is in a bit of a weird spot over towards the CT side. They question, do they buy? I'm assuming they will buy MPL, 4.5k for him. You'd expect something to come through. A drop can come forward from Hedrick. So investment should be there, but you lose that. And that's when we start talking about how this game could potentially fall on its head a little bit. And how maybe there might be a world back in for Fnatic to put up a very stable first half.
Those two AKs picked up on the CT side could be an interesting challenge to Fnatic in the upcoming round.
Yeah.
Hedrick was obviously running wild on Inferno. Like, he had such a great amount of kills. I can't remember what it was, but like plus 20 kills, I think, in towards the end of the game. So definitely very impressive stuff. So seeing him with that, we've seen a FAMAS on Alex. I'm going to be looking to see if he's going to be standing, or he refunded it. Oh. I want to see whoever's picking up the FAMAS if they're going to be running and shooting with it, because no FAMAS. I am kind of curious now. I want to see it because I want to see if the pros are going to try and move or stand still. I feel like the movement is crazy.
Yeah, I've actually seen a couple of clips as well of people just like running and gunning with this thing. So I'm really interested to see what it ends up looking like, but I guess for now might not be the case. We'll wait and see. Either way, we're back live. Tech pause concluded, thankfully. We can get this show back on the road. And a pretty important round here for Bait, to say the least. If we lose this, this is where things do become actually a little weird. It could be a little funky.
Smoke down. That's the deeper smoke that lands from T spawn. You can throw one down that's, you know, landing in the other arch, essentially. So, typically, it makes a big difference for the T's how you peek the river when you're peeking in there. So, we'll see how they actually... This time, they're not even looking at all, so they're not really worried about that. Wow, 2 Molotovs to the middle, 1 Molotov that cam position, so they burned out a lot of this real estate in the middle to try and take this control, and so far so good, because there are no CTs here, so a lot of the grenades kind of not doing anything for them at the moment. Counter smoke comes out, but Blamev's already made his way through, charging the bomb site and taking down NPL. That is a very assertive way to take control, and they should be winning this round. I think Crimson's going to catch the rest in rotation. Yep, looking to catch one there. Hedrick goes down. That is swift work for Fnatic.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we actually even just save there in that spot? They ended up wanting to give it a go, and Cynthia, sure, we're getting exit frags at the tail end, which is okay, but it's not a good round for Bait. It's a very, very solid one for Fnatic, and this is much better. This is exactly what their Inferno looked like, where we saw incredibly solid sort of T-side rounds being put up quite consistently, I think, as well, and this is where they showed a lot of their best work. It was their CT side that worries us, and hence why... I guess the mindset for us a little bit in towards this map of Anubis is sort of talking about, okay, let's build up at least enough to work with, right? Let's build up some stability that we can kind of say, even if our CT side is still struggling and still has these issues, we've built up enough of a buffer zone. There wasn't enough. Even though 8-4 should be enough, it most definitely wasn't. We need to get to a point where we can kind of say, right, maybe in the vein of like an 8-4 to 9-3 sort of area, and just say, okay, fine, like, we've got enough rounds that we can have our quite consistent CT side sort of messes up, but we can sort of make up for it a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, that's kind of the area that we're looking to land in here. But I must say, like, it's good to see Fnatic kind of, you know, back into the swing of things, even if for Bait, obviously, it's a bit of a rough start for them now that the rifles have started to dwindle. They don't really have the economy. And that, I mean, that last round... In a weird kind of way, I think it all came down to Blamer pushing that smoke and in the camp position to the A bomb side. I think if he'd waited on the other side, which, you know, there's a past version of Blamer that would have waited every single time.
Oh, yeah, for
sure. So it's kind of good to see him, I think, be a little bit speedier to try and get in there. I like that. Oh, that's dangerous. Could have been a double spray down. The Molotovs will do a lot, but Hedrick, with the only real rifle here, kind of doing a good job at putting on some pressure in the middle.
Oh, let's see. Spam into those doors. Not going to amount to all too much for now. looks like we're once again going to be trying to test in mid and then kind of moving forward from there. The issue that I've had with Bait a little bit is that you can kind of see how Bait are relying on somebody to get a multi-frag, and I always feel like that mindset is a little concerning for me. When you have to rely on somebody to step up in kind of quite a big way like that, it does sort of sow a couple of seeds of doubt about what this setup's actually looking like on the CT side. This round, obviously we're not expecting a hell of a lot, and they do sort of need Hetrick to go huge. The big thing for them is, can we get one gun to work with? That's not going to be a good start, as Alex will fall to Crims, but if we could pick up one AK, you could maybe talk about this round having some effect.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, that flash in towards A main there, that nearly catches Crims, that would have been a great way to find that kill. It's back on again. They are pushing into the stack at B with only 30 seconds left, so there is a way still for this round to work out, although Hetrick is dead, so the chances that they win are just dwindled completely here. Fear and Crims show up, and they're going to pretty much clean up the bomb site, so a great job overall, and it's going to be MPL, 1 versus 3 with no real chance to actually win the round, but maybe you could steal a rifle, try and get out of there, but I think that's been covered. Crims is on top of everything right now. I say that, so he does somehow not land the last bullet, but MPL, you're not winning this one. One bullet touches you and you're going to be dead. I don't know how he's still alive. He's managed to walk in between them. That's weird, but it's still Fnatic win the round.
Yeah, and I guess that is all that matters. So, Fnatic, good work for them on the C side. I'm starting to regain just a bit of the confidence that I'd most definitely lost. But there's still a lot more that needs to be done before I'm in a position of being kind of at least comfortable with this team in kind of its initial showing in towards Anubis. Anubis has been a map they don't play a hell of a lot. There's not a lot of data to go back off on them either.
Right.
And that in itself worries me ever so slightly of where Bait, yes, they haven't started fantastically, but they just probably have a few tricks up their sleeve, like what they did in towards map number 1. For now, back into the investment. No warp in play to challenge on a Bermalov for Bait. It's a good opportunity as well for Bermalov to maybe showcase what he's got. We haven't seen him. He's not been playing badly. He's just not been flying away. He's kind of just been sitting around neutral, as he is now, 3-3, just kind of going 1 for 1 each and every round, which is okay, but you actually want a little bit more out of your players. You want them essentially dying considerably less than the amount of kills you get, but also just sort of, I guess, staying alive enough so that your economy is never broken because of these reinvestments of the orb. Essentially, the James strategy.
Yeah, keep it alive, keep being a threat no matter what. Yeah, as far as I can tell, Fnatic have played Anubis once in the last 3 months. So
yeah,
that's and it wasn't really a great showing either. So I don't know. Like, yeah, it is. There's not a lot of data to go off, but so far so good, I suppose. But yeah, it's worth reminding everybody that it's still the T side, and that CT side, remember, they disappeared on Inferno. If they do that again here, it doesn't really matter how many rounds they get on their T side. Nice grenade. It's gonna actually do a fair bit of damage there. Kenzasaur trying to get the spray, but he overpeaks the angle, sits out in the open, and the trades are coming through. MPL showing up in a big way. Bermalov with almost a running shot that he had to hit, and somehow they found a way through that narrow choke point in a dark position to get into the B bomb side. Now it's on Hetrick to try and clutch it. Blamev was right there. The shadow was showing, but it doesn't matter. Blamev still lands the shot, and Fnatic win another round.
All right, Fnatic are starting to pull away now. Fnatic starting to put themselves in a very solid spot, and I'm actually getting pretty worried about Bait. We had a sort of that tech pause earlier, but I really wouldn't hate the idea around a kind of a attack pause and a moment just to briefly talk about what's going wrong, especially when we're in towards the next gun round. That for me feels like a good time just to say, okay, sure, things are not going too well at the moment. Let's just see if we can recover to some level.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking again, maybe like 4 rounds, right? I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but we know in Bait's case it can be.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, you're right. Like, that's one of the things we see at sort of a tier 1 level. People are pretty quick to take those timeouts. And I mean, sometimes you just want to control like the pace and the narrative of the game a little bit, so that you're not tilting too far before you start to sort of collect yourselves. But we'll see. Nice return. They get Crims finally. He's been a real nuisance outside of that A bomb side. So they got the AK picked up. See if they could do anything more with it. I mean, there is obviously a chance. I think it's a low percentage, all things considered. But, I mean, for Bait, anything goes right now. Just try and slow down Fnatic, who have just won 5 in a row.
Yeah, Fnatic looking really, really solid. There's a lot to like, I think, is probably the way to put it. And, well, for Bait, this round was feeling like a little bit of a throwaway anyway, so any consolation kills they get are a real silver lining. But Fnatic are going to realise in just a moment they can walk in towards A, and there's absolutely nothing to really shock them here. Nobody around for Bait to put up a fight. Bomb can rotate over and go down.
Well,
and 6 already. I'm happy with what I see.
I've got this from the chat. Riz0G is saying that that Fear used to play a lot of Anubis with Passion UA, I guess. So I guess you probably knew that already. But you know, for the people out there who are just listening and maybe not reading the chat like I am, like a crazy person, that's good information to think about. That maybe that's why this version of Fnatic is feeling a bit more confident on the T side.
So one of the reasons as well why I didn't bring it up is because I wanted to, you know, in the same vein I brought it up earlier about how Fear, his calling style might help them out on Inferno where Fnatic have had their issues, and it didn't. I didn't want to just be like 2 for 2 where, you know, like, oh, Fear used to be good in this map of Passion UA, and then it falls apart. But, I mean, absolutely spot on in chat, and this is a really, really good map for Passion UA. It was one of the strongest part of their pools, a lot of which I think came down actually to, first of all, Zero Fix, I always thought looked really, really solid on the map as a rifler. Very confident. Jambo made it look very simple as well. So I think the big difference is you've got kind of, for Fear, he's probably got to try and get the best out of his rifling core, because at the moment I value Jambo as a bit of a better AWPer than Bermalov. And that's probably one of those things that Fear's going to have to try and unlock this next stage out for the youngster. Can he get sort of him playing to a level like Jambo can, where he's just super self-sufficient, very confident, and knows what he can bring to the table. I asked for a bait tack pause, by the way, and we got it into the gun round, so perfect.
Just to say as well, just looking at the stats a little bit too, right? In the past, as far as I can tell, they're by far and away their strongest player on this map for Bait was actually Captain Kirker. Obviously no longer on the team. Not to say that means the whole thing is kind of blown open in that way, but you know, it just does mean they also perhaps lost a strong Anubis player just like that. You know, maybe that's going to come back to haunt them here. I guess we'll find out. We are done with the tactical timeout, and we're back into the game. Round number 9 is here, and Fnatic now with 6 in a row, and almost looked like they wanted to just straight rush that if the Molotov or smoke hadn't gone down. They might do it anyway. Oh, the taps here for Ascension. I can't believe he's missed the timing on them. Now they're going to be coming through, and there's no mercy here. They should be able to run this defense down. MPL trying to keep it alive. Still, it's a good double, but it might not be enough here. 2v2 after the dust settles, and a chance for a bomb plant, maybe. Or say that Hetrick, actually. He's pushed in front of the Molotov. That's great news. It's just Bermalov left.
Well, tough one for him for Bermalov. 1v2. He's still potentially winnable, but this is a big round. If Bait are able to take this, it might just give them a shot. Bermalov, we already saw 1v2-1 by MPL. He wants to get revenge for that. He's moving his way around the corner. He might have an idea here. There's one round this, and he will find it. Still time, 50 seconds, missed shot. He knows where he is. He gets swung upon, and Bermalov has gone huge. Big 1v2 for him.
I can't believe it. And also, you know, to some extent for Bait, right? They're not managing to put themselves in a great position there where they are, you know, swinging both at the same time or anything. It's a little bit on one fight at a time. Obviously, for Bermalov, it's great work. I mean, it's very hard to actually keep your nerves under control there. So, impressive. It's another round for Fnatic. And for Bait, I think more than anything, emotionally, this is one of those rounds where you say, man, we had that round. Like, you're going to think back and remember that. Ooh, bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's looking very, very similar towards that map number 1, isn't it? It's just, you know, that one-sided showing, that Fnatic T side, which can roll so well. And, I don't know, for Bait, again, I mean, obviously for both sides, they've definitely had their troubles in the CT without a doubt, but it is very, very akin to see this Fnatic side coming alive on the T side. That's where these, especially the rifling core, do their best work. It's beautiful to see. But I'm tentatively just keeping an eye on what this CT side is going to look like. It's sort of still just lingering in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to forget that they won 0 CT rounds on Inferno. So obviously we're going to be expecting more. I'm sure Fnatic will as well. But yeah, the clock is running out here on Bait. If they get up to 4 rounds, I mean, it's still still fairly competitive. There's something to do right, but right now, even that is kind of a question. Like, can they actually do that? I think at the beginning of the half here, we thought, oh, they're definitely going to get there, but now I'm starting to worry a little bit. I'm getting a bit nervous. We're down to 35 seconds. Fnatic, they've been waiting. They're expecting a push and then the wrong either, so their patience rewarded, and Mattis probably should have had both those kills, but either way, there's only one single defender inside of the bomb site, put under pressure. It's Hetrick, low on health. The Molotov nearly got him, and surely they can trade him out. Indeed, they can. More people rushing onto the side. 18 seconds left. It's Bermalov again with a 1v1 to take down Essential. And Fnatic, I mean, it's so risky to wait that long, but honestly, Bait kind of did walk into some of those shots there.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, Bait were just flying in towards those fights for kind of no reason. I mean, it has to be said, it was very careless, very sort of lackadaisical in terms of your approach there, and that's where, again, now, we put ourselves into a spot, an 8th put up for Fnatic, as they did in that first half. Our first map, may I say. And, yeah, I mean, tough spot that we're currently in. So, Bait, can we recover? Can we get to 4, which sort of kept them afloat in that first map? Maybe. It's a good start with Kensal finding Bermalov, so at least they shot him down. He's had a great bit of impact these last couple of rounds.
Honestly, yeah, great work. You need to find more kills like that. And now they're in it, for the first time, I think, they're actually in a 4-on-5 here, where they have a bit of a better chance of it. They are peeking down. It's risky, but at the same time, you kind of want the information. Now they might get caught in the middle of nowhere. Sentinel, I don't know if I can support that decision. I feel like I was already questioning peeking down dark like that when you've got them an advantage. Now I'm even more worried. And look at the entry here. They've just powered their way through. Fnatic make it look easy. And I think Bates, I don't know why they're moving around that much. You're crossing back towards the pillar or back towards the obelisk. With like, no smokes in May, no flashes, no nothing. If someone's waiting, you're gonna die.
Yeah, you're right. Not to 9 now. Maybe this third map is going to be required. And it makes you look back on the series a bit and say, Fnatic, if you had closed out the map the way you should have closed out the map, we could be talking about a 2-0 for you, and you have a nice, easy day. But it's tough. You put yourselves into an awkward spot. And Fnatic now have to fight in what is most likely going to be this third map. And again, I don't know. For Bait, trying to get back into this feels incredibly unlikely now. For those who kind of missed earlier as well, that third map is going to be Ancients, but it is rough. Rough spot that they're in. Already up to 9, though. You've got to love Fnatic, man. This is a super good recovery off the back of an incredibly bad second half. And it comes back to what we were talking about a bit earlier, too, saying, you know, I wonder what the team talk's going to look like for Fnatic. I wonder if they're going to be able to recover, what the mental state is like, etc., etc. But I think it's safe to say Anders is pretty good. You've come back in towards the second map after being massacred in map number 1, and you know you've not really kind of dropped the ball at all.
Yeah, I mean you lose the first couple of rounds, then you go on to win 9 in a row. Like what more can we really ask for here? So yeah, great recovery for Fnatic. It's good to see. It's Blamef playing well. Everybody else is kind of playing well too, right? Crims has been handling the A side of the map. He's been lurking out there. It's been kind of a nuisance for Bait to try and find. If they want to push out, they know they're going to run into Crims, and nobody really likes that. So overall, yeah, it's just it's up to Bait if they want another round here. The 12th round is coming up right now. One more round could easily make the difference. If they win this round and win the pistol in the second half, you really never know what could happen. But I think they kind of need to have that scenario play out. If it goes another way here, if it's a 10-2, I don't know if they have it in them to bring it back here.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't know if even like a 9-3 is actually recoverable for a side who have offered up basically nothing.
Ooh.
Up. It's idea, not the flick though. It's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Boosted up in B main to try and take that fight. It's Alex with the smoke. I said they had some trouble with Crims, who's been lurking out there, and they deal with it by shooting him through the smokes. Vintage strategy, you might say, but it worked pretty well. And now we're down into a 4-on-5 again. And last time we saw this, Bait were, I think, too active in running around, like, you know, kind of getting picked off in the middle of the B bomb site. So I'd like to see them play a bit more carefully and just don't do too much here. Bermalov's a very nice peek. Alex was jiggling that corner, and they were hoping that there would be more of a signal, like a flash through for them to kind of get ready, but there just wasn't. So down to 30 seconds. Again, attacking the B-bomb side here. Matt is a great opening, but he can't quite track that kill. Kenzisor, though, still might be in a bit of trouble. They're coming through. It's only 20 seconds left. They are shooting Bermalov in the back of the bomb. Can't really make his way to the bomb side yet. So Fnatic, they might have finally found a way to lose a round here. It's been 9 in a row in their favor. I say that as Blamer is lurking, and he's so good late in the rounds. 9 seconds left. And a bit of panic here. A nice shot from MPL, and they will finally win a round at the end, Bait. It took a long time, but they got there.
Yeah, I gotta say, great that Bait finally got some success to talk about. It still should be not enough. A 9-3 half down. However, I said the same thing in towards map number 1, so I guess I, don't want to eat my words twice, but 9-3 is simply not good enough. Yes, this is a map that is generally revered as being T-sided, but it's not that T-sided. Bait were basically a complete no-show. They fell apart. They were lackluster in terms of how they were set up. And I think a lot of credit has to be given towards a Fnatic side who, for me, did a really solid job. Recovering, getting back in towards the game, building consistency, and building a lot of confidence. You go 0-2 down as well to start it off, and that's where we were talking about, Fnatic need to, remember what it's like to win rounds. Well, they remembered, and they remembered incredibly well.
Well, let's see if they can do anything here in the second half. It's Bait coming into the T side of Anubis. Remember, this is their map pick, so we expect bigger things out of them, and if they come in the pistol, you never really know. It's a clean bomb plant. It's a 5-on-5 in the after plant, and I don't know. There is a smoke, but no kit right now at all on Fnatic, so they have to be fairly quick with it here. It can't be a slow retake, or they're simply going to run out of time. Alex, first with a little bit of pressure here. He peeks into the USP, and he will survive, and I think that's a pretty good job. Now they're walking into a bit of a sandwich here, Fnatic. This should be a very, very tough round for them to win, but they're landing the headshots. I might have to eat my words here. Alex, surely going to be dead. I can't believe it. Fnatic, no kid, not a lot of utility, but plenty of headshots.
What a recovery. What a recovery. Probably had about, 12 seconds on that bomb as they get onto it, and they've just done such a good job of isolating those fights. It is brilliant, and this is, again, coming back to what we were saying about Fnatic. This is a side who looks sort of untouchable a little bit on Anubis, and hence why 9-3 didn't feel enough, but that's going to be surely the nail in the coffin. Surely. We're talking about now 10-3. I mean, yes, sure, Bait get a bomb plant, which means they can get a buyout, but it shouldn't be enough. The recovery that they've got to pull off is what feels basically insurmountable.
Round number 14, and I guess we'll see how this one plays out. For Bait, it's down to the 2 Galils, some Mac 10s, a Tech 9. I mean, they can do some real damage with this. I think it's going to be potentially still a dangerous round. You can see Bermalov is also aware. Don't want to get run down, but there's no signal. They're walking the whole way. Finally, the grenades are thrown, but they're going to be trying to chase them in here. And look at the pressure that's on. It's Essential with 2 big kills of the Mac 10. Blamer sneaking in one there, but they need that bomb plant rather quickly, and the bomb's actually lost to her for a minute here. They're going to have to go back and pick it up. They might have to just fight their way through. 2v1. Now they pick up the bomb again, but not bad still for Bait. They have a chance to win the round.
Hedrick. He's really done a very good job. I mean, that trade kill that he gets earlier with the support of MPL does a lot. Swinging out the smoke there did feel a little bit laissez-faire.
Look at them going B.
Yeah,
they're just leaving the bomb site.
It's again Crims as well, who's in this sort of awkward 1v1/1vx situation that he was in prior, and what do you even do?
I mean, Crims he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to look for them. Now he's going to realize what's going on, and he's so far away. Honestly, it's kind of a big risk for Bait to take walking out of that bomb site. Remember, they're kind of low on health already, so making that run is not easy, but they've obviously put themselves in a way more winnable position. If they stay at A and plant there, which they could have done, then Crims has a pretty good chance of taking some duels. He's got the health advantage, got the M4, and he's playing really well on the map. But because they go the other way, they make it such that without the kit, he's going to have to run away. So, smart choice. For Bait, it's finally another round going their way.
That's it. Hedrick. For him. All that's have to lie, but of course all he cares about is that bomb going off. Crims couldn't really do anything in that one. It felt like there was only really one big mistake here. I can't remember exactly who it was. Someone swinging out the smoke just after this Blame F fight. he tries to trade on towards Blame F, whoever it was, basically. I think that's the real seller of that round. It's a 2v2 with both the bait players being incredibly low, right? So it feels like you put in towards a spot of being, you know, a very doable kind of retake, right? And no, you kind of sell it, you put it into a 1v2, and you make life very difficult towards Crims. So that's the one mistake I have to look at.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Bit of a boost. They have the M4 over at the B bomb site, so Crims is sort of hoping that someone's going to show up, but not looking like the most likely thing at the moment. Mid-fight is where the action is going to be, and it's Blame F for the first one. Could have easily been a double dare hat trick. Swinging wide to try and get him killed, and they will be able to do that. So Scout's coming in on the other side, and oh, Bermalov, he was thinking about it. The timing eludes him, but look at the push out of B. Oh, this is so dangerous now. They're going to be peeking into a couple of players. If they kill Fear, they might overlook Crims. I think this is a bit of a mind game being set up. But never mind, Crims just walking in, slaughtering them. Couple of kills, 6 bullets left, enough for the headshot to take down Essential. It's all on Crims. He's already a legend, but he's still, after all these years, playing magnificent Counter-Strike.
Yeah, map number 3 really looming now as well. This is much better for Fnatic. And you know, even the small things that something they weren't able to do. I mean, getting just a round in the CT side is already kind of massive. But it's just the fact that you know, when we pick up a loss, as they did towards Inferno on that second half, they shelled up and they lost all their confidence. They weren't playing to the same level. They were losing out their angels. This time we've lost a round and we just go straight back into it. We go back in towards the fight, nice and easy, no worries. And we win out a round, right? It's a quick and effective response, which is exactly what we want to see. So, beautiful stuff. 11-4. Bait. This one feels like a little bit of a last hurrah here. We've got 1 Galil, 1 Mach 10, double Tech 9 and a Deagle. It's not an easy spot to be in what is basically a must-win round.
Yeah, they've got their backs to the wall. Let's see if they can find a way to make this work. But I mean, 11-4, yeah. What a brutal. This is their own map pick. Maybe that Fear, IGLing, coming in with the experience playing on the map, maybe it just worked out. Look at the slaughter here through the smoke as well. It's actually Bermalov to get that 4th kill. And Alex alone, they just don't even get a chance to even step into the round. They've been blown up before they even really got started. What a brutal showing here. Fnatic, they might have screwed up the second half of Inferno, but they didn't let it linger. They're right back into it. This has got third map written all over it, which I believe is on Ancient.
Yeah, exactly. Ancient will be required. There's just surely no two ways about it. 12-4. What a response from Fnatic. Exactly what we want to be seeing from them as well. This is a side who we know with the individuals they got in this team, they should be playing at a high level. They should be fighting, maybe even contending for kind of invites to these sort of tier 1 positions. But they haven't been sort of quite getting there. They've been close, but not close enough. And now, this is a Fnatic side who actually are here to be able to go deep in tournaments.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right? Like, they've got some names here, and they've got some young talent. Like, there's definitely something to work with, right? Just that second half on Inferno kind of left a sour taste in our mouths, Like, that's the kind of stuff that makes you think, oh, no, like, what's happening? But fair play to them. They've managed to recover a bit here. And I think this is more like almost just a matter of when and not if they are able to close this one out. They've got everything they need. They got plenty of money and surely plenty of confidence to go around. Blame F with 18 kills. So, yeah, this is working out very nicely for them at the moment.
Swing. Fine for Matty. Sphere. We're going to add one as well. Beautiful. Beautiful work. Blame F drops down Alex, leaving Essential with it all to do. And now that he's 6 points of HP, safe to say that this one is done, Anders. I mean, what could you possibly even do here? It's not going to go down. He's just so nervous. He has no idea about the potential of the flank.
Yeah, there's no way to play this. I mean, the smoke was a bit funny. Maybe he needed to throw that a little bit, deeper in, but none of it matters, right? He's so low on health. It's going to be Blame F to take him down, and it's an absolute masterclass of Anubis for Fnatic as they completely blow up Bait in this second game, which means we are going to need a third one to decide it, which will be on Ancient. Wow. What a world that we're living in. I can't believe the Fnatic bounce back. I wasn't expecting it, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
So am I. I actually really liked what I saw coming through. Fnatic looked just 10 times better. There was, confidence coming through as a Fnatic side who were able to put up kind of consistency, chain rounds together. There is a lot to like in that. And now when we look towards Ancient, it becomes quite an interesting conversation to talk about for Bait. They've had their problems on this map in the past. So there is a world in which Fnatic could actually, maybe a little bit of a slow start and slow to get the engines going, but finally are sort of here and kicking. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, right? This is a really interesting sort of position that we're in. Ancient coming up next. It's been a map that Fnatic have played a hell of a lot. Bait last year played it a lot too. They played basically every map a hell of a lot. So it's a weird spot. I think Bait looked very asleep there. So they're going to have to use this 15-20 minutes very effectively in the same way that Fnatic did. But I guess this is probably a good time, if ever, to bring Nexus in to sort of break down what we've just seen.
Yeah, I wish I could say there was a lot more going on in this game, but it was Fnatic individually dominating, and Bait kind of having the same issues that we honestly have been seeing since last year. Their Anubis, it's been one that they played a lot. It was one of their favorite maps for a good while. But the big issue they always had on this map was their CT side, and more specifically, the rotations and the setups they usually played, heavily leaning towards the rotations being an issue for them. But it was not just that, but it was the fact that how these rounds were played out, like Neo mentioned as well. The setups that were lacking, they weren't really all that great, and absolutely did not help that you had Bermilov peeking into you, Blame F with 18 kills, and Krim's just, rewinding the years as well, having a wonderful game. You had a hell of a game from Fnatic, a masterclass almost in how to play this map, and they simply couldn't hang. Despite all of that first half, they were fighting for the early kills and early parts of those rounds, yes. But it came with such a detriment. And then you have rounds 9 and 10 where Bermilov comes out with a 1v2, then right the next one, a quick 1 versus 1 as well. Just kind of seals the entire game. But that's not the only thing, because you had an opportunity way back into the game in round 15. And it's just Krim's walking out, B, 4 kills. You have these situations where Fnatic decided, we're gonna be the better team, we're gonna win this game, and we are gonna play a better game. And they absolutely showcased that as well. So, there really isn't as much going on here in that sense as I would have liked. Because Bait didn't show up, and I'm really surprised that they didn't. Even if that CT side was poor, even if it was only 3 rounds, I was expecting more from them. I really wasn't expecting them to fall, but it was pointed out as well that these players on Fnatic, they should be competing at a higher level in theory. Just the firepower, the names they have, really should be putting them at these sort of contenders or possible invites to some of these tier 1 events. And I think this map kind of proves that as well. The way they also bounce back shows that they can still hang, right? And it also goes back to what was mentioned before we went into this Anubis. I mentioned it previously. This has been a slightly shaky map for Bait in the last couple of games they played, and requiring triple overtime and a overtime loss against Arcrid as well. So you have had somewhere in the realm of shaky results almost, or not convincing at least, and here Fnatic, they showed us what confidence looked like instead. So you just have that. Then you add on top all those issues and all the individuals that factored in for Fnatic instead. Bermilov, massive rounds for him, Blame of a massive game. And it's all this spells doom and gloom for Bait for now, but it's not over, because you do have still Ancient, and it's the one that people have just kind of grown accustomed to when it comes to playing out in best of 3s almost every single time. Honestly, a rarity if you don't get to see it feels like these days. But nonetheless, we are going to be helping toward Ancient, and it won't be too long. So you can stick around, tune in a moment or 2, maybe 3. We'll be right back with that Ancient. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. We'll see you guys in a little bit to see if Fnatic have what it takes to complete this reverse sweep or not.
Well, here we go. We are back into the swing of things. We've got a third map coming up here. It's Bait and Fnatic. And honestly, Fnatic, what a comeback from losing every single CT round on the first map of Inferno into absolutely destroying Bait on Anubis. And now, here we are.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm just really impressed with like that sort of mental recovery that we talk about within a lot of these teams. I think it's in particular probably harder online because, you know, you're playing from home and, you know, you're not kind of on a boot camp together, or you're not, you know, at least in some way next to like it was like a stage environment. I think it's quite difficult at times to like kind of pick yourself up. It's very easy to be like, right guys, like, you know, bad map, I'll be back in a moment, just gonna grab a drink or whatnot, and sort of, you know, go into your own head a little bit. So credit to Fnatic, really, really well done from them. Now we've got to see what they can do in towards a map number 3, right? This is where we're at. Fnatic won the 9th round, so they'll be starting on that CT side. Bait starting on the T side.
Yeah, for Bait, I mean, we've just went through the discussion with Fnatic, but now it's Bait's turn to try to make it back. Crims, he spots every single player. That's so much information. If he can live, and he does. Oh, for Bait, this is rough. Do you keep going? You know the rotation's coming. You know that they're going to be running right here. They've already put down the smoke, so I guess they're locked in. Crims trying to land that mid-air headshot is not working, and Mattis running through the smoke, but Crims was already dead, so now instead, it's a 5 versus 3. Fnatic, I actually think they were primed to win that round as soon as Crims sees the first players there, but my god, now they might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's tough. I know Fnatic got a good couple of moments when it comes towards these retakes as well. Bermanov just trying to find another He knows there's one tucked in towards A main. It's a tough fight for him to be taken as well, but time's starting to tick. We've got to make a move here. We have a kit on the back pocket of Fear, so it's not exactly impossible, but Flame F falls. It should be done, and it is. Kenzor and Alex do very well at the tail end there just to see it over the line. And here's a first and a good start for Bait and a needed start for them. Coming towards this map here and just say, okay, whatever happening towards Anubis, it doesn't matter. It's gone. Let's focus on the here and now.
I mean, pretty impressive work. I like the follow-through, though. You know, Bait, maybe it's because they already had the smoke going out towards that CT spawn position, but either way, they kind of just said, okay, we're going to go for it. Like, we're not going to wait. Let's just absolutely do this. I like that. I think the hesitation in that moment, if they, like, shuffled back and, you know, like, oh, we've been spotted, we don't know what to do, I think that kind of play is going to be a mistake. So I'm glad to see that they just powered on through. Nobody at the B bomb site. There's a push coming out of A for Fnatic. They're hoping to catch somebody off guard, but all they really have is USPs and a P250 on Blame F. So maybe they can find Alex or somebody else in the middle, but more than likely, this just be a bomb plant and a pretty easy end to the round for Bait.
Wow. Bam. We'll do all the work here. Kenzor. Any more for him? No, Sentiel see it off with the Mach 10. So simple as that round, not really amounting to all too much. We're going to buy to come through, though, in a moment. And this is where it's going to matter most. Alex, alongside Kenzor, made it look pretty simple, just shutting down that elbow control. This is the one that matters. We got the rifles back out for Fnatic, and we've already seen, you know, at times where the CT side has looked a little lackluster. We've got to get this going. We have to start this CT side well. I mean, this is now a decent time to do it. It's technically still a bonus buy over towards Bait. Punish them for it.
Round number 3. Actually seeing 2 FAMAS. I'm curious. I really want to see the pros use this. Crims is on that boost that I just recently figured out how to Molotov, but I guess you don't need a Molotov if you're Alex. You're just winning the fight with the Galil straight up, so who cares about the grenades? Burmelov with 2 in return, and Blamef gets another one. So after all of that exchange, we're back into a 2v2 with 1 minute and 20 seconds. So for Bait, it makes so much sense to slow this down and just make it very hard for Fnatic to figure out what to do. I'm curious what the Fnatic boys are going to be doing here, because I mean, you could just stack a bomb site and pray, or you could go look for them. You could say, okay, let's group up in the middle and let's really search for these last 2 players. But either way, it's tough on the CT side when there's this much time left.
It's true. Matty's holding for a wrap in towards Red Room. He actually wants to give them Red Room control and hope that they just don't clear the corner. But they're going to double up in towards Shelf as they look to finish towards B. And the thing is, there is nobody to beat. I mean, Fear's making a move now in towards Elbow, but he's actually going to go a little late. So because of that, it's, you know, unknown information. He might still continue wrapping through, though, and this is where they're actually starting to slightly suffocate Bait a little bit. MPL and Sentiel going towards this B here. Matty's is heading towards CT, and Fear's coming in from behind, and he's now definitely spotted one. That was the bomb, too.
Yeah. Very strong position here if they're just not ready for it. So after all that time spent, there's going to be another shot in the back. Oh, no. They double locked out on that timing. That's crazy. Fnatic, huge round for them. I mean, nice attempt from Bait. Honestly, it looked like the whole time they were ready to win the whole thing. But yeah, Burmelov, these 2 kills making a big difference, and they just couldn't make it work in the end.
Tough to see. Well done, actually. Really well done from Fnatic. It's just in terms of a very simple thing of just patience, right? They just play a very patient game and wait for the stack to show themselves. They had a little bit of a read as well, and they figured it out at the end. There's that first for Fnatic. Needed. Of course, money to buy back in for Bait. No issues lose this round, though. Same can't be said going in towards the next. This could be a pretty important one. If Fnatic can go back to back, that could go huge. Burmelov going to get dropped as well by a Sentiel. We might start scaling up in towards the site as NPL is ripping heads. Overlooks Blame F, but he's only good for 1. That should be the round.
What's happening? Fnatic find that first kill for free, and then I guess they wanted to peek the ramp with a flashbang or something and thought that was going to work out, but they run right into like 2 headshots and the round just completely flips. You would have thought with that first kill, like here, you're like, okay, that might be good enough. There is no flashbang. They just peek. I have no idea why. Like, it's not what you're in a 4 on 5 in that very moment. I get it if they were throwing a flashbang. That would have made so much sense. But, my God, I can't explain it. Neo, help me out. Why are they doing it?
Yeah, I don't know. That seems relentlessly kind of, stubborn in a way. I think it's probably one way of putting it. It's just like, sometimes you got to take your losses and fall back and regroup. And it just felt like that was the perfect time. And it just didn't happen. So, yeah, a tough one to lose there for Fnatic because there's just nothing really you can get kind of back from it. You can't even look at that round and be like, okay, if I did this thing a little bit different or something else, we could have won that round. No, there was no chance. Relentless fighting and a very, very simple loss round.
That's I mean, we're talking about Fnatic. It's like, what is their potential, right? Like Fear, we don't, I guess, know everything, and being the in-game leader and everything, like I say, it's a lot to work with. We got Bermilov. You've been talking about him as an AWPer, maybe a little bit of consistency. We know Blamef and Crims. Like Crims somehow has just been like one of the most stable players throughout like the last, I don't know, like 10 years of Counter-Strike. Like maybe he's never going to be like the all-time peak player, but he always puts up like a pretty good show, I think, across any best of 3 you catch him in. So like they've got someone to work with here, but those rounds are the kind of rounds where you think, man, that's not what you don't need to lose that round. You just don't. And when you give up those rounds, like against Bait, maybe you can bring it back, but against a slightly stronger team, you try and play into the tier 1 circuit. You're not going to get away with those rounds, and you're going to get punished so hard for it. Bomb plant coming through here. Essential holding the line as they try and push through the smoke. Good awareness for Bait to realize there was probably going to be something happening there, but they're going to live through this one.
Well, Cynthia finds Crims. You should have keep hold of the M4 if you blame F. He's falling away. It's 1v5. There's absolutely no chance in hell. This is once again getting towards a bit of a predicament where we've got to start talking about how if Bait starts scaling in such a rapid form, in which they are. I mean, we're talking about 4-1 now. There is money, thankfully, to buy, but even still, you lose that. We could be talking about kind of 5-6-1 at that point, and that's looking, once again, where it's a non-existent CT side, just like map number 1. And how Fnatic have given themselves a chance in this series, then potentially let it slip. They've got to shut down this tempo as soon as. Breaking a T-side economy is never that easy, because if they get, bomb plant, it more or less keeps them afloat. So they've got to shut them down at the source. But, I don't know, Fnatic aren't really feeling like they're competing too much in these rounds. They are getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, they kind of are a little bit. It's putting a dent in their economy. They're back down to the FAMAS. They've got some utility at the very least here. I'm curious to see how that FAMAS... I still feel like they're not using it in the way that I would have expected, but, who am I to say? I'm just a crazy person with a microphone, so I guess they don't really have to listen to me, but I would have expected to see so much more movement out of the FAMAS just because, at least for my limited testing, that seems to be the crazy strength that it's got. Instead of holding angles with it, just, like, run into the fight. But here we go. Fear is going to get caught, and honestly, MPL, he had the right idea. I think if he was more committed to that fight, he probably could have won it there. Santhiel, though, will pick it up, and still, it's a great start here for Bait.
Yeah, all right. Maybe, just maybe, something's still brewing a little bit. As Bait, after a lackluster map number 2, have come back alive in the same vein that Fnatic did with map 1 to map 2. This is tough, though. I mean, it's still somewhat doable. All up in play. Blamef still alive, and Crims, yes, hasn't been fantastic so far this map, but we know he's got a couple of moments up his sleeve. Looking towards B, there's only one here. It's Blamef. He's actually playing a pretty sort of non-contact position. He wants to give them the site and basically just try and bank on the retake.
Yeah, you're hoping for like some spam for the smoke, maybe a mistake for Bait, but I mean, yeah, failing that, they're packing it up, and I hate to say it, but I can't really blame them for it. You're not going to be retailing that bomb site 3v4 with, and even if even if you try, right, like losing the rifles is going to be such a big detriment. So objectively, Fnatic are making the right choice, even though it's a bit boring. We want the fight. It's Bait with a 5th round. Wow.
I'm pretty stunned with how sort of simple this has felt for Bait. I really, again, just don't feel like they're being sort of, I don't know, made to work for this. It's a really awkward spot that we're in. At least we've kept 3 alive. So for Fnatic, that can mean a reinvestment coming through, which is good. 3 guns kept alive means, yeah, sure, we're chilling. At least we can buy back in around this, but it still doesn't really make a difference. Confidence doesn't look very good over towards Fnatic at all. And we're coming back into these, sort of notions that we spoke about a little bit in Inferno. Fear 1 and 5 right now, and he had a very poor Inferno, and it feels like, you know, you do require Fear to sort of be in the thick of it for Fnatic to do well, and yeah, at the moment that's just not happening.
Okay, we got a run boost in the middle. I like it. It actually worked as well. I feel like a lot of the times people try that, it just doesn't really work that well, but you can see he's pretty quickly up there, BlameF, and Crim's going to win the fight in the middle. So, wow, some acrobatics for Fnatic as they, you know, sort of toss themselves into the round, leaving Hetrick and Alex in a pretty poor position. Not necessarily the best start to the round here for Bait, but for Fnatic, I mean, it's about time, right? We've been wishing and waiting for their comeback. Ooh, Fear right through the smoke. And here we go. Now, would you go vacationing on Ancient if it was like a map in the real world? Do you want to visit this place? You into like old ruins?
Yeah, this is like, you know, like, is it, I'm right to say it's like Aztec or like Mayan ruins, that kind of vibe. I reckon that'd be kind of sick. I mean,
yeah. You're not superstitious, worried about like, you know.
Nah, I'm really not.
Like
I can't lie. I'm not very superstitious at all. I'm kind of just like, I'm very sort of like chilled with basically all of that stuff. I even one time when I was younger tried to like make my own superstition or whatever, and then like forgot like 2 weeks in. So
you couldn't commit to it.
Yeah, I couldn't commit to it. I couldn't be asked. So that's I've never been superstitious really at all. Same with like, you know, kind of like ghosts and that kind of thing. It's just like, no, I don't believe it. I just don't. But I reckon, you know, like what? I had a couple of friends who went to Machu Picchu. And they said it was insane. And I'm assuming this is
Isn't that a Pokemon?
Pikachu is. Pichu actually is as well, to be fair. So you're technically not wrong. But
nice.
I went to Machu Picchu in like Peru, I think it is. They said it was cool. And I guess ancient's sort of like Machu Picchu in a way, like ancient ruins, that kind of vibe. I reckon it's.
All right. Yeah, I think it could be fun.
CS event in Peru when?
Yeah, let's go to the ruins and set up like, you know, an event out there. So we're like playing Ancient in the Ancient. You've got Ancientception going on. That might be a way to do it. We'll get the funding for it. It's round number 8 here, and Fnatic, like, you know, some embers are still left. There's still a little bit of fire. We need more out of them, but yeah, if they can win this round, I think we can start the conversation back up. The problem is if they lose it, Bait are gonna be right back into the swing of things. Good Molotovs, good grenades, even better headshots for Mattis as he does take the kill, but Alex coming back into it. Flashed in by Hetrick to get a couple of kills there. Now BlameF in the cave. Oh, the wall bangs are actually amazing, but it might not make a difference. He's so sharp with it, and suddenly it's a 2-on-3. The bomb is planted here, but let's see if Bait can hold on to the afterplant. They do not have any more grenades. Well, a couple of interesting ones perhaps, and Hetrick might not need it. My god, 1v1. Both of them very beat up here. The HE for Hetrick might do the job, but he has no idea where BlameF is coming from, and he's not going to need it either. Hetrick with 3 at the end and a massive clutch.
Big round to be taken. Again, just continues to instill this confidence within Bait. I mean, this is where the side just continue making round upon round stick, whether it's close or one-sided. All they care about is continue to bridge the gap, and Hedge doing super well there. I mean, he had a fantastic map number 2, right? So we've got map number 1, may I say. So we want to be seeing that again out of him. He's like 22 and 6 or something towards the end, so ridiculous showing from Hedrick. We want to see that level again, and we know he's got it in the locker. It's been a little bit of a quieter start, sort of by his standards, but Alex, that's so lucky. He just spams at the perfect time to catch Crims.
They're grenading themselves and also being grenaded by Fnatic. I can't believe they're winning this. Look at the health. They've had like 4 or 5 grenades, some of them their own, landing outside of the B-bomb site, and 3 of them are practically dead. What an absolutely crazy round, but somehow we've ended up in a 5 versus 3. And Bermilov, BlameF, and Matt is left here. I mean, the truth is they can win this round, but only if they find the right positions here. That's going to be the key. If Bait get into a plant without losing, you know, too many players here, like even if it's a 1-for-1 trade and they get a plant, they probably win the 2-on-4 afterwards. But if Fnatic are in position, they could do some real damage here.
It's true. It's very true. Bermilov just wants to play a little bit more of a passer approach from CT. The only issue is they're now starting to creep up in towards A main, and Bermilov's sort of given away this spot. So with that being said, Bait are going to walk into a completely barren A bomb site. No one's going to be here. Bomb will go down, and well, they should be fine. I don't really see there being too much of an issue in terms of a post plot.
Yeah, very, very solid work. Again, I think Beta doing a good job kind of walking this whole way. Like, by the time they throw these smokes, they're basically on the bomb side, right? So, even if somebody was nearby and Donut, but it doesn't really matter at that point. Like, the key is to not signal that you're going to be showing up at the bomb site before you get there. So, great job. Fnatic have to peace out in spite of doing so much damage. They obviously, the worst thing is they don't even know how much damage they did, right?
Yeah, it's all unconfirmed.
Yeah.
That's the worst part. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt, but it more so hurts that they're now going to find themselves 7-2 down. And sure, we can kind of reiterate the point that the CT side has most definitely been worse off for Fnatic, but they are still, at the moment, a complete no-show.
Yeah, they're only good every other map. It's the Fnatic pattern, you know. Didn't really do too much on Inferno, but then showed up Anubis. Now we're back to this. What's going on, guys? Got to be more consistent here. Crim's struggling at the start. He's got 2 and 7. Fear 3 and 7. I feel like Fear's had a very, very rough game so far, but I don't know. Time is running out. They're on the CT side. I think if they get the next 3 here, make it a 5-7, it's still pretty decent, right? Something can still work.
That's true. So far, so good. I really do like what I see, though, from Bait. It's simple rounds, simple calls by MPL, and in a way that we want to see out from Fear, but we're not. I mean, MPL is just calling around himself and actually sort of just being kind of cannon fodder for the team, and it's working. Once again, contact towards A. It's only BlameF here to meet them, but Bumbleb's pushing in towards Elbow, so BlameF's got to do it all. He's got to get at least a 2-for-1 if he can. There's the first. Second is also there as well. So, job done, arguably.
Yeah, I mean, he's done plenty enough, right? Kenzazor trying to get the bomb planted. If there was a grenade on him here, he'd be dead, and it would be a very different round. But the fact that he gets the bomb down means at least there's a chance to win it now for Bait, in spite of the heroics of BlameF. Playing that corner of that donut exit position is so powerful. I think you mentioned earlier, but you can see the shadow as they're coming around the corner by the sign. Alex, I don't know how he wins the fight, but he does. Matt's going down, and they're all coming out of the donut. 3v3 here, and there is an HE left on Kenzazor. He's going to go down without even getting a chance to throw it. The flashbangs are coming in, and it's a nice shot from Bermilov. He's going to take down Alex, and the bomb plant will be defused here. So at least Fnatic win the round.
Yeah, you take that. You know, it's a small silver lining in whatever way kind of you can discuss about it. I mean, silver linings are a bit of a loose term for a Fnatic side who still find themselves struggling, but it's better than nothing. 7-3. If Fnatic can get up towards 5, I'm happy with where we're at. If we can get 4, it's still workable, as we saw in that first map. But this is still an awkward spot, though. I still feel like Bait have got a few tricks up their sleeve. They've still got plenty of money left over. I mean, Headtrick and Kenzor can buy in towards the next round. Again, no bothers if they need it.
Yeah. Man, 4 rounds even. That is a bit low, but I mean, it would be interesting to see Fnatic fight their way back. Early shot goes the way of Bait as BlameF goes down. So, a bit unfortunate here. They're walking right through the red room, and Mattis, even though he was there, he was sort of there physically, but I think mentally probably somewhere else. Like, he's not expecting for anyone to come through, so he's somehow just not ready for it, and that's going to cost him his life. 3v5. What a miserable start to this round here. Bait are, again, they could be walking away with so much in this first half here, and they already kind of are.
Here, doubling back towards red. Just wanting to see what's going on. He's got at least some sort of a right idea. Bomb wants to head back towards the A side, and they've had success here. Crims is tucked. This closed left corner is always awkward. The issue being is that for Kenzor, when he peeks out here, Shadow's going to betray him. You'll see it in just a moment. There it is. Shadow betrays him. He dies. It's always going to be an easy fight anymore. Behind it would be great, and Crims, even there, going 2-for-1 is big.
Oh, what a flick from Bermilov as well. The little jump there. Santhiel going down. They know where he is, but they can't do much about it. Hetrick gets that one, and there's still time. 25 seconds. Can he make a run for it and actually get there?
Up shelf, maybe. He's got a knife out, though, surely the whole way. This is not easy.
Don't slow down. It's not worth it. You're going to be running the whole way. Okay, so he can just barely make it. That's crazy. Nicely done from Hetrick. This is how you try and win the round. All right. Showboating a little bit. Bermilov's not going to be happy about this. Bomb gets planted, and now 1 versus 1. Oh, I can't imagine the heartache for Fnatic if they lose this round. They've done a good job. Crim's fantastic work with a double kill to try and get them back into the round, and Bermilov got the first flick there. Now he's ready and waiting. He's hoping that Hetrick is going to be pushing him, but he's not. He's got the AWP trained at the corner, and it's up to Bermilov to make a move. He's getting closer now, peeks right into it, and he's surely dead, as it will be Hetrick with the incredible triple kill in this round and putting Bait even further ahead.
It's a super aggro angle as well from Hetrick, because if he misses a shot there, he is in no man's land. Yes, he's in Cubby, but Bermilov just swings there with the M4, so it's a real ballsy call from him to be like, this is where I want to play. I want to play basically in the open. If he misses a shot there, he has nowhere to fall back to, nowhere to tuck. But at the same time, it also means that he doesn't have to ever think about a flank or his back being, you know, sort of exposed in any sense. And because of the timing, he knows that Bermilov basically has to be coming from CT side.
Here we go. Round number 12. We're into the mix. He did see that. Kensa saw sharp eyes and an even sharper aim as he takes down Crims to follow it up. It's a 2-for-nothing trade in the middle. And again, Fnatic just look kind of lost here. Like, I don't know what's going on, but Bates, they're swinging back into this game in a massive way. Fantastic job, honestly, from at least 3 of them, right? Alex and Essential and Kansas are all playing very good at the moment here. It's finally Fear striking back and trying to get something done, but this has just been a kind of a weird day in the office for Fnatic, I'm not gonna lie.
It's true. So up and down, and this is looking like a bit of a down. Matties, though, let's get one. It gets what it gets out. Yes, it takes damage, but makes this 2v3 at least slightly plausible. Either way, they're going in towards the stack here. Hang on. Didn't walk both in towards MPL. There's the first. There's the second. Simple as that. And what a way to close it out. I mean, what a performance again from Bait, and what a response off the back of a dreadful map number 2. That's sick.
Yes, it really is. 9-3 in favor of Bait after taking a beating on the second map. I'm just very, very impressed here. Yeah, for Fnatic, there are so many. Like, remember that earlier round that I was complaining about where they peeked the B ramp into the double headshot after they'd already got the first kill? You know, you can't know how big of a deal or not it is, but you look back now and you think that's probably one of the more winnable rounds for them in the whole half, where they actually had the 4-on-5. They've got a bit of a lead, and they throw that away, and now here we are. Second half coming up.
Let's do it. One pistol here for Bait, and it's basically done and dusted in my eyes. We'll go quick towards 8. That's what he plays. MPL is going to be that first point of contact. It is. Let's see what he's got for us. First is great with a fortune as he catches Matties through that smoke.
Yeah, Mattis even kind of saw him, so I guess a bit of a shame, but good timing either way for MPL. And that actually makes a big difference, right? They've got the smoke in the kit, so this is a very different round for Bait. They can afford to lose a couple of players, and they can still win the round in a clutch right at the end here. Some pressure being put on, and they'll find Blamef. Really nicely played from Hetrick. He's got no fear in that battle. And now they're just retaking it with guns alone. Who needs the smoke in the kit? They're going to do it anyway, but I mean, all the pressure's on Crims. He's going to go down, and it's a solid retake. Bait are absolutely putting Fnatic to shame right now.
It's an absolute slaughter. Credit again where it's due. So well played. Bait, surely, for my money, have now seen this into a position of being done. I cannot see a world in which Fnatic get back into this. And all the credit has to be given to, I think, actually, primarily towards the way in which MPL has called around this. There's so much confidence being kind of ensued in towards these players. They're essentially saying, take fights, back yourself. You know you can win them in these sort of head-to-heads. And at the moment, that's exactly what is happening. So, 10-3. Fnatic, of course, with the bomb plant, do get a buy, but I don't know. I've lost all of my sort of hope in this side, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, you've held on for long, Neo. I appreciate that. You know, you've got to try to believe all the way through. But honestly, Fnatic they're not giving us a lot to believe in, right? Have they watched no Disney movies? Like, where's the friendship? Where are the little fairies flying around? Like, what's happening? Like, there's nothing left here. There's no magic in this team.
Yeah. Oh, man. It is a tough spot that we're in. It's not even exactly as well with that bomb plant and a force buy back here. It's not exactly like it's a good force buy. That, right? You know, Matty's has got what? Is that a P250? To Crimson on a Deagle? I mean, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, kind of is. Guess we'll see how. I mean, we can't even really construct a likely scenario. We're going to sound like frauds if we try and say, here's how Fnatic can make the comeback. Like, the truth is, they can make a comeback if, like, 3 of their players just suddenly, you know, turn it up to 11. It has to be something really wild for that to work out. And fair play, Vermelov with a couple of good kills here. Bomb being attempted, slowed down once again. Now Hetrick pushing in. One of them is very low on health. This is super winnable. The bomb is not planted. They got interrupted a couple of times there. And now Hetrick pretending to go back through the cave. And now he's going to recommit to this position. If he finds Vermelov, it should be a quick 1v1. And there we go. Not quite sure where Mattis is, though. But he's got some time. He's got the kit. And he's got a chance to make this a one or a bit of a clutch for himself. Already a 1 versus 2. Down into a 1-on-1. Flashbangs are right there. He wishes he had a smoke, but he's going to tap the bomb. Mattis making a bit of a jump for it. He doesn't quite see him yet, and he's almost dead. Hetrick, he can run him down. He's got the pressure, but what a nice escape from Mattis. If he stays in that corner, I almost guarantee that he's going to be dead. Now, it's just a full-on defuse, and Mattis should know it. Oh, he's coming in anyway. That's, I don't know, a couple of more seconds, maybe he could have had it, but well played, Mattis.
Yeah, actually really well done. Just to keep them afloat. However, it still feels like so much more is required, and that's the issue. It's great that you get one over the line, but it's, you know, you're getting one over the line where everyone falls because he goes down to the bomb at the tail end, so there's not even a lot to kind of fall back on. You've got to buy back in. You know that bait, you're going to have at least some sort of residual cash in some sense. We've got a couple of good pistols, so yeah, it's weird. It looks like bait actually might force here. Judging by the fact that Ascentio and Alex are both down to not a lot of money, but they're going to have attack pause to talk about it first. Interestingly enough to talk about as well, Anders, is that Fnatic have not called any attack pauses this game, despite being 10-4 down.
Yeah, I mean, that's another sign that kind of, you know, maybe it's just that they just don't have the sort of the commitment here, or maybe they feel like, you know, we're doing a good enough time talking without the tactical timeout, you know. We are playing online Counter-Strike, so maybe we just don't feel like we need it the same way, but it is kind of a shame because these are the kind of mistakes, like, you have to iron them out now. Like, this, you know, you don't want to wait until you're at the play-ins of some tournament, or you're already on LAN or whatever it is. Like, you need to fix these problems kind of when they pop up, and not later. So, I'd love to see Fnatic try and do some of those timeouts, and try and sort of get the whole squad to really focus on the same goal here. Fnatic, anyway, winning that round. A chance now for a couple of rounds going their way.
Well, let's see. Good chance. 59. Couple of grenade pistols, but not a good start. They're going to come over. 5-7 will get one, which at the very least isn't bad. Ascential going to fire one of his own. Hang on a moment. Let's not, you know, overthink this too much. This still could be a little awkward, but thankfully recovered well. It's all down to just one man. MPL, I don't really see him doing this. I mean, granted, Blamef and Bermalov are both actually pretty vulnerable, but Crims should be the confirming factor. Hang on. Hang on, Anders.
Jesus.
There might be something brewing.
You're not wrong though, Neo. Like, I mean, you're obviously you're in the right anyway. Probably should have been dead right then and there, and he should still not have a chance to really get in here. No kits. They're staying very far back. I mean, Fnatic, they're keeping a respectful distance here to make sure that he can't just easily isolate the kills. So, all in all, I'd say good job on Fnatic here. NPL can clean up a couple of kills, but he can't win the round any longer. It's just not doable. So, yeah, well played. Fnatic going to get another round, and it has to start somewhere. If we're dreaming of a comeback, you know, you've got to take it one round at a time. It is a classic saying.
Yeah, exactly that. One round at a time. You cannot actually think of the sort of bigger picture in a way, right? We've got to look at this and say, right, for Fnatic, we've got to be talking about the most minute, small little increments of how you're going to get back into a game like this. It is only 5 rounds as well. And in MR 13, it's kind of doable. 5 rounds definitely has something behind it. You know, you're talking 2 gun rounds, maybe kind of a third being a force buy, being the difference. That is still very plausible for Fnatic, who have looked considerably better on their T side. Of course, that's where they find themselves right now.
10-5. Round number 16. No weapons of any kind to speak of on the bait side. I mean, if you are a fan of Fnatic, you're going to be dreaming right now. You're thinking, all right, you know what? A couple of rounds here. This one kind of for free. They got a bit of momentum. They got some kills. Bermilov is playing okay. Blamev is playing all right. It's only a 4-round difference. Like I can smell the copium from here, and you know, it's out there. You know, it's brewing.
And it really does lure you back in, doesn't it? You know, yeah, it's the hope that kills you, they say. And I think right now that's where it might kind of catch me a little bit. I'm starting to believe again. As much as I checked out, I might be checking back in, and that's what might let me back down. Bait though. Really are struggling. We're finally going to get attack pause out for Fnatic. And attack pause when they're winning is interesting rather than trying to shut down the momentum that they desperately needed to earlier. But either way, 4 rounds of difference. Win this gun round, money broken again. So it basically is, there's just 2 gun rounds being the difference maker between Fnatic being 10-6 down and being potentially 10-all.
I mean, there is a way. It's just it's hard not to be jaded from Fnatic, kind of how they played in that first half. You think this is... Yeah. I'm kind of mentally checked out a little bit, but I mean, doesn't mean that they have to play that way in the second half. I mean, if they turn it around, I mean, we saw that already on Anubis. Suddenly, they can come alive. They can be a different team. So, I guess we're compelled by being casters to give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, we can't hate too much. Even though I am reading the Twitch chat, I see you guys. You guys are hate maxing, officially hate maxing in the chat. That's good. Keep it up. But let's see if Fnatic can put some of you to shame. They are dropping the bomb outside of the B bomb site. They've got a bit of mid control. Overall, it's a good standard setup here for Fnatic to try and get into the site.
It's true. All right. Well, that's quite again. Control taking Kenzazord as well. Catches Blamev. That's a perfect way to start things off. More behind, swinging towards Shelf, and actually a second behind it. Kenzazord's doing great work.
Yeah, Fnatic. I mean, the timing is ridiculous, but so is this. Crims running them down, almost picking it up here. The bomb is going to get planted. That is unbelievable. Bait had all the kills at the start of the round. It looked like that was going to be it, but somehow a couple of double kills, and they're bringing it back into it. The really awkward timing there was the fact that Blamev was holding from that T-spawn position, but he turned around to see if anyone was attacking him from the A hallways. And when he comes back, Kenzazor is there, and he dies, and they almost lost the round.
How has that slipped? How has that fallen away from Bait, who was sitting in a super comfortable spot, opening double kill, right? I mean, you're loving life there, and then you let it slip again. And Crim's actually finding a lot of ways to be kind of reliable despite having, less than adequate start. It's been pretty awkward and tough to say the least, but he's picked it up and kind of going back to his Mr. Reliable mantra that we've always sort of known about him.
Yeah, they need him, right? They need him to join the rest of them. I feel like Fnatic, I mean, the roadmap seems so clear to me. Like, the CT sides for Fnatic are trash right now. Like, there's no nice way to put it. That's surely where they're going to have to put in all of their hard work in the coming weeks and months, because some of their T sides look okay. Like, they're getting good kills. They seem a lot more confident. Well, I don't know, like, if they can fix their CT sides, it's going to be quite a different team to be up against all of a sudden. But, yeah, today just hasn't been the best showing.
Yeah, no, agreed. Both sides have definitely had their lackluster moments. That goes without saying. They are starting to squander what was a really good opportunity for them, and that for me is starting to get just a little concerning. Just pistols in this round, so yeah, nothing really to be expected.
Yeah, Fnatic taking their time. Can't really blame them. That's not a problem. Just got to make sure you don't run into anything crazy. 5-7 in that slightly more forward position, so Senthiel hoping that someone's going to just peek in forehead first, preferably. Be an easy kill for him. 45 seconds. Blamev hanging around that red room position, and Kenzazor with the other 5-7. Always a strong for a double kill, and he will get it. Oh, the 5-7. It never ceases to amaze me. Down to 30 seconds now. He's got the AK picked up. They are coming for him, and he very nearly could have had that kill. But Hetrick at the same time is going to be stopping one of them. The bomb. 25 seconds. Where are they going? You can't run back. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You have no control of that part of the map. It's a 2-on-3. You have to commit to this one. Hetrick gets another one. I can't believe it. Fnatic. They run into the 5-7, and they get wrecked.
I can't believe how quickly that fell apart for Fnatic. In the same vein that Bait have had a couple of these rounds fall apart for them, how has that one just slipped out of nowhere? That's back to this earlier kind of Bermalov and Krim's massacre kind of simultaneously, but this one just slipped. And again, it kind of comes back to what we spoke about before, Anders, about what is the best bang for your buck gun, the kind of, you know, price compared to the power output. And it is for me between the 5.7 and the MP9, but it's moments like this where I say it's the 5.7. $500 and you can one-tap at close range against full armor, that for me is wild.
Yeah, I feel like that's like that'd be almost like a good podcast topic episode where it's like, let's really like try and get like a bunch of opinions about it, because it is actually an interesting conversation about the 5.7. Like it's got some really interesting advantages, and you see like the speed with which they get those first 2 kills. Like, it's so quick. Like, sure, the MP9 can also get a bunch of kills, but
yeah,
you know, the spray for the MP9 in some of those moments, it's gonna be longer, right? It's the time to kill on the 5.7 at close range that's so lethal. It's gonna be a 4 versus 5, and wow, that's pretty close. Alex nearly getting it. He's doing more damage. Crims is practically dead behind it too. Okay then. That's he's not stopping. Take the hint, Fnatic. You're not welcome.
Well, let's see if they can kind of barge through the front door a little bit. Crims is low. He's not exactly healthy. This is a good setup as well, but that is a wild swing from MPL. Alex gets his, and he gets out. He has to swing upon, though, but he reacts super well, and he nearly gets a third behind it. This should be impossible, and it is impossible. Stenfial on cleanup duty as Bait get ever closer.
Whew, this is be a little bit tricky here. 12-7. They just need one more round here. Fnatic. They don't have a lot of money to work with either. That dreadful 5-7 round is coming back to haunt them. Oh, they were building a bit of a comeback. We were getting our hopes up. We're starting to, you know, spin a little narrative. We're trying to you know, construct a way in which Fnatic could make the comeback happen. But I don't know. Suddenly, you know, cold water dashed in your face again. It's looking rough.
It's true. Tough predicament for them. Looks like we're in a bit of a tech pause, though, so that'll at least kind of halt what we were thinking about what was going to happen, maybe, being the potential beginning of the end, considering, look what we got. Double Mac 10, a Tech 9, and what, 2 PT50s? Yeah, it's awkward. It's awful. I mean, we've gone for a good amount of util for Fnatic, which I can actually respect quite a lot. Kind of prioritizing the util, bringing that to kind of the forefront, and then hoping that it's sort of enough to maybe get a bomb plot, maybe be able to find yourself in towards kind of picking up a gun, potentially, too. All of those small things would be lovely, but yeah, unfortunately now we kind of just have to wait. I do hear a lot of typing, though, which generally is a good sign. And there we go. Typing generally means that the issues are being fixed, and in this case, they are.
Yeah. At least they're still there. Nobody stood up. Nobody's got their headsets off. You know, we're all happy about that. So for Fnatic, the roadmap is pretty clear. You know, 5 rounds in a row is what they need. The first one's probably going to be the hardest because they just don't have the weapons. But
yeah,
can be done. We'll see. Grenades landing outside of the B-bomb side. I think Hetrick's already hearing them. He knows that they're out there, and he almost could have got surprised, but instead, he turns it into a double kill for himself. Now the rest are running onto the site here. It looks like it's going to be a complete slaughter because Alex is in position. I can't believe it, but Bates making quick work of this round. Finally, the bomb is going to be planted here, but the after plant is not going to be easy.
No, this is difficult. First taking damage. Crimson is exactly healthy. Again, this one feels like it should be dead. They're grouping up. Sential might be first in terms of the contact, potentially.
Yeah, it looks like
it's probably not cleared.
Crims. Yeah, he's not even looking. They have no idea. Kensasaw just hiding there. Nobody saw him. That's unbelievable. Is now Fear in a 1 versus 3. Smoked off of the plant itself, which means they're going to go tap that bomb. They've got the kit as well. They've got plenty of kits. I don't think he's going to be able to stop this. Flash going over. He's trying to get their line up, but it's not working, and the bomb will be defused. Bait with a win, which means they will take the series in a 2-1 fashion, and Fnatic, those CT sides, betraying them at the end.
Yeah, super effective. I think there's a lot to like there coming through from Bait. Again, in terms of small things like the response, like how well they're able to kind of, I guess, recover from what felt like a not irrecoverable position, but at least a really kind of drastic position for them. So, yeah, tough way for it to kind of fall apart. So credit to Bait. I think there's no two ways about it. They've done a fantastic job of coming back alive and saying, okay, we're far from dead in this game. And I think a lot of credit for me has to be given towards NPR. I think he just does a good job of calling around this side and actually bringing the players back into position of confidence. Headtrick, his numbers look great as well, right? 38, 15, 86 ADR, and a 1.7 rating overall for the series. You can't complain about that.
No, definitely not. Really good stuff. And I must say as well, I mean, I think you're right. Like, on the calling front, I saw a lot more rounds out of Bait where they actually managed to sort of, make some quick decisions. And Fnatic, it was a lot more slow and a lot more hesitant. So, yeah, at the end of the day, Bait coming out a stronger team today.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just Bait, by the way. I am back here again. But it was Headrick who had an insane game, because he had, I think, 5 clutch attempts. He wins, by the way, 3 of them. And all of them are 1v2s or 1v3s. He has an insane game himself here.
Let's go.
And that is a game changer, absolutely. You kind of saw throughout Inferno and here on map 3 that he was a massive game changer. And Bait, they played a wonderful game. It kind of shows as well that they have a bit more time together and they're not setting up a whole new system, unlike Fnatic currently is, where you guys keep saying it's those CT sides where they did struggle.
Yeah, did somebody say your time in NIP doesn't count? I think somebody might have mentioned that before, and I think it's a prime example here with Headtrick. And, the same day that he has a fantastic series, gets an MVP, Rez gets an MVP as well earlier in Kato. It's further proof that the time in NIP is most drastically not counting. And I think for Headtrick, you just love to see him finding his confidence. I think, map number 1 was fantastic. Yes, the whole team sort of quieting down a little bit in map number 2. And I think probably the biggest talking point for me is the what if. If Fnatic had not choked out from being 8-4 up and had some level of a CT side in Inferno, it could and probably should have been a 2-0. But if they had had one bad half of Counter-Strike, they wouldn't have been taking a loss here and eliminated just like that.
Yeah, what a brutal awakening for them. Maybe the rebuild will look better. Maybe they can fix their CT sides. But right now, that is such an easy thing to point to, and it's something that should worry Fnatic. Like, it's hard to go into a game when you know, like, well, our T sides might look good, but we it might not matter, because if we get nothing on that second half, we're just gonna get blown up anyway. So, yeah, that rebuild has to come through really soon for them. That was a rough watch.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But it's it's still the beginning steps for what I would consider a new team. You bring in an IGL, a coach, and an AWPer. Those are 3 massive changes in the team.
True.
You give them some time. I'm sure they'll bounce back, but to those who are not just ready, we had a whole Ukrainian derby here with 7 out of 10. We're going to bring in a couple more from Passion UA up next with Sinners to face them. And at the end of the day as well, Gun 5 and Ecstatic. So, the action's not done just yet, ladies and gents. It, however, does mean that our shift here has come to an end. We're going to be forfeiting the space, giving it over towards now Atro, Hayes, and Overseer up next. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching. Anders and Yokai, it's been a pleasure here. And to everyone else at home, hope you guys have enjoyed. And we'll see you guys soon.
And welcome back, everybody. We are going to be continuing the round of 16, this time with the second shift. My name's Over, joined by Hayes and Atro. And yeah, boys, we've got 2 more games ahead of us. I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to bring. It's going to be, of course, Passion versus Sinners. And these two have been a staple for both Season 1 and 2 here at the CCT. And I got to say, I mean, what are your thoughts here moving into this second game of the day?
I don't know, man. I'm excited. We didn't get to see the full CCT magic in the first 2 best-of-3s because one of them was already going away, right? A forfeit win going there from the Bedboom case and Amcal. But either way, Fnatic and Bait was a great watch, and of course to have like the legendary voices of Anders himself and then Neokane as well joining on up with Nexus in the mix, of course. I'm joking. Was great, right? So that is one hell of a way to start off the day, and now Passion UA Sinners. That's also going to be some new teams, technically, to be taking a look at the rosters, right? Because the roster mania is still giving us more and more to see, even a month into 2025.
Yeah.
First thing I just want to say is, listen, I'm just going to interject here, but you mentioned Anders is casting CCT, and I want to just reflect on how far we've come as CCT.
True.
Now that we have Anders actually working our tournaments, our circuits of events, and I mean, there was a lot of chitter chatter about CCT and the place it has in tier 2, tier 3. I just think we've become incredibly legit, and it's great to have someone like Anders on board.
Oh yeah,
board.
and
So,
don't
just wanna
forget,
make that point.
Hayes. We got the shout out at the HLTV Awards. Thank you for that, Scrawny.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we do we do have Passion UA versus Sinners. Now, you've mentioned the roster changes for Passion. The 2 new players joining them, Topa and Quem, both from Ikla back in the day, from 22 to 24. And of course, I believe Quem was also playing in EC Kiev, to those that remember the legends of old days. Oh. But talk to me with the roster. Talk to me through the roster here, Hayes.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I really like that Passion UA have actually stuck around, because I feel like most orgs, after they get their run at the major, they probably just fold, close the doors, call it a day. But Passion have come back for another season. Of course, there's a couple of forced roster changes here on the team, and some that they just had to try and figure out, because, of course, S Chiller kind of made a point that he didn't actually want to continue to compete. He wasn't able to give the level that his teammates needed. And then, of course, Fear moved on to Fnatic, who we just saw play in the previous series. So a couple of roster changes they had to make, like you say, bringing in Kvem, bringing in Topper as well. I thought Kvem was actually pretty impressive with his driller stint at the RMR. I think Kvem was somebody who definitely deserves to be on a proper team, and we get to see him in a longer term role. And then Topa, I'm not completely sold on him yet. Of course, he came through from Ikla most recently. He's kind of bounced around for a while. He's been recognized as a prospect for a while, but now he's got his opportunity. Now he's got his moment here in a big team with solid teammates, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to have them play once more. I haven't seen them since, season 13, or season 2, series 13 rather, when they were second, but never made it to that very top. But on the other side, we have Sinners. And Atro, you and I think even casted a few times Sinners.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously we've seen them plenty of times with, again, changes of their own as well. Peppo and Zetko. Zetko kind of coming back to Sinners from a little bit of a hiatus. Meanwhile, Peppo, of course, from Sinners Academy, joining them a month ago.
Yeah, and definitely the big question around this Sinner roster now is, can they actually succeed without their main boy, right? With their main man there, or Oscar, as he is going to go away from that opping role. Peppo has got huge shoes to fill, and don't get me wrong, right? You got to see Zetko out here on the head-to-head. He's been a great prospect as well, but he was definitely way more well-known in his last Sinner stun than he was at his time on Sampi. So having had a bit of a slower pace down at his time on Sampi, even though he's still rocking big numbers in firepower departments and opening departments and clutching departments, I still do believe that Zetko needs to pull out big time out here to allow Peppo to actually shine as well, coming through from that academy squad, especially without their main voice in Oscar. So it's going to be really a question to seeing as how Sinners are Sinners going to have any teething issues? Are they going to be able to be a little bit more extra than Passion UA? It all really relies out here on kind of the debut for these playoffs.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Hayes, here, since Atro kind of brought it up, you know, Sinners without Oscar, without a usual firepower. There were a few instances, excuse me, where they had not the best performances, but recently against OG, I think they took a 2-1 victory over them. That was a bit of a surprise, I think, to everybody, but nonetheless, they are pretty solid, seemingly, with the new two players.
So I'll just respond to your question while we watch the veto splash on the screen. You know what? I think Oscar obviously an incredible AWPer, but I also think a team with Oscar in it probably is quite dominated by the way Oscar wants to play, and he gets to take up a lot of space in his team. I think Beastic is a hands-on IGL who wants to be able to completely instill his own vision. And I'm not sure, maybe there's a little, yeah, perhaps like maybe a bit of a clash between him and Oscar. Now Beastic will have a full team where if he says jump, everyone asks how high, and we can see the results speak for themselves. They've won 5 best of 3s in a row. So you know what, I think Oscar's also just getting over the hill now, and it's a good opportunity to bring in some youthfulness. So I'm excited for that change.
And I want to expand on the topic you've already brought up, getting space, kind of letting their players play a bit freely. And this goes for both sides, really, for both Passion and Sinners. But since we do see the map veto ahead of us, we got Train and Inferno, 2 maps that space is basically everything there is on the map when you come down to it. So how is this going to work? How do we see Sinners go up against Passion, who are currently, what, 25th, excuse me, on the leaderboard, while Sinners 46th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which kind of indicates a little bit of a difference. That's why, of course, Passion were also invited. And I think those individual fights, as we smoke it, Atro, I see you are going to be
in. It's a little bit blurry around here, don't worry.
480 pixels. I love it. 360, old YouTube.
More like 10.
All good. Like 10
you can
pixels,
count them.
yeah.
You can really, I mean...
we can see the color grading. That's about it. But I'll leave you two to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Atro and Hayes to take it away. Please enjoy Map 1 Train.
Thank you so much, Tio, for bringing us in. Hayes, we're moving back in, buddy. Train is always on the menu these days, and I'm loving it. I've been absolutely loving seeing more and more of this map. And I don't know, for me, at the very least, personally, it's been such a nice change from Vertigo. It feels... Maybe it's just that novelty. It feels new, but we're jumping straight into it. Sinners are not wasting a second, and Peppo already manages to find the first on Jambo to send us into the SA bomb site and send us with a W push out here from Passion UA, all ready to get the bomb planted in the first 30 seconds.
Popper spots out the second player in towards Pop Dog as well. He'll be able to eliminate him. That's a big frag, a big find there. I think Sinners probably missed their window of opportunity by like 2 or 3 seconds with those players trying to come out of Pop Dog. Maybe if they'd both gone for a big swing, they could have caught Passion still trying to take control towards Ivy and onto Bomb, and then maybe just disrupt the round like that. But Topa catches a glimpse of that first player, gets the kill, spots the second, finishes him off as well. And it's a perfect start here for Passion UA, the team who have picked the map. And you spoke about how you and I have seen this map together. I mean, I've got to cast it a couple times, but this is actually the first time both Sinners and Passion UA are even playing on Train, so that certainly does spice things up.
It does. I mean, Train is coming up right now. Tio kind of mentioned it. It is a very spacey map, right? This is kind of what you have to look forward to. So you need an IGL that has got that head on his shoulders, that can actually guide the team around, and maybe even micromanage a little bit. So with Beastic there, look at how they're calling this one out. It's a full rush down through main, and it will be Jacasmo managing to take down 3 of them. But still, 2 kills into a full USP round. If Shock finds another, this is a great eco coming through out here for Sinners, or even if they actually just save away these guns, it's not going to be half bad. But this is a map in which you do require a lot of space, a lot of timings, especially when it comes down to your CT side, and I'm just looking forward to it because it's such a different map as well when it comes to, contrary to Inferno, as Tio was pointing it out. In the op department, right? On Train, you can AWP so much easier and have a much better time over towards Connector, over towards the holes, with that AWP, with that scope, rather than on Inferno, where you kind of struggle a couple of times. And now, I'm just...
Yeah, I mean, the map is heavily dominated by snipers. I think it's important on both T side and CT side. This is getting ugly very quickly, though. This was a full eco for Sinners, where they just run it down into A main, wreak some havoc. Bomb was dropped in the stairs, and they're now going to completely leave the bomb altogether. Oh, this is going to take a good chunk of time out of the clock, and Sinners are actually in a realistic position to win the round for me. I really like how they've refaced here, repositioned in the round now. Scout's going to find a kill. And what does Topa even do? He's 28 seconds. He's still waiting for somebody to commit to the push through brown holes. There's no one there, mate.
There is no one there. It's only Peppo left down towards connector, waiting for Topa to get through. If there is one time you need to make your debut, Topa, it's now. Out here for Passion UA, getting on and moving in towards with 10 seconds. He's gonna Molotov off connector, but if Peppo just buys enough time here, he does go down 5 seconds. You gotta plant, and Shock is just waiting for that opportunity. Golden it is, and he does take him down even before the bomb gets planted. That is Sinners on a full USP round and a quad kill out of Shock. Wow.
Yeah, that is a disastrous round for Passion UA to lose after having won a convincing pistol just before that, man. Their map pick, their first round that they've played here in 2025, pistol looks great, and then they lose to USPs. That math doesn't really check out. Now they're going to have to full force in response. It's upgraded pistols, and what a huge opportunity for Sinners. And we haven't really been able to talk too much about Mikey leaving the team as well. We obviously focused on Oscar for understandable and obvious reasons, but we have an anti-eco. Probably a good idea to just talk a bit more about Mikey and the fact that they've brought Zedco back into his place, because probably something worth discussing here in this round as well, considering it's a force here for Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Zetko, we all remember his time back from like 2020 up until 2023, right? Managing to, him and Oscar being kind of that deadly duo of Sinners that took them to really high highs. And now I'm just hoping that he does manage to recreate that with his kind of home team, with the one that made his name who he is right now. With Shock still there as well, with Morishko still back in, Beastic still being his IGL. I do definitely think that this is a roster that can bloom once more, but a lot of it really will rely on Peppo, don't you think? Like, it's a lot of pressure to have on an Academy player that has just moved up right here, with Sinners Academy not having all of those achievements made either, right? I mean, whenever you're thinking about Academy teams, Sinners wasn't necessarily the first one you'd think of.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not like he'd even played in that Academy team in huge amounts either. I think he was in it for a few months, as we see Sinners just cleaning up here against the Force Spy. Topa with the Desert Eagle is going to try and see if he can find some sort of a recovery in the round, but with the time on the clock, this one's as good as done. Saving not ideal either, so I guess maybe I draw some blood and then die afterward, but he will just do the latter.
Oh my god, he's going for the knife.
Cue the Jaws music. Yeah, there we go. That's why I'm saying cue the Jaws music, because Morisco's creeping up behind him. That's going to be a lovely kill for Morisco, padding up the bank. But yeah, I agree with you heavily that Peppo is going to be a massive variable and an important factor here for the Sinners team if they're going to find success. And it's not like we saw much of him in the Academy team. So I guess it's a bit of a gamble, right? Like, they've certainly done the eye test on him, but it's not like he's a proven prospect.
Yeah, exactly. So it's his time to prove himself. Oh, and we get a B-Stick Mathematics, so this just is gonna give us time to go for a little bit of a podcast here, I guess. This has been happening a lot recently, though. I don't know if you've actually managed to see it, but I've been getting almost every single best of 3 I've gone to cast at least 1 or 2 disconnects. Like, I thought it would be getting better, but remotely it's just getting worse. I don't know.
Yeah, I've also noticed a couple disconnects out and about at the moment. Generally, it's been like non-game related though, internet or mouse problem or something or the other. Hopefully, it's not to do with the stability of the game itself.
I've seen a lot of crashes, just straight up crashes and forced restarts. Yeah. I haven't experienced any, thankfully, but
yeah.
Either way, I do believe that there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Peppo, but this is kind of when it's that 50-50 chance you take on a player, right? Is he either going to go absolutely insane and be like a Burmilov situation, which everybody kind of believes in him, and he is managing to cement himself as a really good and skilled opper that kind of just takes up on the scene? Or is it one of those cases where the pressure's kind of too much, the experience not really there, and the support, while it is there from his players and from his teammates, maybe he doesn't fully feel it, so he doesn't get to show his A game and just can't really come up to the fight? It's going to be interesting to see how his career is going to proceed, however, though. I feel like with this change kind of puts eyes on it.
I mean, he's surrounded by some incredible players here in the Sinners team. And you know what? Let's just talk about Zedco. You know, I like Zedco and Sampi. I think Zedco was one of the core reasons that Sampi was actually decently successful in the second half of last year. I feel like he actually put up some really good performances, a 1.07 rating, an average rating across the board for his time in Sampi. I mean, I feel like that's pretty respectable, honestly, especially with a team where not like he's got the strongest fraggers around him, right? He's got decent players, but he was probably like the best player on that team. And I'm just really happy to see him returning to Sinners once again. Because remember how long he was in Sinners before that? It was like 4 years. And I remember it was a big deal for Sinners to actually say goodbye to Zedko because of how much they valued him and what a big part of the org he was. So it's almost like sometimes you think the grass is green on the other side, you go back, you check it out, and it just was maybe the way the light was hitting it or something. It's not actually the case, and you realize what you once had. And now he's gone back to his ex, but hopefully this time they'll actually work it out properly.
Yeah, hopefully communication's still good and maybe better than last time, because doing that, you never know how it actually will pan out until you get to go through that early phase and check everything out, right? So it will be very interesting to see Zedko back in. But you were mentioning the 1.7 rating he had on Stampy. That, to me, the instant thought that I had was, there's that Oscar replacement, right? That's the guy that we're going to be focusing our eyes upon in this Sinner roster, being like, okay, who's going to be the X Factor? It has to be Zedko. If no one from the team performs on a day, if they're just having a slow one, it's got to be him, right? So I think he's used to the pressure. I think he's used to the anticipation that a lot of people put on him. But it's just going to be more fun now to see him alongside shooters like Shock, people like Beestick, to be able to be a bit more aggressive, kind of let loose.
I do kind of look at the Sinners roster though, and I kind of think to myself, like, who's the star player? Like, you mentioned Zedko maybe. He's never really known to be a star player though, right? Shock isn't either. Marisco's also like a role player. Then you've got Beestick, the IGL. That's why Oscar was like, okay, that's the heavy hitting player in the Sinners roster. I think Marisco might actually be able to kind of eventually fulfill that role. Maybe I've seen some potential from him, but I probably agree with you that Beestick is the more likely contender, and it would be cool to see him develop into that role as well, having been a role player, opening fragger, you know, an important cog in the setup. But maybe we just give him a bit more of the spotlight, right? Maybe we set him up a bit more because he is a very talented rifler.
Yeah, he is. It would be a very interesting Nemanja-esque situation, wouldn't it, right? From Zero Tenacity back in 2024. Of just let the IGL run rampant and let's see what he's going to bring to the table. And suddenly you shoot up in the rankings, right? I do realize, though, while we've been going on and talking, people probably don't have any idea why Beestick has actually disconnected. It is apparently a game crash. But then an internet
I thought he
issue
wanted
at
us
the
to have a
same
little
time.
podcast mode here to talk about his team. I always had it wrong the whole time.
Yeah, but it should be fine. He's restarting his router, and we should be getting back in game. So back to our little podcast. Until then, we've been talking a little bit about Sinners. How do you feel about Passion UA right now? Because with two new players, I don't know. I mean,
I'm a little bit up in the air. I think, I mean, it's not like they chose to make these changes, but they're like, cool, we did well last season, but let's upgrade here to do even better in 2025. Losing Fear would obviously be a huge loss for this team. Do we know who the IGL is? Is it Topa? That's like what I'm assuming.
I think so.
I'm not actually entirely sure though. Let's have a look on Wikipedia.
Yeah, you check that out. Because I do feel like it should be Topa in theory, but Topa also, you guys didn't mention it, so I didn't really bring it up. But he left ECLA back in like February of 2024, so he had an entire year where he wasn't with a team, he wasn't practicing.
Not actually active, fair enough. And I can confirm he actually is the IGL, so just, as I speculated, that is Topa. But yeah, you're right, going back and having a look at his games. I mean, he stood in a couple times, he played in like a Whopper mix and stood in for FavBet, but you're right, it's like he only played 3 or 4 games between that period where he left ECLA and has now joined Passion UA. So it's going to be quite interesting to see him as an IGL. Like, has he kept up with the scene, how things have been moving and changing, how sharp is he as an individual as well. So I'm glad you raised that point.
Yeah. Well, here we are, though, back in the server. Should be good now. Coming through into round number 4, Sinners and Passion UA resume. And we go into another full eco out here for Passion UA. So I think I kind of brought the hype in the wrong ground. I didn't even take a look at the buy. Was focused on our little conversation here that, yeah, Passion UA, I don't believe there's going to be another wild pistol round. I could always be proven wrong, of course, but with 2 MP9s on the deck out here for Sinners, it should be quite straightforward to try to get to round number 5 here.
Yeah, you'd imagine as much. Pretty much as easy as it gets. Would you rather play against 5 USPs or 5 Glocks, bro?
I would rather play... Ooh. I would rather play against 5 blocks actually, just because I could keep them at range a little bit, even if I only had a USP or something. Here comes the complete wipe down, right? Because that's exactly what you can do when you're up against the Glocks. You feel like, okay, they're just water pistols if I go 5 meters in front of them. So if I just don't get into like close range, I should be fine. And that's exactly what happens here for Sinners. Would you rather go up against USPs?
Yeah, it's a difficult one to say.
Depends on the
I
map,
think
kinda.
that's also where I was gonna go with it now as well. I'm like, on a map like Train, probably 5 blocks, I guess. So yeah, I'll stick with you on that one. Sinners, good start here for them as they go up 3-1 after losing the pistol. Now we get to feast on the first full gun round though.
Yes, we do. AWP on Peppo. It's the debut out here for him on the main Sinners team, and the odds are in his favor. 1.5 for Sinners, 2.4 right now in round number 5 for Passion UA. Definitely check out our partners over at Stake if you do want to actually bet on over to the games, but Shock is betting with his life there. Does try to spam down onto Zero Fix, and it is going to be B-Stick to clean him up. 4v5 off the bat. And just a quick little warning, be sure if you do want to bet on over at Stake and use our partner code CCT, be sure to be over the age of 18 and be betting responsibly. Don't bet before to lose. Okay. Hayes, 4v5.
Yes, sir.
Passion UA are trying to get themselves into B holes, and Shock is not letting them.
Yeah, that's a really good start here for Sinners in this all-important gun round, man. Opening frags found, power of the AK there at the disposal of Shock as well. Passion UA have just been thinned out, and like we've already mentioned a couple times, this is the first game of the year for Passion UA, playing up against the Sinners who are in red-hot form. Now, say what you want about scrims and practicing and dry runs and all the rest, but nothing hits the same as actually being in an official server playing against a team who are playing to win and not playing to try and learn or grow. So yeah, it's not entirely surprising right now. Over did say he expected Sinners to actually be the team to come out on top, so see if that'll prove to be the case here. Shock unchecked towards the back of the bomb site. Nice angle to find the first frag. Peepo gets in on the action as well, and the bomb plot will be denied. All 5 players stay alive. That's a great return for Sinners.
That is beautiful. 5 man save out here for the CT side. And actually towards the latter end of that 3v5, you get to see that nade blow open from connector in towards Oil Rig. The smoke from it kind of stops Shock from being spotted, so he gets that frag towards stairs. It's just a nice little detail that, even if it was wanted or not, does manage to go on to the favor of Sinners. And 4-1, we should be getting to see the CT side actually smacking through with a couple of these rounds. I mean, I don't see this momentum going away anytime soon, especially with them finding every single opening frag so far.
Yeah, I mean, all the signs look really good for Sinners so far. Passion UA need to inflict some damage, man. Can't allow for the CT side economy to just boil over like this.
Yeah.
Anti-cash, open play for Peepo. They're going to group up with 4 towards Ivy, which is actually a pretty good read when you look at the way that Sinners are set up right now. There's a lot of space being offered up to them on that side of the map.
Important part here is, though, not make any noise away from that smoke. They do disrespect it. They send in Jambo to kind of be the decoy player there, just in case someone is holding Ivy, but no one is. So Kevin starts taking the lead. Spearhead ready to move into the A-bomb site. And they do have the Eagles. There is that one-shot possibility, right? All of them are going to be looking for headshots. Morichko needs to deny. Good for the first. How many does he expect? Second found, and the third as well taken down. USP brought around, and Morichko is as clean as they get. Quad kill out of him. And it's another 5-man save from the CT side. Look at how much cash they're stacking up. Shock is almost maxed out.
Yeah, it's going to start to get out of control if Sinners win this next gun round. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now with this entire situation. If we do see Sinners win this next gun round here, then I reckon Passion UA are in some big trouble. So now's the time that they have to try and change things up and figure out a solution. What is that change up going to be? It's not a change of pace directly. It's just to try and find some early control. Open play for Jambo as well. Let's keep that in mind.
Ooh, this is smart from top, but this is something that I haven't seen too much. People breaking open that window so the smoke actually goes long and towards Pop Dog and doesn't stop them in the stairs. That is a good counter for that CT smoke. But Sinners haven't thrown it yet. Topa just holding down the line. Finds Morisco. Does he expect Zetko there as well? Peppo on the timing. Finds Kevin. Zetko good for 2 on stairs. And suddenly, while Passion UA were having all that space, all of that advantage, they dropped it in a single second. Oh. That's tough.
That is far less than ideal.
Yeah.
That is far less than ideal, and I love the way that Sinners are taking that initiative, right? The way that they're forcing the fights onto Passion UA. They've got the confidence behind them, and they know Passion UA playing this map in the practice server. So just throw some chaos into the equation, how it balances out, and well, at the moment, the scales are tipped in their favor. 3v2, Orcas narrowly missing each other. Pipo probably could have taken a slightly, maybe an extra second there to line up the shot, but now at least they know what's going on, and you know what? They'll still find the frag anyway. Shock finishes it off, and Sinners are running away with Train.
Oh, he... yeah, well, with the cash they have, I don't even know why I'm surprised he chooses the AK over the AWP there, as they do buy back in. Passion UA, good tactical timeout here to kind of talk a little bit about it. But yeah, this round completely falls apart. I mean, think about it. It started as a 3v5, and then poof, just comes right back up to bite them. And that, you made a point into that one, which is that Passion UA have been playing only on scrims onto Train here. I want to reinforce that point. How do you feel about the confidence of Topa deciding to tell his coach and his team, you know what, guys, our first debut game of the year, we're going on Train, you know? Like, the core haven't really had a lot of time. They want to take Sinners by surprise, I get it, but do they have all that confidence to be going on Train?
Thing is, what map would they have confidence in? Because it's not like you can really carry much over from the previous core if you've got a new IGL, right? So I think they're probably also looking to figure out what their map pool actually is going to be here, where their strengths and weaknesses genuinely lie. And I think they look at Train the same way they look at Mirage, even though Mirage was such a good map for them with the previous team. That was with Fear calling, right? That was with S Chiller in the mix as well. I think he used to play Catwalk, he was a strong Catwalk player. So I think they're probably just trying to take a fresh approach to 2025 instead of trying to carry too much over from the previous team. That's a guess.
Maybe. I mean, it would make the most sense in the narrative that you're putting down here, but there could also be that case of just wanting to play to your opponent's weaknesses, right? And if you don't know what those are, Train is kind of the safest bet, right? Going on down to a first map played in the year kind of thing. However, Passion UA, they did lose that important round that you were talking for Sinners, right? That it starts getting out of control. They managed to take that previous gun round away, and there's few chances for them to actually stop them anymore. As the CT side is just going to start rolling on through, it's going to be Passion UA trying to leave Topa as a bit of a flanker, a bit of a smoke setup, as the rest of them are moving in through CT spawn. Train on the angle is Beastick though. Paul flashed on in. Let's see if Jacasmo clears him. Should be able to, but I love the off angle. Beastick finds the first one. Kevin almost out of the fight as well. Does manage to actually win out his 1v1, however. But Zetko cleans it back up. And yeah, they're just running into these guns. It's the firepower advantage there. It's no flashes, no utility for the T side. They were trying to get some space, but at the end of that round, it was always Sinners to take it.
Yeah, this is really convincing. I mean, sure, that wasn't really a round we expected a huge amount from the T side, but Sinners are just winning these rounds so convincingly, especially when you just look at the numbers they're keeping alive. Like, let's even add up the kills that Passion UA have gotten in 8 rounds. What? 7, 12, 13, 15 kills in 8 rounds. They're averaging less than 2 frags a round right now. That's a problem.
Yeah, and then you look on the other side of the server, right, and everybody's popping off, not just 1 or 2 individuals that are carrying. No, it's everyone right now on 8 to 6 kills. And finally, some oomph in the pushing, right? Passion UA get back to that pistol round and try to be a little bit more aggressive. Kevin, the only one doing it, however, was a great bait for the team, but doesn't really buy up any space. Passion UA, they found themselves into B halls, sure, but look at Sinners. They've taken so much space. They've got main control. They've used up a lot of smokes, a lot of utility. But it all comes down to these flashes pushing, coming through for Pep up against Peppo. Molotov goes down onto connector. Does it stop him? Yes, it does. Peppo repositions, allows him to get to the bomb site. It's going to be up to him and Shock to try to buy up some time until the cavalry arrives. And looking down towards heaven, you need to find the first one. Bomb already planted. Another smoke down there. Shock almost taken out, and Peppo out in the open is going to fall. Jambo finds the first and leaves us to a 3v4 that I do believe Sinners might actually be reckoning for a save, but then they take a look at the money and they say we don't need to save anything, we'll just go for it. After time remaining, we're trying to get a move on, but Sinners are really slowing this one down. Remember, it's a 3v3, so they gotta send in some sacrifices, trying to take these duels. A good headshot from Zetko, but it doesn't buy enough time. Passion away. I think they've gone away with their Beastic, last man standing, and he will fall as Passion put up their second round on the board here.
Again, they needed that as well. Just a little bit more oomph coming through there from there. I don't know, oomph, I guess that's actually a South African, like, Afrikaans term. Is that a thing? Have you heard oomph before?
Yeah, I just mentioned it in the previous round.
Oh, well that's, maybe that's what actually just like planted the seed in my brain and I didn't necessarily catch that. Because it kind of sounds Afrikaans in its terminology, but
yeah.
Either way, yeah, thanks, there we go, just educating me. But good round from Passion, just able to combine nicely there as a team, clear out the B-bomb site successfully, trade where necessary, to show a little bit more vigor, a little bit more intention, but there has to be more where that came from.
Yeah, there has to be, right? It can't just be a one and done kind of round, but I feel like the term, I don't know, I think I've used I think it was like a British thing I heard back, or not a British thing necessarily, just an English thing, but I don't think there's something like that in Romanian, but I definitely think it's a good overall term for what Passion UA kind of need right now, because it's not sheer aggressiveness that they need, it's not just blindly rushing through smokes and flashes hoping you're able to win out duels, because so far the individuals are getting kind of overwhelmed by Sinners. So the where it has to come from has to be, I think, team play. Passion UA have got to just execute a little bit more together, because we've seen them try to find a lot of one-off frags, a lot of early advantages, and instead, because of that, look, it's instances like this where ZeroFix is just trying to get a little bit of info, and it just doesn't work out well because they're winning out the duels. Sinners are the ones taking them down.
And this was just what I was referencing now as well, saying Passion UA absolutely can't afford for this to happen, where they win a round and then lose a round immediately afterwards, but they've been picked apart initially, and then they kind of feel compelled to force the issue and see if they can find a way back into the round. Jambo should get Beastic, he does. At least there's some damage done, has to be more, but continues to charge forward, people will deal with him. And, well, Passion UA, looks like they're going to be slapped straight back down to square one.
Chikasmo, 1v3 clutch attempt. You have to make it. You have to give it to your team, and he's already found one. Shock. At the front of Pop Dog, waiting for just the angle to be crossed. Chikasmo on 15 HP, thinks twice about it though, doesn't want to jump in the wide open space of A. And with 40 seconds remaining as well, he can just walk all the way back around to Ivy, back around to B, wherever he'd like to. But quick rotations out of Shock, and Morishko's already pushing him. This is the perfect play out here for Sinners in a 2v1. You spotted him out, Shock runs away, and you've got a player right behind him just trying to catch him up. The flash buys up the timer here. 25 seconds, and Chikasmo doesn't die. 1 HP remaining. He needs to pre-fire, needs to connect the headshot if he wants this round, and he hasn't. Nice try coming through from Chikasmo. But Sinners, again, they play that one beautifully.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way Pipo is going about his business as well. I wonder if he's being micromanaged right now in terms of where he's positioning himself throughout the rounds, or if he is having some sort of a say, because he's constantly where the action's going down. Opening frag found in brown holes, then shifts across back to A, continues to churn some kills out there.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, looking good, right? First time we're getting to see him in the server, and well, I'm impressed by what I've seen.
So far, 100% agree. I mean, it's been not the easiest the shots he's been hitting either, right? So, if he's going to be a bit more of a combat opera, I'd love to see him continue like this. But Topa, I think he stopped with the funny business. He's starting to move a bit faster now. Zetko, the only one on the bomb side, waiting for the Tech-9s to rush him down as well. ZeroFix is going to do exactly that, pre-firing away, connects. And that's scary, man. A rushing Tech-9 at you, and you can't even stop it. ZeroFix picks up the A1S, and now it's only Shock left in a 1v3. A much better round for Passion UA, and it comes through in the form of an eco. Once more, it looks like the pistols are the saving grace out here for the T side, but it's not over just yet. It's Shock versus the world, 1v3, and barrel spotted onto Olaf. Oh, Topa's a dead man walking already, but the rest of his team has got to help him out. Oh, beautiful tap all over to ZeroFix already, but Kevin was trained on the angle, and that is Passion UA still running away with the round.
Yeah, Topa just repositions himself smartly there. Wasn't actually expected to be playing in that angle or in that specific position. Passion UA get themselves a third, a necessary third. I'm wondering though, is 3 enough? Or do they need a 4th round here?
I think they might need it, right? Because on the 3rd, you leave yourself at a 9-3, you get the pistol round, the best you can hope for is really a 9-6. Whereas we take a look on down from an 8-4, you win the pistol round, and then the conversion after that, and you've got chances for an 8-7, 8-8, right? It's a much bigger shot, a much bigger change. Kevin, a couple of missed utilities over there, sadly for him. But he stays alive, it's fine. Last round of the first half. We'll see, Hayes. Yeah, we'll see who actually takes this one away, because it's important. Morishko trying to play anti-flash, takes himself down on that peak. Kevin, easy frag to pick up. But even with the man advantage, even though Passionway haven't had too many advantages so far, I think they might just lose it. Oh. Or not. Zetko just tucks himself in the corner. I thought he would just run through the smoke there.
Well, it looks like they're going to head in towards the C bomb site, and Sinners have been able to push into A main, so they've got a lot of information at their disposal right now. So, very well set up by the CT side to deal with what's going in towards B. Util raining on in. Can Sinners find the kills? That is the big question right now. Pipo's missed his shot. Doc is in a strong corner. Going to be a strong double swing, though. Pipo will connect on the follow-up. Kills continue to go back and forth. The man advantage will persist, but oh, Zedko, he has to now clutch. He has to get both these frags, and the player's jumping in his direction. He will. Down to the 1v1. Yambo has an AWP. He's connected, but he hasn't been able to finish off the frag. Nade will do a healthy amount of damage to Jambo. Zedko doesn't have any further utility, and you know what? Jambo's picked up he's got an HE. Oh, Zedko, there's no way, right? There's no way.
Nade thrown, surely. Nade thrown.
Tucked in. Nade comes through. No! How has he not thrown it?
Jambo! That's why I thought he was waiting. Surely he knows he connects that shot through the wall. Just bring out the USP or the pistol, the sidearm, whatever it might be, and just run at him. Or just send a nade, right? Oh, and what a sigh of relief there from Zetko's face cam as well.
It seemed like Jambo knew he legged Zedko, because he pulls the pistol out straight after he connects on the shot, and then he goes back to the AWP. I don't know if he was just a bit timid, but really banking on Zedko having tapped the defuse and not actually be sticking it was a huge gamble and probably not necessary.
And you know what's wild also, Hayes, is that is the first round in 12 rounds where we get to see a bomb actually be defused. So, Passion away, that entire city side, it was just kills after kills after kills after kills. Sinners right now, if they keep that going into their T side, this map might be over quite quickly. Or maybe not. I might have spoken a bit
Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. Let's not get on the roller coaster ride just yet. There's still a chance here for Sinners potentially. There's still a chance here. 2 versus 2. Jacasmo gets a really important kill combined with his own self-thrown flash there. That means B-Stick is left alone. He has the bomb in his back though, and he might actually be able to win this foot race to the B-bomb site. Not that there's even a race right now, so bomb plant's going to come through for free. What else might he be able to get from this?
I'm trying to look at his IRL monitor right now as he's trying to peek on in. He has no information right now. So he's got to stay worried about CT as well. As the players coming through Con, he's heard them move already. USP spotted, and he's seen both of them. He's trying to play through Oil Rig, but now that he's been known, he's got to play this one tough. There is going to be that 1v2 coming through. Jacasmo spotted as well on the push. The Glock looks for a headshot. Can't connect on any, sadly, though, for him. And that will be the pistol round out here for Passion UA. Very important out here for PUA, as they do manage to take it.
Yeah, that's a big round coming through there for Passion. Absolutely necessary. The irony, though, is that they've now won both pistol rounds here on train. So,
yeah,
doesn't really paint a great picture for them, considering the fact they're down 9-4 right now. And it actually looks like Sinners are going to go... Nope, never mind. I was going to say go for a full save and invest in the next, but they want to try and keep up as much pressure as possible. They don't want to give any free rounds away. Heavy emphasis on utility. Have a look at that, Afro. Most teams go like 4 Galils, 1 player util. They've won 2 Galils and then basically 3 full sets of util to complement the firepower.
I think this is perfect, right? Because it's train after all. This is a map like Anubis, in which onto your T side, if you do have the util, you can just fully execute on a bomb site and take complete control over it with just a couple. You don't even need that entry frag, really. You just need the smokes to be laid on down, and onto B at the very least, you can go all over into the bomb site, plant the bomb without even seeing the enemy. So if Sinners do try to go for that, then I think it's going to work out just fine. But if they won't, this round is going to get a bit tougher. But also, I think in the current meta, we're gonna get to see a lot more force buys out of the T side now that the FAMAS has been changed. Because there might be that thing of, you know, they've umped up the CT side economy. They've managed to bring it back down to a reliable second rifle now that's not over 2K. So those Galils are gonna start getting challenged. We're gonna get to see a lot more of Galil versus FAMAS, I think.
It's probably a good shout. I mean, I'm happy that we have seen that change come through, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it actually impacts the way that the game plays. It was a much needed sort of adjustment. Now we just need to run the numbers and see how it actually ends up taking effect. As this round's about to take effect to Casmo.
There it is.
Is that FAMAS able to find a good opening frag? How does he avoid the trade? In fact, doesn't even look like the T-side want to force the trade. Good gunfight being won out by Passion UA here on the front lines of the battle.
Oh, Marushka does get out with one though. Kevin fights a reloading Deagle, and now Shock left in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. Nothing left to do but try to save, or surely try to find a couple of extra frags, but he will run away. And that is Passion UA on a very important second round out here of the half, because that gets them to 5-9. Next up is going to be 6-9. There will be an eco coming through from the T side. And then the discussion that I was having with you in the previous half is going to come alive, right? What a difference would it have been had the half gone 8-4? Right now, could have been an even Stevens 8-7 or an 8-8.
Yeah, true. And that might be the difference maker ultimately if Sinners can get this show on the road here coming into the gun round after this eco. But at least Passion UA are giving themselves a fighting chance. I mean, remember, Jambo is an incredible AWPer, and there's certainly going to be many a map where on train where he goes and dominates his opponents and basically just win like the CT side by himself for his team. Stake not really giving Passion UA a huge chance, but haven't completely closed the doors on the comeback.
Yeah, and I don't know about your experience so far with Train and CT sides, but for me, it's been incredible. I've seen 9 3s, I've seen 10 2s coming back in that CT side. So, people have still been wondering, is it a CT side map, is it a T side map? In my mind, right now, in the current meta, there's not even a question. It is completely CT sided.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Absolutely. There's a good cleanup coming through here from Passion UA as well, keeping all 5 players alive, healthy boost their economy, and the newly formed team, or recently adjusted team, I guess, having had to replace 2 players, able to now kind of show us what they have up their sleeve. The question is, how far can they take it from here?
Speaking of newly reformed, right, we're going to be going into the full gun versus the full gun, but I do want to hear your 2 thoughts real quick about Kevin as well, right? As a player himself, he showed great promise onto Drillas. He was playing even before that, back on some pretty decent rosters. As an individual, do you see him being able to step up and be like an X factor out here to Passion UA?
Yeah, I do. I really do. I think I've seen enough from him to lead me to believe that this guy does have what it takes to compete with the big boys. Oh, Ecstatic. Oh, I was going to say, great timing on the swing. Nearly misses the opportunity, but he will still be able to come away with the frag.
Yeah, that jump from Zerofix punishes him into the grave. Leaves us into 3 people holding still onto the A-bomb site. Sinners right now could completely rotate around, which is also a very important part of your T side. If you are playing on train, you need to be ready to play a lot of fast mid rounds. You need to be ready to go for a lot of rotates, because you do have that available out here on this map, especially with the addition of the opened up pop dog, but also down towards connector. If you find yourself onto the A-bomb site somehow, it does allow for a lot of fast plays and a lot of fast rotates. Passion UA, however, they're thinking about that possibility, yet they would much rather play on a full A stack and just try to play retake into B. So they've sent in 4 players there. They still are lacking information.
That's a good kill, but it's only one of many required here. Since they've been able to get themselves into the beach, bomb just being peppered down by Passion UA. No respect here from Passion. They're not going to give up this bomb site. They're fighting it tooth and nail right now, and people realize he's probably going to have to go for a swing here, try and force a fight before he tries to get across into the bomb site, but not even that's going to be allowed. Ecstatic, the player who started the round, has to try and finish it as well, and he comes incredibly close. It's actually only Topa left with half health. Great effort from Beatstick, but ultimately one that goes in vain.
Yeah, IGL battle there got very tense, very scary, and really quickly indeed. Well played there from Beatstick either way, in a 1v3 to still take down 2. And yeah, Zero Fix opens that entire round up, but you got to see, right, how both of the teams really slowed it down. They were trying to figure each other out in the last 30 seconds. Sinners just start getting a move on in towards that B bomb site, and it was already by then too late. You're getting to see the POV as well. Yeah, Beastic so close. That first bullet accuracy, if it would have connected, would have been managing to find that clutch. But now, we get to see a faster round, a faster gun played, and apparently this one's the one that's working even better than all of them so far on this T side. Sinners running through Olaf, managed to get through main, find themselves on the bomb side, pick up guns, and even take down Kevin. This is dangerous out here for Passion US. They've been managing to win out everything so far. They're falling to the Tech 9s out here, Hayes.
Yeah, that is an incredible round out of Marisco, man. I mean, sure, he was the one who got gifted the M4 after Shock finds that frag or B-stick, regardless. Marisco picks up the M4, and then he just mows down 2 to lock him around. Do you recall a single round in the first half where Passion UA went for something similar to that? Because I don't think we really ever saw any fast-paced plays coming through from them in that first half.
No, besides that one time they had like 4 Glocks and a Deagle, and they tried to go in towards B fast, and got absolutely decimated because of it. I don't necessarily recall anything like that, no. What I do recall, however, is Sinners pulling this exact stunt in the previous round, in the previous half as well, when they're on 5 USPs. They push down through main, and they kind of just swap the sides. So, they have figured out something about Train that Topa is still trying to wrap his head around.
Alright, well, let's see if he can wrap his head around a way to win this round, because... well, if they lose this, then it's almost like the map is certainly over at that point. Sinners... oh, yeah, I was going to say, maybe have to extinguish the molly, but that gets done for them by the CT side, and Epo doesn't actually take too much damage, so that's alright. Like I was saying, though, Passion, they have to win this here, Atro. Lose this round, 11-7, no money, 12-7. Not sure if you're coming back.
Good movement out of Topa, though, to get out of harm's way. Shock was already on his angle. Shock, by the way, we haven't mentioned him enough. 14 and 8. He has been an absolute just beast out here, behemoth for Sinners. But everybody has. Everybody is equal, everybody's scary. Sinners are all shooting on all of their frontiers right now. But we are going to be jumping to a bit of a default out here for the T side, trying to take a little bit of information. Shock's all over the map. Still Sinners aiming up for that A-bomb side. It's going to turn out into a brawl. It's going to be an all-out dogfight.
But yeah, and Passion UA are pretty well poised to deal with it, right? Because they've got 4 players here. It's all about the usual usage. Molly going to be forcing Chem out into the open. Marisco's found Jacasmo. I was going to say it's a pretty tough take here for Sinners, but it's proving to be pretty damn good right now. And, well, Mystic might be running into some trouble here. And there we go. At least he gets the info, and Zedko's able to find a kill in return. Topa hits the deck. Fix now, and Jambo to try and save the day.
And one connector, one on Ivy. These are opposite parts of the retake that you want to have, especially finding people right now on the jump. He goes for the peak. So aggressive, people. But again, it's the combat opping that allows him to get out with the round and with his life as well. Zero Fix forced and poised to save. And this is Sinners on 11 indeed. Man, and it's like you saw into the future. You called it out, right? It has to be the utility pushing there. And they just used up 2 pieces of util, a Molotov and a Flash, to completely open up that bomb site. Look at this, yeah? Kevin gets found out.
Perfect,
that
guys.
Flash still persists. Yeah, and they just go in.
That was beautiful. Good awareness from Marisco and to also not be sucked into the gunfight there onto Kvem. Waiting for someone to peek gap and finding that kill locks in the round. No gun saved for the CT side. Which means Sinners getting themselves up to map point is ripe for the taking.
Oh yeah. And then you have to bring up the point again, which, I mean, Tio is going to be forced to make as well. This was Passion UA's map pick. So if Sinners run away with like a 13-7 or a 13-9, this turns really scary for Passion UA in the next map up as well. But before we get there, Peppo is taking them down with the Deagle rather than the Skull. My goodness, finds 2 in that instance.
They know where the last player is as well, so no chance yet for Topa to cause any havoc, and that is going to be Sinners toppling Passion UA as they get the 12-7. Let me not speak too soon. Job is not done. There's still a round to be won. Passion UA have to win 5 in a row from here to force OT. Afro seems unlikely, but it's not impossible.
It's not. I mean, Neo was mentioning it in the previous best of 3, which was, you know, 5 rounds in MR13 is not impossible. Not that much, man. It basically is just 2 or 3 good, well, 2 full buys and 1 force buy, really, to think about it. Which is definitely in the realm of possibility out here for both of these teams, but it all depends on these entries, and Zedko, oh, just sideswipes Jambo out of existence, and then it's Peppo to kind of back him up there. Next kill up is Morishko, and that, I think, Hayes, is how we end it.
I'm afraid so. Honestly, I'm afraid so. It's been an uneventful showing from Passion UA here. Experiment top, but can they find a way to save the day? The 2 most recent additions here to see if they can potentially keep Passion UA alive for a little bit longer. But it doesn't seem like the bomb going to be scurried across into that A bomb site. And now it's mission impossible here.
Don't even have a defuse kit out here to work with. Just 2 smokes and a flash. That flash has to be godly if you want to give Toppa the opportunity to find an opening frag, but he decides to just dry peek in, and Zetko shows why he was brought back. 20 and 11, top fragging in the server, but not the only one. Right now, everyone out of Sinners absolutely performed. GG's out here on map number 1. Train gets taken over with a vengeance out here from Sinners as Passion UA's map pick goes down. Hayes, that was definitely maybe not the performance we were expecting out of PUA, but
yeah,
definitely
am I
one
not
that
mistaken in saying we're throwing this to over now? Is there a reason we want to come to all 3 of us?
Yeah.
Do we not just throw this to over and he
think
takes
we do.
over? That's
We will
I'm
throw it
being
down
told
over to Tio.
all 3, but yeah, Mr. Over, it's your turn to take the spotlight, mate. You're gonna break down Train and you're gonna tell us what the hell we just witnessed.
Oh my god, I'm so happy. I am just so happy to have seen Sinners in such a good light with Zedko leading the charge. I think it speaks for itself. It all started so well when you think about it. When you take a look at the first round, Passion get the pistol, and then they take some sort of a very slow, very unorthodox approach against the force buy that causes them to lose the third round. There's a knife. We see it here from Morisco, and from that point forward, it was downhill. At one point, it was 7 rounds in a row for Sinners, and we can see here in the replay they're going to be moving in that direction. I mean, now it's 4-1. It's about to be 5-1. I don't need to describe the individual rounds, but I can say without Zetko, without Shock, we wouldn't be having a 7-0 start for Sinners in return. A bit of a clawback by Passion. Big point made by Atro and you, Hayes, both during the before the halftime. You know, what of a difference it would have been if we had seen maybe an 8-4 instead of a 9-3. On Train especially, space is vital. We could see Sinners were comfortable in being very aggressive as the CTs, but soon realized that if, you know, Passion are getting that A outside control, that they have to adjust. And I gotta say that first half looked uninspiring, looked a little bit too weak for Passion, given it's their map choice, given that they wanted to fight Train, and unfortunately it seems like there's a lot more work that needs to be done for the T side for them. I love the fact that at least on CT they've shown that, you know, they have steel nerves, they keep themselves composed, even against a stronger buy, even perhaps against rounds that could have gone the other way. We had, I remember there was at least 1 or 2 half buys they were able to kind of convert and, you know, eventually make work. But as soon as they hit that round number 7 on their side, it was Sinners back on track. And from there forward, it was basically the whole team. I can't really say there was anybody in Sinners slacking or sleeping because everybody performed when you needed them. Peppo even pointed out with a deagle instead of the op, and then he continues to do that. I mean, we see here how they got the map point. And I gotta say this thing, Sinners, with the structure they've shown, with the new players, or rather the old new Zetko and now Peppo, the reinforcement of the young numbers coming in for Sinners, it kind of spells the story, or rather spells the potential future for them, which is very high marks and very let's say, hopefully getting to that playoffs number 1 spot, aka win the playoffs. In any case, we take a short break. Passion, they'll have to try again on Inferno, this time the choice of the Slovakian team. And I genuinely, or excuse me, Czech team. Did I say Slovakian? I apologize. Only the one player is Slovakian, Peppo, but he might as well make this team Slovakian since he's doing so well. In any case, we'll take a short break and we'll be back for map 2 Inferno.
And we are back with map number 2 coming up next. Just a little pre-game before we actually jump into it. We got to see Train and the expertise out of Tio there to kind of call out what happened. Even though there wasn't really too much to talk about, really. I did feel like Passion UA kind of dropped the ball, especially when it came down to that first half. So, yeah, I mean, Sinners, they have a clear shot towards the 2-0. I think that might be how it ends up. But there could always be that, you know, what-if factor. There could always be that Passion UA just managed to have the game of their lives on Inferno. Who knows?
Thing is, it's not like Inferno used to be a map that the previous core were incredibly good on. I mean, it was a decent map for them, and Sinners have always loved Inferno, right? That's why they brought it to the table here against Passion UA. They're leading the series 1-0 at the moment as well. So I feel like there's a pretty good chance that this could end 2-0 if we see the same Sinners we saw on Train coming here into Inferno, bringing that same sort of level, that same sort of fire. Individuals popping off. Peppo also playing at his same level with the AWP. Like you mentioned, probably won't see the same sort of impact from the AWP on Inferno compared to what we saw on Train, but definitely still ways for him to find himself to get into the game. As for Passion, they're going to want a better debut than this, right?
Yeah, I mean, when your IGL is currently top fracking with 15 on the server and your own map pick, right? Sure, Topa wanted to play Train, but I don't think everybody else did. So we'll see how they actually play it on down to Inferno. As we do take a little bit of a trip down to the wineries of Italy, we're ready to move into map number 2 out here. Map pick out of Sinners, as we've already mentioned it, EU16, and we're into the playoffs. So at the very least now, Hayes, we do get to see player cams again, which is always nice. A little extra to give us to talk about.
Yeah, player cams in the playoff. So it just adds an extra element, right, to the occasion as... Well, Passion UA get to choose which side of the map they start on. It's going to be a CT side start for them, and it doesn't look like Sinners are going to be pulling any punches here in this pistol. My goodness, they're just charged into this B side. There's no utilities to stop them. It's just a Casmo with the Julies, and he's towards coffins. He's going to put 1, 2, 3 in the coffins, looking for a 4th as well. He's still got plenty of bullets to work with Casmo. What in God's name is that ace?
Oh my goodness, he killed 6 people, me included at the end. What was that? Jacasmo, where was this map 1? You leave a single man with no utility on the B-bomb site, and rest assured, Jacasmo can end it all off. Sinners, I mean, that's how they won so many rounds in the previous, right? That's how they won Train. They just pressed W and took Passion away by surprise. This time, Jacasmo wasn't surprised. Wow.
And that is a great hold coming through from him. I thought 2 kills, okay, great. That's the most they could have asked for from him. But all 5, and he lives to tell the tale. Chikazmo with the Julies. I mean, he was always one of the standout players on this Passion UA roster, alongside Jambo, I'd say. And he delivers the goods here in the opening round of Inferno. Passion UA have now won all 3 pistol rounds.
Yeah, they have actually, which is a great statistic to bring up because, again, we're running back to MR13 here, which definitely puts the emphasis on those pistol rounds. How well can you convert off of them? How well can you play them? This is why force buys are really important in this meta as well, right? You manage to win something that perhaps you weren't necessarily expecting to, and then suddenly the whole entire game track is kind of left down, the tables turned. But now, Sinners again on pistols. We've seen them do it before on USPs. Will they be managing to try it out with the Glocks? Into the A-bomb side they go, and Jambo, well, he doesn't allow them to push that easily. There's the 2K. Zetko good for 1, but only 1. She'll find. They'll find as Passion UA 2-0 off the bat.
Yeah, that is a great round for Passion to make sure that they don't fall foul to the pistols again, like we saw happen in that first map, like you say. This time the Glock's easier to clean up and go crossfire set up in towards mid. Now we get to see the T side with rifles that they're just some under util. B6 always enjoyed calling on Inferno. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it work here.
And Inferno is one of those maps where you can really try to employ those complicated, well, a bit more in-depth tactics. Especially on your T side, you can go for a lot more fake outs, you can go for a lot more mid-round calls, and just change-ups all around. Especially with the long rotate times out here from CT, it does allow Sinners to kind of try to be a bit more open in towards their approach. They've left Passion UA to use up all of their utilities now officially with that Molotov in towards Banana that could CC them off. There's just a single molly left onto Jacasmo. But Passion UA, they are running quite fast out of utility. And this is exactly Sinners' plan. They want to trickle it back down, A fake, and then go back straight to B.
That's a good read, a pretty good call here. 2 players hard rooted on the B bomb site. There's some utility here as well, I think. Kazma actually has his incendiary out, or a smoke grenade rather.
Ooh.
I do like that Sinners are still having some attention over towards A. Now the util's going to start to come through from the CT side on that B bomb site. And Sinners, well, with the time that's starting to dwindle, they might actually struggle to get into the side. That's a beautiful kill from Morisco. And now he can try and join up with his teammates to pressure this B bomb site.
He lives to tell the tale as well. He's moving back through CT. If he moves fast enough, he's not going to get caught here, but he does. Zero fix. Takes him out, guillotine straight to him, and 20 seconds left to plant that bomb. Topa has got to deny. He's watching the left side there, does manage to take out one. B-Stick taken out of the fight. Jacasmo still inside of the bomb site, and this is his domain, but Shock finally takes him down. 2v2 remaining. The bomb needs to be planted, and in from CT comes in Zero Fix, trying to deny that. Incendiary right on top of Zetko. He's gonna fall, and the round goes Passion UA's turn. There you have it. Sinners, no success so far on this T side.
Yeah, that is a strong round coming through from Passion UA. I was a little bit skeptical of Morisco's pathing there after he tries to rotate back around and join up with his teammates on the B side. I think he probably would have been better off actually hugging the wall, like where the camera's panning from right now, instead of being on running straight and trying to get the deep angle on the B bomb side, because then he left himself completely exposed to that library rotation, and that was a costly one. Stronghold over towards B thereafter. Nice position taken up by Jacasmo, and then good util usage to make sure the bomb would never go down. And that is indeed going to be another E crown now for Sinners, so good start for Passion will certainly boost their confidence.
It will, and not only their confidence, but their momentum as well, right? You get to have those split-second decisions like Morisco there in that instance to try to change up the tide of the round, and some of them go good, some of them don't. We're just going to have to see if Passion UA can hit the right mark more times than Sinners right now onto the CT side. Here comes the paw flash in. Jambo misses the shot. Shock runs him down, but still gets to live. Runs away. Passion UA haven't lost their main man first. Jacasmo holding up into archways. Cleared it. No one there. Sinners clearly hoping to be able to take out Bracket's control, but in Passion UA's mind, this could still be a fake out towards B.
Doesn't really look like they're too concerned about that right now, though. I think there's some util over towards that B side. I think it's Topu who's got a smoke, so could drop the smoke and wait for rotations. Good opening frag found from Shock, but there's going to have to be more where that came from. He's taking down Fem and then straight through the smoke onto Jambo. That is ridiculous from Shock.
That is the nastiest shot I've seen in a bit, actually. There you go. We get a...
I really hope Overseer is hot mic right now. I really hope that came through on screen.
Yeah,
He was as taken aback as we were.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
He's got himself muted on B-Mix, hasn't he? Yeah, clever man.
Whew, that is insane. And that's a hero AK, by the way, on a full eco from Sinners. Managing to win out the round, and almost flawlessly as well. They're going in on the hunt here, and it's the perfect play. With the one guy that didn't necessarily have anything to save away. If they take down Jacasmo here, it is such a good round. They keep it going, they take all of them down. Saving the Asimov for Peppo as well.
Peppo, he let you pick up the AWP. He gave it to you. Peppo, he said, don't worry, mate, the AWP's all yours. And Peppo was just like, well, I'm going to assert some dominance as the youngster in the team coming from the academy. He's going to just making sure he doesn't get bullied. That third kill from Shock, like you say, was just disgusting.
Put some respect on Peppo's name. He's going to take down his own.
Yeah, apparently.
Execute Order 66, look at it. Bow, 360
What was he even thinking, though? Yeah. What would he expected to happen, in all honesty?
Ah, that's funny. I don't even think they care about it. They won a round they weren't supposed to.
Oh,
Just
yeah, he was
all in good
laughing.
fun.
He was
Yeah.
laughing. And you're right, that's a round they weren't supposed to win. It was a bit of a half investment there from Sinners. It's going to be an eco now from Passion UA trying to swing down middle. And while they do draw blood initially, it's then a sea of orange in the kill feed to make sure nothing gets out of control.
Well, not yet. Jambo's still left alive. He finds one with the Deagle, who's going to be looking for any that come his way. Yeah, bomb gets planted. And Sinners happy to be able to find themselves on the board early. I mean, remember, if this was going according to script, quote-unquote, and Passion UA would have taken that fourth round, this would have been a 5-0 start, maybe, out here for PUA.
Yeah,
Right.
should have been, right?
So, you think of it, and then you think back to what happened on Train. This is Sinners' map pick. They can't really afford to lose too many rounds early, especially not onto this T side, because they need to make at least, I would say, a 4-7 split, 4-6, you know, a little closer than perhaps they might be thinking they need. Because that CT side coming through for Sinners, we don't necessarily know how well Peppo is going to be allowed to play DWP, even though we have a lot of good riflers on the core out here for Sinners. I don't know, man. I think this is the time we get to see Passion UA actually come alive when it comes to individuals, when it comes to performance.
We're going to have to, right? We're going to have to see the individuals pitch up here and do the damage for Passion UA, because the individuals are looking great now for Sinners. And if Passion UA loses this round here, then we start to think that they're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not like concerning, but off the back of an eco and then losing a couple rounds afterwards and relinquishing the lead, things can get ugly quite quickly. There's an open play here for Jambo. Oh, great flash. Really good flash there to make sure he didn't have the line of sight.
Gets out. Jambo. Looking down long, he's gonna back into Moto. You've still got two players left with him inside of the A-bomb site. All angles covered. Passion UA not really fearing this opportunity that Sinners are going to be gifted by top brackets control. Zero fix, not really staying in the lane to try to take them down here. He's gonna be going back, going for a little bit of support with the Apartments player. Jambo, great shot coming through from B6. This is Shock right in front of him. I don't know how he found him out, but he still started spamming and shooting, spraying them down.
Wow.
That is Sinners taking this round away. Jacasmo, sure, good for one, but I don't think one's good enough out here for this 4v2 on the retake.
You know, another player who I actually think could potentially kind of try and slot into that star player role for Sinners is Shock. He's
Yeah.
also been like a role player. He's been a trooper, but he must have some of the best first bullet accuracy against here 2.5. He is so good with his crosshair placement and his counter strafing as well to ensure the accuracy when he does take those fights. Free scope, that's unnecessary. There are children watching this show as he shoots the chickens, but yeah, I'd love to see Shock continue to develop as a player, not kind of just pigeonhole himself as a role player exclusively, but also just like flex his muscles a little bit. Bro's really good at the game.
He is. I mean, you can make that statement for really anyone on this server. Sure, there's been some nuances and some questions towards the constant performances of people like Zerofix, of people like Jambo. Like, yeah, sure, Jambo's a great opper, but he doesn't always perform when you need him to, right? So on the side of Passion UA, there's still that question mark of whether or not these players can actually mesh well together to be bringing out the individuals and the team value. Whereas for Sinners, besides Peppo, and maybe sometimes down to Beastick as well, I feel like Morishko, Shock, and Zetko have always been really solid when it came down to talking about their individual skill. Like, their performances, I don't remember too many people saying that Morishko, Zetko, or Shock can't really shoot good on a bad day, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's lots of heavy hitters here on the Sinners team, and Peppo is proving to be one of them. Nearly hits the follow-up wall bang. Of course, this is essentially an eco round, like a save round from the CT side, and Zerofix and Jacasmo will combine. No, Jacasmo's killed his teammates, and he hasn't been able to finish off Shock either. That was really awkward positioning and awkward spacing there from the CT side.
Some could make the argument that the MP9 would have been better suited to just jump in front of the sandbags and still would have gone that frag without killing his teammate. But that is what a MP9 will get you, right? A lot of chaos, a lot of running and gunning. Kevin has got a free rifle to pick up here, but has been heard making steps right now, trying to deny the bomb from being planted. AK picked up. He's still going to use the sidearm, and Morishko shuts him down. There you go. 3v1, Jambo. We all know this was a full eco round, so what Jambo's really looking for out here is that kill onto Shock to make it at least expensive out here for Sinners, or onto anyone, really. Franken is waiting, is watching, he's hearing the move, and does not connect onto Peppo.
There you have it. There you have it. Sinners are going to be able to get themselves the lead as they do get across the line against the half-eye. And now, the pressure shifts to Passion. Now we start to look at Passion and think, okay, I mean, we've seen you win pistol rounds start the series. We've seen you convert them. How about your gun rounds, boys? How are your gun rounds looking? Because if they can't start to actually win some gun rounds, then this show is going to be over a lot sooner than I would have hoped.
Yeah, and you have to remember, this is 4 in a row for Sinners. Last one is maxed out for Passion UA, but they're still going to be tempted by that CT side economy. Well, yeah, sure, it's been better. They've changed a lot about it. It's still not like you can have a full loss bonus and go into your T side, for example, and just force buy every single round. Like, you can't necessarily do that even on the CT side now. So they'll still have to be wary. They'll still have to be careful about how they manage their economics. And until then, up into apartments, Morishko's gonna lose his head, Peppo's gonna lose out his duel, his head-to-head. And Sinners, well, it's been, what, 30 seconds, and they've already lost 2 players.
That's exactly what we needed from Passion UA here as well, to try and piece together a competitive CT side. Kind of step out from Shock, but Quem will still be able to track and trace him down, and yeah, it's looking fantastic here for Passion UA. Having a lick of dance round. Just winning out the early gunfights, getting themselves a big advantage, and then getting the job.
And these are the type of rounds we need to see out of PUA, right? These very slow, very calculated and methodical holds over the bomb sites. That was, I mean, that entire round kind of culminates in Kevin managing to find the first kill onto Morishko as he pops his head through. That was just a blind peek out of Sinners, which was their mistake. They had a lot of utility to work with. They wanted to be sneaky, however. They were on both sides of the map at the same time. They were hoping to be able to catch something off fast. But Kevin outpositions him, finds the first, and from that point onwards, just all the gunfights start breaking out. All the duels start going head-to-head, and you can also make the point of back down to Jambo versus Peppo there. If Peppo wins out his duel, it's an instant hit towards the B bomb side from Sinners. Sure, they'll make a lot of noise. Sure, Passion UA go for the rotate, but it's still a chance in the round for Sinners. Whereas Passion UA, in that one, they just win out their duels, and, well, it's 4-4.
Yeah, fine margins there, even though it does look like it was a dominant round for Passion UA. It could have gone in a different direction had Peppo won that gunfight there that you were referencing. Either way, 4 apiece, enough money, more than enough money for Sinners to invest here. Even some residual cash left in the bank as well. So Passion UA not going to have any easy rounds coming their way just yet. They have to continue to do this on hard mode.
They will. Let's see it though. We're back to the ops, we're back to the full buys, and of course Sinners, after winning 4 in a row, will have a lot of residual cash to still work with as it need be. Because the Molotov, but that won't stop Sinners. They're rushing straight on ahead. Zetko Pushes up first, peeks into banana. No one onto car, no one onto sandbags. Will just be Jacasmo and Jambo reckoning for support from Topa as well. That's why it felt so similar. That's why in my head, whenever I was saying Topa, I was thinking of Topo.
Yeah, fair enough.
Makes so
actually.
much sense now.
Yeah, that's true. Good kill coming through from Beastic there to trade out Jambo. That is good frag back. We need to find more though. Casmo, we've seen him do some damage from this position already. Ooh. Big wide swing coming through. Beastic is the one who will fall foul.
It's a very nice one as well from Jacasmo, right? Gets back inside of the bomb site in behind the fountain and is just waiting for Topa to be able to call out anybody pushing. Right now, Sinners are in a really bad spot. 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes. It's great for an execution, but you don't have a single flash. So we'll have to use those to try to dry peek into Jacasmo, which again, we know how well he's been holding over that B-bomb site. With the defuse kit onto top as well, they can just take their sweet time here, even let them plant and just stay hidden. 1 Molotov down towards new quads, the other probably going down towards dark. There it is. Smoke on CT, it's waiting to get replenished. Jacasmo just tried to take the fight though, and that is where the issue lies in. Out here for Passion UA, they were too eager to take those fights. They weren't waiting themselves to actually have the rotates come around. And now, Sinners plant the bomb, win the round, take the advantage away again.
Yeah, and that just continues the arm wrestle, right? The back and forth, the to and fro here on Inferno. I like the way that Sinners go about that round. I like that they kind of have that initial exchange skirmish at the start of the round and towards Top Banana. They get some even trades, they get Peepo posted on the angle, and then they don't try and force their way into the B-bomb site, they more finesse their way into the B-bomb site. Good patience, right? They don't just, like I say, try to ride that wave of that initial momentum that they had. They'll regain the lead.
Which also shows great, I mean, overall persistence from them, right? Because onto train, it wasn't the same idea. Onto train, they were trying to be as aggressive as possible. They were trying to press that W key whenever they could actually set it up onto that T side. And even on that CT side, they were having the advantage and they were trying to roll through with it. So it's great to see that Sinners still keep themselves grounded in such a way that Beastic knows when to call these fast rushes, but also knows when to slow it down a little bit, you know, try to play a little bit more complicated rather than just sending people in and try to win out duels. It does kind of breach in that first wall of tactics, and that is a great shot here for Sinners to show that they do have the potential to actually climb even further and find themselves in like tier 1.5 or something.
I mean, just talking a little bit about Beastic as an IGL, I know he does speak English. I wonder if he's ever considered actually like venturing into the international scene. I mean, why can't he land himself a gig like the IGL of maybe like a BC game with maybe one other change? But that seems looking pretty good since Nork joined, or like an OG. I know they normally like to bring in like younger players. Who else can I think of the top of my head? You know what I mean? Just like these tier 2 international teams that are, IGLs are sought after. And I feel like Beastic probably deserves a chance at one of those international rosters if he was interested.
That's the thing though, I don't think he is interested, because he's been around the scene since 2018. By this point, it's 7 years, man, which is just crazy to think about. But like, it's been 7 years, he's not looking to get away out of the Czech and Slovakian scene either way. Like, that is where his home turf kind of is. You know who I could kind of compare Beastic to, even though it's a very preaching to my choir? To BTN for Nexus. Like, he's been around the scene and around the team for so long. I feel like BTN to Nexus is what Beastic is to Sinners. He's been around for so long.
I don't know. I hear your comparison in that sense, but I think Beastic is a step up as an IGL and as a frag. I do get what you mean in the sense of like staying committed to his region. Great kill. Speaking of Beastic, he's going to do the duty of opening up on this B-bomb side as well. For another player here, Peepo with the AWP is going to be the one to look for him, and he will find the frag. That could be the frag that actually just wins the round here for Sinners, you know. And remember, Passion found the opening kill in this round.
Yeah. And that's not the first time that happens. Again, I'm going to bring it back to Train. So many rounds in which Passion UA find the first kill, and then it all falls apart. 4v5s constantly going in the favor of Sinners, and that seems to be the case out here onto Inferno as well. And this is what I was talking about, right? Sinners have to make a good half onto this T side, because then they're moving into their CT side pick of their own map pick. And it shouldn't really be too big of a problem there, right? It should just be Ecstatic managing to position and micromanage his players at least a little bit, in the sense that he'll have all the manpower where he needs it to be, where he needs it to be. And, I mean, with the nasty shots we've been seeing out of Sinners time and time again, I have no doubt in my mind right now that if the game keeps up and something drastic doesn't come out of Topa in the form of calling or just individually as well, then Sinners should be able to take second map here with no worries.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that Sinners have generally been better on the T side of Inferno over the CT side, so maybe that's something Passion UA can hold on to and hope that they could have a slightly easier time of it in the second half, but yeah, Passion win this, then 8-4 is almost locked in, so let's see, where do we go here in this 13th round?
Let's see it. I mean, can't really go too far from how the other rounds went. Sinners will just be waiting to see where the first fight breaks out, and that's exactly what Sinners have been doing wrong, I feel like, almost every single round here. They're sending someone, doesn't matter who, down towards Banana to try to fight, right? Before it was Peppo, now it's Zetko. They're losing out that early advantage, and they seem quite comfortable with it because they gain information out of it. They choose a bomb site to kind of go to, but now in a situation like this, what do? You've lost Shock as well, so now you're left with Ecstatic, Peppo, and Morishko trying to choose a bomb site, and you haven't even gotten all that much space either.
Yeah, and this has been the fallback option more often than not. It's a group up and try this B bomb side. Peppo does miss a shot there. I don't know how much of a chance he really stood in connecting. Morisco wants to go through the smoke. Casper's on the other side, and Morisco will find him. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's been able to get the kill. Smoke off CT. That's going to hopefully allow for his teammates to join up with him here. Trying to flash his way forward as well. Second orange is where Topa positions himself. Well, the incendiary actually probably off there. Some time to work with as well. Topa's trying to stay alive for as long as he can, and not going to be expected here in the corner. First frag found. Ecstatic has to find a way to get this kill back, and he does. Rotation's still a while away though. There's a chance here for the C side, but maybe not after that good.
Yeah, Jambo, some very nice kills towards the end to be connecting on the round. Passion UA, a much desperately needed one to be picked up here. And it didn't really come in all that tough. Sinners were starting to poke and prod, maybe a little past their stations, and in a 3v5 in that scenario, there were few chances of them actually getting to the bomb site without any casualties, getting that bomb planted, and also winning the round. So there you have it, 6-5 Hayes. We are into round number 12, last one of the first half here, and we'll see where we end up. 7-5, 6-6, either way, it's a close one nonetheless, and one that could still be subject to change when it comes down to that second half, to who's actually going to be able to win it.
I think if Passion can make the 6-all, I'll back them to finish off the job from there.
Okay.
That's how I see this right now.
We need a devil's
See if they
advocate
can make
anyway,
it
so it's
happen.
great.
Love that. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a variation in the approach coming through from Sinners. We haven't seen them go for this option throughout the half where there's more than one player in apartments. Jambo on the angle. It's an easy kill for him. And that's another opening frag found for Passion.
Zero fix right there to peel for his teammate in case someone comes up short. Timing is everything though. Caught with the incendiary in hand. Ecstatic does not connect on the shot. Sadly for him, now he has got to call out something, and the only path to success left open that he sees is going to be long. Peppo just holding down the angle while Ecstatic trades out Zetko. Sinners, 50 seconds left on the clock, more than enough to get somewhere. But instead, they're only faking going towards archways. Passion UA do not have a need to move out here, and Jambo stays alive, doesn't get headshotted. So, oh my goodness, what a nasty flick out of Jambo as well. Puts the round in its end, and it will be indeed, Hayes, a 6-all.
I mean, Jambo actually is looking better and better as the map is going on. He's also looking incredibly clean, nice and flicky, super precise, very accurate. Always where the action seems to be going down as well, so Jambo can keep up this form. That will certainly bode well here for Passion. And I think we have a big one coming up in the second half. Can Sinners win a pistol round at this point?
Yeah, that is a great question to ask. However, I do want to bring up a little bit of my point here, which is it's amazing for Passion UA that Jambo is currently finding his form, but I don't think this is the time to find his form at, because this is T-side Inferno now. You can't get to play a lot of that AWP. Peppo was already trying to combat up a lot, and we got to see more out of him on the pistols than we did actually out of the scope. So it's gonna be a tough run out here for Jambo to actually try to find the same amount of impact onto this T side as he did on CT. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the second half is going to give us, as indeed the pistol round breaks out, and it doesn't start the best for Kevin.
This entire pistol round lives and dies with the skirmish in towards top banana right now. Marisco jumps back to safety, hoping that maybe they won't be clearing out sandbags. But Zedko only has a USP. Normally you'd want Julius in that position. Sure, there's a couple kills that come through. That was the frag that they really needed. But why has Marisco hung around? Why has Marisco hung around? They just got themselves a 4v2. Should have fallen back onto the side there. That gives Passion UA a way back into this round.
It does. 2v3 now. Nobody even checking down on CT because there's no need to. The bomb is going to be dropped on over to the side. Trying to search for it. Topa finally finds his footing. Beestick and Peppo left down to try to fight together in from Church, and it is going to be the slow peek of the USP. Topa doesn't see it. At the last second, he had the chance.
Oh!
What is that kill, Topa? Okay, 2v2 now. Jacasmo still inside in front of the bomb. No defuse get out here for the CT side either. And a great kill out of Jacasmo. Gets them back in this round. 4 out of 4 pistol rounds converted out here for Passion UA. As Topa just goes nuclear in the 2v3.
And that feels like it's the first pistol round that Sinners have really been in the contest and stood a chance of making it work. I don't know what, I don't know what Marisco's thinking here. Why is he not falling back with Beestick? Why has he stayed in towards top of Banana there and hung around? There's his dead body. And I think that was the kill that led Passion UA back in the round. Otherwise, it was a 4v2. And Sinners would have had full side control. Wouldn't have been forced out so easily.
Yeah. Crazy. Absolutely insane to see it already here, but these pistol rounds, man, they are saving Passion UA right here. Keeping them alive, keeping them in check. And Sinners on their own map pick. They're seeing one of their star players, one of their core riflers here, the Zetko, not really show up as much as perhaps we were hoping for out of him. But they are on the force buy. Do you like this force buy here, Hayes?
Yeah, I'm generally a fan of the force buy on the CT side of Inferno. I think that it's got narrow enough choke points to try and find a way to make it work. I really like the setup here because Sinners, what they're doing is chain smoking top banana, and generally what that means is that there's only one player on the B bomb site. So they're hoping Passion UA think, okay boys, they're chain smoking top banana, there's only one player there, the rest of the team are A, let's go B. So it's a really nice little double sort of fake here from Sinners, if you will, but unfortunately one that's not going to work out on this occasion.
Again, it's good ideas.
Notice how they even dropped the smokes to Marisco on A, so he could keep chain smoking the top of Banana from the A site, and then the Passion UA players would see these smokes coming in from A and think, alright, well, they're just chain smoking B, there has to be 3 or 4 on A, because look at how many smokes have been thrown from that part of the map. So I really like the idea on paper here for Sinners.
Yeah, it's a good one. Sadly, one that doesn't work, as you mentioned, but still one that is actually going to at least be showing promise for the later stages of this half from the CT side. And for Passion UA, it's also great to see them actually still choose that A bomb site, even though they might be able to see those smokes going on over towards B and thinking that there should be that stack onto A. They still want to take the fights. They still do realize that this could be a force buy in which they can still get out with a couple of Mac 10 frags. They can still get out with a little bit of a, you know, economical advantage over Sinners. Do they win their duels here? So Passion UA is still very confident, I would say, and with a 14 Jacasmo, I think I would be too.
Yeah, and Jacasmo and Jambo, that was the star duo that found Passion so much success in the previous season. And they're absolutely delivering the goods here on Inferno right now as well. 25 kills between them. Really good showing coming through from those two players on Passion UA. I'd be surprised if neither one of those players get picked up by a bigger org by the end of the year.
First up, I'd like to see their consistency throughout the first couple of months of 2025, and then I could definitely be brought on over to your camp 100%. Could see Jacasmo and Jumbo into other bigger teams, but they've been around with the core of Passion UA for like a year and a half at this point, so wherever they go, I think Zero Fix kind of follows. I don't really see that core being broken apart too early on. But trying to single out Passion UA here. Oh, that is an aid. Trying to single them out a little bit. How do you feel about the guys that actually parted ways with them, right? Because we've been talking about Fear, but Chilla going away from it, right? And then their coach as well, right? Coming through Kane, has been around for a year and a half. He's decided to let Marat 2K leave as well, back in like March of last year. So that has been a change that happened a while ago. And then they just decide to drop Fear and Chilla. They don't decide to drop them. They decide to let them be bought out. But
Yeah.
right, how do you
I think
feel?
that's the thing, is that it's like, it's not roster changes that they wanted to make, right? At least, well, the Fear one, that's gonna happen if you have a strong IGL. You know, he's gonna get looked at by some other orgs, and that's just something they had to kind of roll with the punches. And then Chilla, I always thought was a pretty good player, but he came out and said, I think I heard on like Richard Lewis podcast or on one of his streams where he was talking about how Chilla didn't really feel like he had what it took to give his all to the game, and that he was letting his teammates down. And he made that decision like back in August last year. He knew that they were in some good form though, so he stayed with the team to play out the RMRs, qualified for the major, gave it everything he had, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do that in a longer term cycle. So I respect him for still sticking with the team and not dropping them and then ruining their aspirations. But yeah, so he's just taking a step back for now.
Yeah, but I feel like he himself, while he might not be at the level of a Passion UA that was making the RMRs in the major, right? I still do feel like he could have kept it going with a tier 3 team or something, right? There's a lot of Ukrainian teams right now.
I just don't think he wanted to prac. I don't think he wanted to like grind the game. I think he wanted to. I don't think like he was made out for how hard you had to work to be a top level player. Maybe you could play the mix or something, but perhaps he wants like all or nothing. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, fair enough to the lad. Again, it's a tough choice to make, and if he makes it out of his own volition as well, then just even more props to him, right? But 9-6 out here, Passion UA, so far undefeated on this T side. We're looking to try to keep that going. However, Zetko finally finds his footing down towards the top of Banana, helped out by B-Stick. Will be able to take 2 down up against this bonus from Passion UA. So, at the end of the day, it does kind of come down to the positioning, but Zetko being able to put up an extra frag always is going to be lending Sinners a helping hand. 3v5, half HP onto Jambo, and it looks like Passion UA are just going to go for a do or die into the B-bomb site.
Such an important round for Sinners to win here as well, right? Lose this, 10-6, no money, 11-6, you just write Inferno off at that point, but job's not done, I suppose. Let me not get ahead of myself. This is exactly what Sinners did. This is the stock standard approach of Inferno. If you're down with the numbers on the T side, just try and group up and head into the B bomb site. Utility still in play. Orpha Peppo has been locked out of the bomb site as they start to clear in towards Dark. V-Stick has been found. Makes it look a little bit more doable here.
There it is. I mean, bomb planted, but huge damage dealt through the mosaic there from Church. Topa's down to 9, and already a kill gets made as well. 2v4 and trying to come back through CT spawn. Sinners have got all the chances they need and a single flash onto Shock to try to get them ready. They're setting it up. Players down into Church as well, and here it is. Topa looks away from it. Nobody pushing through with it. However, Jambo taken out, and Topa now known he's not going to have the time to take all of them down. Shock needs to be the one defusing, and that is the first round on the board for the CT side.
Yeah, well worked from them. Good composure, not really panicking or anything like that. Once they'd lost side control and B-Stick had gone down, there was still a clear plan coming through for Sinners on the retake, and they executed perfectly. That arm wrestle in towards the top of Banana, won by the CT side. It's an important statement for them to make going forward as well, that Banana is their roost to rule.
Yeah, well, their whole spiel before this was Inferno was Sinners' roost to rule, right? So far, Passion UA have really been driving them back and have been keeping them at a nice little pace up with the advantage that they've had. But will 3 rounds be enough to give enough time out here to Passion UA to get themselves on the leaderboard and onto double digits first up? We'll have to see that out, as it is going to be round number 17. AWP out of Peppo, and MP9 onto B-Stick.
Big round here. Look at the read from Sinners, man. They have rotated a 4th player across to the same bomb site. Might be the correct call as well. I mean, there's still time to go back. I'd like to see them even just like retake Banana or throw some utility in that direction. People is going venturing now because of the fact Sinners have 4 players over towards A. They feel like they can't afford to just sit back and hope that Passion come in that direction. And there is a lot of util being thrown in over towards that B side. So I really like that extra element from Passion before they commit A.
Yeah, but a miss shot from Peppo. Let's shock to die. Jambo moves in very quickly in towards top brackets. And he was the only one seen. Now they're being heard, Passion UA, sure. But they're tuning down the pace again. Morishko out into library. Peppo is going to be the anchor man out here. Can he connect anything on this AWP? If he does, the round is winnable. If he doesn't, then it's tough. He does manage to find one, but on the other side of the map, again, it's library being taken on over. And Passion UA trying to get inside of the SA bomb side. Long range MP9 manages to work it out. Beastic, good for 2. What happened there? Beastic keeping it alive. And this nade onto Graveyard is going to put him in the Graveyard. 2v1, and it's up to Zedco to try to clutch up. Jambo 19, Jacasmo full HP, but he might be the first one spotted. This is Zedco's chance.
Problem is that they're aware of the slight gaps in smoke here. He has got the barrel, he could try and play off. Bobby finds the first. Super low health here on Jambo, but oh, Zedco has no idea where Jambo is right now. Oh no, Jambo! What's he shooting at? He's chasing Ghost, surely not spamming the smoke. That gives up his position. And Zedco, who's had a really tough time of it throughout the map, will win an unlikely clutch for his team.
Oh my goodness, that is the round. That was supposed to be Jambo's ace as well. He found the quad kill in that one. He was opening everything up, and then he messes it up in the last spur. Oh my goodness. And that is a godsend for Sinners. That puts them back in the game. If Sinners somehow manage to find the comeback off of that, the round that they take a look back at in this Passion UA kind of thing, man, this is where we drop the ball. It's this one. Because this is a clutch you're not allowed to lose. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah, that's a really rough round. At least, there's still plenty money here for Passion UA. And look at what they're playing against in this next round. 2 MP9s. It was pretty good from Sinners that they keep their composure. And I like the way that Peepo played that previous position, how he realized he had to push forward up short there because of the way the round was unfolding and he didn't really have any other space. It's unfortunate that he didn't really connect on the shots earlier on in the round, but I did like his decision making there regardless. Passion UA, they've got to win this to just try and keep the lead, and well, they've got no money if they lose it as well.
I don't know, man. The one that surprised me was definitely Beastic, but we'll be talking about that a little bit later down the line. Morishko already wants to peek up towards mid, and he could get away with a power play here. Depends on how many he finds. Nade breaking open the smoke, but he's still not seen. Second smoke. This is a great diversion. Allows Morishko to stay here and try to find the first one on the second mid. Zedco also pushing up here. Very aggressive from Sinners overall. Just a tiny pixel spot onto Jambo. Finds the opening frag here for the CT side. Zedco falls back with his life. And this is perfect so far out of Sinners. Yeah, the one that was surprising me so far, Hayes, has been Beastic, because he has been finding every single point of conflict that Passion UA have been trying to bring up. Wherever Passion are going, Sinners are being micromanaged into that part of the map. You're always getting to see Sinners making the correct lead. And into the previous round as well, he found a double kill with the MP9 as well, long range. I mean, that's just individual managing to step up and do it only on the server and into the individual front line mechanically, but also tactically, which is huge to have for Beastic. And even bigger out here for Peppo as he keeps his consistency up.
Job's not done though. Still going to be 3 players to try and get into this B bomb side, and Peppo's out in the open. I'm not a big fan of this position because it's really tough to fall back if you miss the shot, but he'll connect. He's even going to blow the smoke open here. Oh man, brave stuff coming through from the youngster. Going to buy time for these rotations. Smokes continue to be cleared out by HE grenades. Time ticking away. There's only 19 seconds left on the clock right now, and Peppo's going to try and just play this little double bait position here. Fem is pushing forward, spots out Peppo. Zedco's there as well. Fem never expects that. And that means that Zedco now decides to try play time. He'll be traded out, and Sinners win the round without giving up a bomb plant.
Oh man, and because there is no bomb plant, now they're going to be struggling for cash. This could turn into an advantage for Sinners, and yeah, I think Over has already kind of checked his notes and has noted down that clutch from Zedco, because that's exactly what Passion UA are going to need. Going to have to give a forward, a CC in that email with that notepad, because yeah, that's going to be tough. Sinners could just walk away with this one now, but it's the ever so infamous Tech 9s coming out of the T side here for Passion, so you never know, Hayes. You never truly know what could happen. Speaking about
That is true.
oh my.
Right on cue. Could have gotten ugly quickly. Thankfully for Sinners, it's not like Passion were rampaging too much with that initial player who's pushing archers, because imagine there's players pushing up shorts at the same time. Then that A bomb site might just collapse, but Tech9s have gone back to the scene of the crime.
Imagine there was just a second to peel back away for Zero Fix there. Peppo would be dead right about now. They would have had an interest in towards Moto. Opened up archers as well to deny rotation. However, speaking of rotations, there comes Zedko trying to deny them that push. Kevin wins out a straight up 1v1 duel. A1S versus Tech9, and he gets away with it. 3v3 now, and B6 on the MP9, and oh, they're rotating away from A.
Oh, this is a huge over-rotation. Looks like Peppo has realized it. Oh my, okay, well, Sinners haven't really seen them gamble like this because they haven't really had to, but this could be prove to be a very costly over-rotation for them, and Beastick and Marisco are going to now start to figure out that there's actually nobody home in towards CT.
Yeah, but Passion UI also took a long time here to kind of set up this A fake out. So seeing as they're going to be going back into it, the bomb is going to get planted. They're still trying to clear everything out. Planting for library here is actually going to be great for Sinners' retake. One from library, one from long, one from apartments trying to get in there. 3v3, and there are two defuse kits here as well, but now there's only one. As Morishko's last man standing, he does see two, does take down one and the second. Last man standing, Kevin. Tech9 battle yet again, but this time the Tech9 is being brought to him, and Peppo ends it with a P250.
What has Marisco just done there? What have you done, Marisco? How have you found both those kills with the M4? First frag, I suppose, you know, it's a trade, but he was spotted out before he takes that gunfight. It's not like he gets that kill for free. And then the second frag, he barely has any bullets left in the magazine. He pops that head like a pimple. And then they seem to have known that the last player was in pits because they just immediately make a beeline for him. Marisco continues to pull the attention. He was just firing off shots with the Tech-9, and that allows for Peppo to step out of apartments. This kill here, man. And then check how he immediately turns to pit knowing the last player is there. That's a huge round for Sinners to win.
Again, this is what amazes me out of Sinners. Maybe it's not just Beasting. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit and not enough to the others, because the sheer awareness that these guys have right now, the sheer knowledge of the game to kind of always try to predict what Passion UI are going to be doing, where they're going to be. It's on lockdown for every single one of these players. I don't think I've seen them make too many mistakes besides maybe that A over rotation from the previous round. But like, even that one, at the end of the day, still worked out because they were playing together. So, what works, don't change it. 10-9. Sinners take away themselves onto double digits, and wow. Peppo takes down Zero Fix through the wall. Finds the opening kill. But Shock gets traded as well.
Yeah, at least that was a necessary frag. It's going to be a big skirmish in towards Banana. Zedko doubles down. That's the difference maker. Because now there's a man advantage here for the CT side all of a sudden. Plenty time left on the clock, and a whole lot of space available here to Passion UA as well. Look at this here from Marisco. He's pushing down Banana, and Peppo's found Clem in middle, so that gives Sinners a big advantage here in this round. Can Topa, the IGL, find a way to recover?
Yeah, that was a great flash as well, coming through from Beastick to be opening up this round. And now, 35 seconds, Topa, he is in a do-or-die scenario. Passion UA lose this one. Look at the cash. Not the best out here for the T side. Looking for a one-tap. Can't seem to find it. Topa needs to plan away that bomb fast. Here's the move in through long. Still hasn't planted.
There we go. Yeah, he's going to get enough respect here, enough space to actually activate the C4. That money is going to mean a lot going into the round afterwards. And Sinners are just wanting to make sure they don't give any chances away here. Topa's trying to isolate the jewels, but he gets baited into the step out there. Peppo's trained on the angle, and that's an 11th here for the CT side.
Yeah, and again, that's just great team play also coming out of Sinners towards that 2v1 at the end. I mean, Morishko was on the other side of the map. He didn't even care. He was still trying to search out for Topa. But yeah, Peppo does manage to link up really well with his last remaining player. The peek out, the bait, everything working out perfect for Sinners. And the CT side, you remember how it started out, Hayes? It was 9-6. This is 5 in a row for Sinners.
Yeah, that's a stark contrast. And I mean, look at how many of them have been retakes as well. We didn't see a single retake in the first half, but 4 of the 5 rounds Sinners have won here. They've had to defuse the bomb to get the job done. They've got a 2-round lead on Inferno as well, yeah. Retake's normally very difficult on this map. Oh, okay. Zedko looks to try and rule the roost, and Banana looks to try and force the fight, but doesn't work out the way he would have hoped. It's exactly what Passion UA needed coming into this round.
Oh yeah, what they needed was Jambo here actually taking up a bit more of a extra duel, extra aggression down towards Banana, opening things up and actually taking away a lot of the attention from that B-bomb side. But look, Sinners immediately calling out the rotate, even though they don't have any single information besides the fact that they saw a single player down towards B. Now they're immediately backing themselves up to A, and it's going to be a 4v5 on the A stack. How they know this is beyond me, but Sinners, this is a great setup. If they manage to find the kills as well, it is going to be for all the money, for all the rounds. Kevin, great on the long range, manages to find one. Shock is the last man standing into Hut. He's waiting for Peppo to try to find something wild, and something wild connected through the smoke. He managed to take down one. Kevin doesn't even know what hit him, and from a 2v4, Hayes, we're back to a 2v1.
Oh man, how has it unraveled so quickly? Again, it's Topa. 1v3 in the previous round, wasn't able to make it work. This time, 1 versus 2. In the corner of the bomb site, he nestles himself in, waiting patiently to see if Sinners actually come exploring into the site. This is actually really smart from Topa. I like that Sinners are sending the AWP in first because it's going to be much easier for Shock to find the trade. But Topa, he might be able to find a little bit of an isolation. No! How has Shock been able to find the adjustment? I mean, it was a big risk and a big gamble from Topa not to commit to the plant, because look at what that means for the money here now. But I still can't really fault the way he plays the 2v1 where he was playing for the win.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have anything in his head besides trying to win the round, right? So that's how that ends up. But what happened here in the 4v2? How did Peppo manage to find that shot on Kevin? How did that entire round just fall apart for Passion UA? It looked like it was so well structured as well, and then for nothing. For absolutely nothing. Map point out here for Sinners, and 3 chances to close out the best of 3, and what a better way to start than with Shock. Good for a 2-for-1.
Is he going for more? Oh my goodness, he is just brimming with confidence right now. And you're bang on with the praise you've been singing of Sinners in terms of their rotations and the reads that they've had. It's given them a huge edge in the CT side. They've been very dynamic and very confident in their reads. And, well, now Passion are going to try and get themselves into this deep offside. Peppo with the AWP is in the position. Not going to get caught off guard by the smoke phase through. Zedko gets a kill as well. It's all on Topa. Again, he's left alone in the clutch.
It's the third time in a row. He's going to start getting PTSD for clutches, man. And there's just been a single best of 3 series he's gone through. There you go. Topa does manage to make this one work. At the very least, he's going to try to fake out the runaway. He is going to be going for A. But he's known.
B-Stick.
Sinners are always there. Sinners always know. B-Stick just outbraining. Oh my goodness. He's going to find him.
Oh, B-Stick's even tucked in behind the box, but he's going to get cleared by Topa anyway. Oh, maybe Topa did actually hear a footstep there. Now he's going to just try and fake the plant side. He'll commit to it the second time round. Shock is the one who started off the round. Can he finish it as well? Head spotted, tapping away. Shock doesn't connect. Oh, it's getting ugly. Uses the Motley. Topa, it's awkward for him. Ticking down to the flames. He's down to 26, and Shock will finish it off with 1 bullet. Topa with 3 clutch attempts, none work, and Sinners win the series.
Best of 3 converted. Sinners outbraining Passion UA, and that was actually a great Inferno to watch, man. It's been a bit since I've managed to say that, but I genuinely enjoyed how Sinners played that Inferno. There you go, 39-37. Let's get Theo in here as well. Wow. He did call it. He did call it.
Yeah, you got to give him props. Did you? I don't know if you actually said it on stream, but I'll certainly give you credit that off stream you mentioned that you're expecting Sinners to actually clean up and get the job done, and they absolutely delivered, mate.
Can't complain. I went on a bit of a intuition call, knowing Sinners, knowing what I've seen. But I don't think I had to worry much, because both map 1 and 2, they made it look easy, right? A little bit of a rough start on both, but quick bounce backs, and voila, it's a 2-0, man.
It is. I mean, you can't really say much more than that.
I mean, honestly, the ace, you know, on Inferno, when we started off with Jacasmo, right? That was the start that I think you both thought at that moment, okay, this is the Passion that we came out to see. This is the Passion UA that we know. We're going to see them dominate, take, let's say, an 8-4 halftime. Didn't happen, went 6-6. And since then, it all kind of collapsed. I mean, they started with the second pistol as well. Still wasn't enough.
I know. That's what I'm just thinking now, is that Passion won every single pistol round in the series, and they only won 16 rounds across the entire series. They converted 3 of the 4 pistols that they won. The only one they lost was the first half of Train, where they lost to the USPs. So the fact that they're winning so many pistols and converting the pistols, but losing the map so one-sided is a really rough look here for Passion UA.
And this is just another head they get to add to the tally. This is a 6-match win streak that they have right now on HLTV, by the way. They take down Passion UA, and it's not been easy games. Iberian Soul, OG, Monty, Paravision twice. These guys are finding such good form, and not only has been beasting just calling, I mean, he's truly amazed me. As you guys can tell, I've been glazing him up this entire best of 3. But like Peppo too, man. Peppo has been a nice look out here for the team, and I feel like with his combat opping, a much more aggressive Sinners, this is something I can start looking forward to a lot more out of these guys.
And I have to ask you both, and you'll be able to give me your answers as you will, but given the fact that now we see Peppo after a month, or give or take a month, being in Sinners after Oscar had left, do we think this is the right replacement? Do you feel like this is the right call, that was the right call for the team with Peppo now?
I'll let you take that one, Hayes.
Okay, I'll jump in first. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I haven't seen anything of Peppo outside of this one series, but I saw enough, and it's not just in terms of the individual, like, mechanical ability, but Peppo's read for the game seems to actually be advanced for the amounts of experience that he has. Just the way he positions himself and the way he responds to certain things that are going on around the map. It seems like he has a pretty good brain for the map, and I'd argue that his mechanics look pretty much as good as Oscar's, unless you're having those like lifer games from Oscar, like we saw him dropping 2.0 ratings in the RMR, right? That's just like, you can never really use that to compare alongside Peppo, but I am for this change. Like, I am excited to see Sinners in 2025 with Peppo. I wouldn't have been so excited if it was still Oscar.
Okay, that's fair.
I think I would say that I do like the change, but not for the same reasons that Hayes does. I do definitely think Peppo is a great individual. However, when it comes down to the opping prowess, I don't think he still matches up to Oscar. We'll have to see more out of that. But I think it's such a better change because it gets Oscar out of this environment and it allows Sinners to actually mesh way better together. Because I didn't see too many mistakes tactically out here out of Sinners, and I'm not just talking about the calls, I'm talking about the positions, the way that they were actually managing to double peek together, the way they were able to communicate. It just felt like the team had a new vigor to it that I felt like was much needed to Sinners, and I feel like Peppo's the one bringing that in. So yeah, I do like it.
And to your point, as you were making earlier, you know, Beastic and Oscar perhaps not fully having, you know, the same ideology or the same vision for the squad. There's something important to say, that this was by Beastic's own words, by his own explanation when asked about Oscar, was, yeah, Oscar's a wonder child in the sense that he doesn't really warm up, he doesn't really take time before the match, he kind of arrives. If he's in a good mood, if we calculate him, you know, to be in a good mood, he's gonna play well, everything's fine. If it doesn't perform, there's not much you can do about it. He's simply, you know, you can't really change his mood if he's feeling bad, and that was it. And Oscar feels like it is excuse me, was that kind of a player, or is that kind of a player that depends a lot on the feeling, or rather the current vibe of himself and the squad, right?
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to kind of bring that up, but I guess we're just going to get to see how that's going to be changing up Sinners later down the line as well, because that's going to get in the quarterfinals. I mean, they're already getting through out here for the CCT. What? They need just 2 more upsets and boom.
Honestly, this is to you, Hayes. I'm going to ask you here directly.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Bait can win against Sinners? Do you think they have a better chance than what Passion had?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, Bates have been able to play some Counter-Strike this year, right? So I think that's definitely a bonus for them. It's not like they're going to be coming into that game completely cold trying to start the year. I mean, this new Bait team looks reinvigorated after they brought Kenzie So in for Captain Kirkus. So I think that's going to be a humdinger of a match between two teams who are in some pretty good form. I'm kind of inclined to maybe give the edge to Sinister, but I think it'll be closer than what we saw here in this series.
Okay. Well, appreciate that to you both. You've done a great job casting. I enjoyed every second of it. And we're not done for the day yet. We're going to go on to a bit of a prolonged pause, everybody. And then at 7 o'clock Central European time, Gun 5 going to follow up against Ecstatic. And that is going to be our last match of the day. So make sure to stay tuned here for the round of 16 as the online series of 16, of course, continues. We'll see you in about 30 minutes, 40, give or take.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back, everybody. We return into the round of 16. We continue tonight with the fourth and final series, or rather the third that will be shown and played, one being forfeit. But with me, still Atro, still Hayes, and myself Over. And we're going to be watching a great game between Gun5 and, of course, none other than Ecstatic. So let's kind of bring it up here. Lads, what are our first expectations, or rather, what's the first observation? Let's start with you, Hayes.
Okay, I'm going to shake things up a little bit. I mean, obviously, I think one of my observations is that these two teams have done really well to get through to the playoffs. Ecstatic, they came through from the Swiss stage. Of course, Gun5 were invited, but I mean, Ecstatic have been in some great form. You get a look at the playoff bracket now as well. We've got some big names, and I think that's something that's actually changed with the way the VRS ranking works and how tournament organizers have to do their invites and distribute them, is the stocks of CCT have just straight up gone up. Like, we have teams like Betboom, 15th in the world. We have teams like NIP and Aurora in the play-ins, and it just means that there's way better entertainment with way better teams playing. So it's good to see Ecstatic, despite the fact that the competition has gone up, is still able to get through to the playoffs.
You, Hayes, of course. Sorry, Atro, not Hayes. Atro, I know you're a big fan of Ecstatic. I'll lead to that more. I would like to touch perhaps a little bit further on Gun5, the opponents that they'll be facing, and what they've been recently up to, even switching out one of their own for Fine Shine.
Yeah, so they have.
Am I going to jump in here?
Yeah,
do you want to do Ecstatic, Atro?
Yeah.
I'll jump in.
Let's do it like
okay.
that. Yeah, fair. That's a better call.
What is interesting, that's just catching my attention immediately here, is that Lackey is listed to be playing the game here, according to the roster we have on our screens, and that's a bit of a change up from what I was expecting coming into the series here for Gun5. Of course, they lost Tania recently, who joined Heroic. Not surprised he got picked up by a big team in a big org, because he had an incredible 2024. He was one of the big reasons we saw so much success from Gun5. And they've brought Fine Shine in to replace him, but I see they're now missing not Seltzer, who are they? It's Easy. They're missing Easy as well. And Lackey is not an AWPer. Fine Shine, did he maybe do some AWPing before? Is he? Yeah, Fine Shine's also an AWPer. So I guess he's going to take over the AWP role, and now Lackey gets a chance with Gun5. But I think their stocks have just gone down massively compared to the team they had at the end of last year.
I have to agree. I'll try to find out the details of why there's no Easy currently, because on HLTV he's listed as the 5. But moving on from Gun5 and truly to what Atro loves best, that is a little bit of Ecstatic and a little bit of Nut. Let's see what you have to say about the fact that they've brought in Syra, man. I mean, we've seen him in Mouse NXT, we've seen him in TSM. Break it down for us, for the rest of us as well, what you see in Ecstatic.
I've had a really fun time watching Ecstatic as of recently. I've been allowed the great happiness as well to cast him a little bit before they got out here into the playoffs, and I have to say, I mean, with Syra added, I feel like he really does mix and match well with the team. Some people might be inclined to kind of point the performance change for core riflers like Nana and Alele kind of falling down a little bit as Syra joined up into the step, but I would say that actually from what I've seen out of them in the last couple of best of threes, they've been performing really, really well as a 3-man squad. Christo has been the one that's kind of been raising a couple of eyebrows, raising a couple of question marks with his opping, because he does have such a strong powering rifling core out here with Anlele and Syra that you can always defend on and hope for when it comes down to clutch situations especially. I think this is where Ecstatic kind of bring out their A game when it comes to the clutches, when it comes down to being in that 3v2 scenario. I think that is when Ecstatic kind of shine. If TMB has a good day, which he has been having quite a couple of good days in a row now, I think this is a team that you should definitely be quite scared of. I do definitely think that, especially with the recent changes of Gun5, they should have the slight edge in my mind. But it all really does depend on the day. I mean, this is a roster that can either perform like a top 30 team in my eyes, or can perform like a top 60, right? So it really does come down to the consistency, but I do see all of these players in a very good light.
Okay, that's fair enough. You brought it up to speed for us, at least for the rest that are still in the dark. But I mean, there's a lot of chances for both sides, really, right? Especially with the changes recently. We don't know what exactly to expect. Surely the same old, perhaps not in the same way. There's going to be calls to see how the new players, or rather the additions, adjust to the rosters themselves. And I do hope that Easy is playing. I haven't had any confirmation for Lucky. Or for Lackey, excuse me, to be
I can see on
actually...
HLTV on the scoreboard that Lucky's in the server, so I assume Easy's actually
okay,
not gonna be
then
featuring.
that's it. Yeah, then that's it. Okay, then you've made the call. Okay, yeah, fair. That would work. Okay, so before we go to the veto, give me your expectations for the actual veto itself. What are we thinking we're going to be seeing here? Start with you, Hayes.
Well, Gun 5 used to be very good on Dust 2 at the end of last season, so I wonder if that's going to still be a feature in their map pool, despite the fact they've lost 2 players. You know, Celta was always very comfortable calling on the map. It's the map they beat Furia on, for God's sake, and yeah, they're going to go in that direction here once again. What about Ecstatic though, Atro? Inferno, do you like that pick for them?
I do like it. I'm very surprised we don't get to see the Train. I mean, Train was permabanned away by Gun 5, makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised we don't get to see Nuke here, right? It's the most played map out here for Ecstatic, but I guess knowing that Gun 5 also like to test their might on it sometimes, they would rather go for a safer pick of Inferno, which is a lesser played map for both of these squads. However, Gun 5, I think this is the best case scenario for them when it comes to the first 2 map picks. Going in from Dust 2, which is going to be very aggressive, very puggy, into Inferno, which is going to dedicate a couple of extra resources to the tactics front there. Will be exciting to see how the individuals out here for this best of 3 are going to start things off. But Gun 5 do go for the normal ban of Nuke, then Mirage, and we end up in Ancient. How do we think that this is going to turn out here, Tio?
Oh, that's honestly... It's a tough read because, as you've said, both teams, they've got a certain amount of maps played on all 3 maps, effectively. Almost the same amount, in fact, between the 2 teams to a degree. Yet, we're not sure what to really expect, especially with Dust starting off. You know, it is Dust 2. It's, as we always like to say, and I feel like it's my duty to put it out there again every time we see it. It's still based on aim, and aim is where it's going to make the difference here. Atro, Hayes, take it away. Dust is here. And you boys enjoy it.
Again, thanks for bringing us in. Still hasn't gotten tired of us here, Tio, apparently, Hayes, so that's always good to hear.
Before I forget, I'm calling Gun 5 winning.
And he just called in Gun 5 taking the win. Okay, we don't know if we're
going to
go
with Ecstatic. I'm going to go with Ecstatic. That's where I'm going to hang my hat. And look at the brawl breaking out here towards the top of middle at the start of the map here. Feinstein at least gets 1 back to kind of negate the damage that's been done. But Sierra continues to force the fights. This is so brave from Ecstatic. This is a statement.
It is. And I'm surprised it's not the dualies picking up first, actually, down middle. But Lucky, the addition out here, the Kazakhstani already found 1v2 now remaining. Needs to take down Syra before Nut actually activates on the late flank. And this is a perfect play from Syra. He's playing it so slowly, knowing that there should be the flank coming through, but Lucky's aware of it. He's waiting for it. I think he might have heard something too. The Glock takes Nut down, and we're left in the 1v1. It's Syra versus Lucky, both up to 2 frags. And now Syra, red in his room right now, red in his face, trying to take down this kill. It's gonna come down to a single bullet, isn't it?
You'd imagine as much. It's just about how patient Sierra is as well, because he's in a position that Lucky's just never going to expect. Sierra's gone searching, and now Lucky has the info. Going to find some damage there on the fallback. Does he continue to hang around? He does, and Sierra on the jiggle lands the instant 1-tap. That's an insane way for him to recover the round for his team.
Yeah, you got to see there at the end, sweaty hands for Lucky. I mean, I got sweaty hands watching that. And this is, as you put it, right, a statement at a pistol round already. Gun 5 go all guns blazing down mid. Ecstatic 2. The HUD is over the other way, but it doesn't matter. It's going to change next round. There it is. Yeah, and it got so damn close, but Ecstatic do take away that pistol round. And it is going to deter Gun 5 from actually getting a forced buy-in, right? They didn't get a bomb plant down. They did find a lot of kills, but kind of spread through. So we're just going to be investing into a couple of deagles, and that will be Ecstatic trying to take the second round here. However, Crystal already down to 9. And Gun 5 looking to try to amaze us with a Tech 9 and a couple of hand cannons.
Yeah, I have my suspicions it's not going to happen, so I actually just want to go off on a tangent here, talk a little bit more about Gun 5 and the changes, because sometimes it feels like our pre-games we just don't have enough time to actually go too deep in some of the conversations. And I mean, normally for the playoff games, I feel that, you know, play-ins, different story to a stage a bit less so, but the one thing I want to say about Gun 5 is Casello is incredible. He's the next Tania. He's probably the next guy from this team who could get picked up by a bigger team in the region kind of thing. He is ridiculously good as an individual. Very talented with the rifle, multi-kill potential, clutching, you name it. Bit of experience would go a long way for him, I reckon. Lackey brings experience, though. Lackey brings a lot of experience to this Gun 5 roster, as we do see him with the Desert Eagle finding himself a kill, and another one coming through. This is a solid eco round right now here.
The bomb plant as well, yeah.
On 5, and they'll, gonna add some extra money to their accounts as well. At least TMB comes through to finish it off. But just to finish what I was saying about Lackey, he's actually been around for a while now, right? I mean, I think back to the Entropic days where he found some decent success with that roster, and then of course Aurora, he's still benched on Aurora, technically speaking. So I think Lackey brings a lot of experience to this Gun 5 team that they actually previously didn't have.
If he's only playing here as a stand-in, it's sad to see for Gun 5 because it would be a really solid addition. But yeah, he is going to be great to be seen out here on the server. But I do want to mention the fact that out here for Gun 5, I actually like the roster under Finnegan's rule a little bit more than I do see it kind of now. There's a lot of changes to be made now. There's a lot of questions to be had, especially not having Easy on the server right now is also going to be something that is going to be putting Gun 5 into a little bit of a pressure point. It's going to be really just a trial by fire here in this playoffs to see how far can they really get. Because remember, back in Season 1, they were winning CCTs out here, and now they're trying to get through into the quarterfinals. Nut already spams them down and just goes mega inside the tunnels, takes down 2, and gets away with his life to tail the tail. That is the opening you want to see. Good dink on the fine shine, but he wins out the spray battle.
A really important frag back there. Imagine he dies as well. I don't think it's necessary to make any unnecessary... no need to go for plays here if you're Ecstatic. You've got a 4 versus 3 already, and Sierra's going to play the smoke fade. Yeah, I'm more of a fan of this option, just falling back as that smoke does dissipate.
Yeah, but he doesn't have info. He's scared.
What to do? Yeah.
Falling back.
Well, and Lele is actually deep long doors, so I'm not sure what he's worried about.
CT, I guess, but now he's pulling back towards side, and he's gonna lose his head. Lackey finds him on the entry, and that's a 3v3 on the retake. A single defuse kit onto TMB, and he's playing the long way around from CT, so it's up to Lele to try to deny this. Can he find Lackey? Yes, he can. Good burst coming out of the A1S, looking for one more inside of the bomb site. Good fall flash coming through, but it's not good enough to take down Lele, and with a 2-man setup from CT as well, Ecstatic take their 3rd round on the board here.
I mean, a nice try there from Gun 5, considering the position that they were in after the double kill from Nut here. Didn't really have many options left available, right? Just group up and try and find a way into the A site. Lackey finds the opening frag, but Lele just holding the control here long is what gives Ecstatic a big advantage in the retake. And that is going to be a strong first gun round here for Ecstatic as they continue their flawless start to the map.
And now let me bring it back to my talking point from before. It's right here, right now, Selter moving to the IGLing role. Selter was already a player by the time Finnegan was in the IGLing position as well. So tell me, how do you think that the dynamic switches now? How do you think that Gun 5 are going to be responding to the sudden change of calls from one individual to the other?
Finnegan hasn't been in the team for a while. Selter's been calling for a while now. So I think they'll be pretty used to the way Selter wants to play the game, and I actually prefer Selter's style over Finnegan. I think Finnegan felt a bit more random, whereas I think Selter's got a better read on the game. I think he plays the percentages better, and I think he uses the players he has around him better than Finnegan did. Someone like Cassello has been in great form under Selter. We've seen the best we've ever seen from him when he's been playing under Selter. So yeah, I picked Selter over Finnegan for me.
Okay. I mean, one of the main driving force for me out of Gun 5 was always their randomness, because you couldn't really read into them, and I think that was why they were such a good team back like a year ago, because they were so all over the place, they were so chaotic, their individuals were so good, they would just get out with best of 3s, in which you could either see like a 13-1 or a an 19-16, 19-17 close game, going all the way in the same best of 3, and you wouldn't have known what to pinpoint it on for Gun 5. But
yeah, I think the thing is, the problem with that style of play though is if you're random and it's tough for other teams to predict, it's also tough for you to be stable and consistent if you play such a random style of Counter-Strike.
yeah.
And I mean, even just looking at the rankings from when Gun5 changed from Finnegan into Celta for the IGL, there actually was a notable uptick in their rankings. But just shifting the focus back here, this is a really important round. Gun5, it's still early days yet, but if they lose this gun round as well, then they probably feel like they start to fall behind the pace of the game a little bit. And this is their map pick as well, so they want that to happen.
And it's tough to lose pace already when the map just started, right? So Gun5 really have to run it back here and perhaps take out a bit of a tactical timeout mid-round. Go a bit French mode and see what they can work out, as they're going to be holding up in towards long, trying to run down the timer a little bit, or perhaps waiting for Feinstein to find something off onto the A-bomb site. A quick smoke down middle doors as well to take away the attention a little, but oh, what a shot, Nut. I don't know if that was just blind or if he actually had the crosshair aimed there already, but great first opening frag onto the LGL, and now Cielo trying to push through. Quick reactions out of him, finds a double headshotter and gets us into the bomb site for Gun5, but a great nade later, he's down to 9. Syra picks up an AK, and walking through CT is going to be Nut trying to take somebody down out here with him. But it's the upper to fall. Feinstein doesn't know what hit him. Seeing the second, Nut trades back 3k out of Nut. And Sadame, last man standing, will fall as well to give Ecstatic 5. Oh my.
I mean, the round started really nicely for Ecstatic, and then it kind of fell off as the round went on. And then Nut just activates. He makes a play, takes initiative in this 3v3, hits a nutty shot there on Feinstein, and then he tracks the bullets through the smoke to get that second frag. Ecstatic off to a flyer, 5-0. They've won their past 4 best of 3s, 2-0 as well. So they're just in incredible form right now.
I'll let the pun slide. It worked out that time. But...
I know. Yeah. It actually wasn't even intentional, you know.
Fair enough. I mean, if it rolls off the tongue, what can you do? But yeah, this is gonna be one of those
days. It's more cringe if it's done on purpose. You know what I mean? So.
This is gonna be one of those days, though. I can feel it out here for Ecstatic. It's gonna be Syra and Nut just going wild on the rifle, being allowed to do their own thing, and then TMB just kind of focusing down on not wanting to micromanage, just calling in overall strats and just letting Ecstatic play their game, because right now they're feeling it. Sadame, though, great shot onto Christo, takes them down in mid and opens up a pass for Gun5 to try to take something down here. Good damage being dealt still, but it's again the crunch down.
Well, Stain has found another, and they've actually heard the drop down from Sierra. This is the... Oh, it's actually only Sierra left. I didn't realize he's actually lost his teammate. Alright, well, he's just going to immediately get onto the B bomb site and activate the C4 while Ecstatic is still chasing Ghosts in middle. Very low health on Anlele. A smoke in the kit between the two of them. Oh, man, I feel like I'm backing Stain in this one.
Kinda. He does actually have the better position, especially with Anlele taking first contact on 11 HP. It all relies on how fast can Syra trade him out. And if he just goes blindly through double doors here, no matter the timing, he's going to be dead. This is Sadame to just try to hold. Look at how dead precise he's going to be with his eyes on the monitor. No time remaining. Syra needs to get this headshot, but he's playing so slowly. Sadame so smart for this. There's not enough time to defuse, surely. And you don't even know where the bomb is. Syra goes for it, and is there time?
Oh, surely
Oh
not.
my god.
Oh my god, how? How? That felt like there was no way there was time left. Time, I feel like he's just been hard done by there. Did Valve increase the... diffuse or shorten the diffuse length there or something, because that felt like Sierra was so lucky, and again Sierra keeps it together.
Yeah, it's great awareness and great out here from Ecstatic and from Syra in particular to be able to win that 1v2, but Sadame played it better. I mean, you have to give it to him. In that scenario, 1v4, not really 1v4, but 1v2, he manages to find himself so tucked in and plays the timer so well. It was just down to the last millisecond. Unfortunate there for Sadame. But welcome back, Christo. Gets himself one, traded on out. Sadame wants to continue what he left off from last round. And let's see if he can perhaps find the first with round number 7.
Oh, Anlele is so low. It's going to be really tough for him to manage anything from this position. Is there a second smoke for the cross? Look at the rotations that have come through thick and fast from the CT side. Bodies on the floor right now. 3v3, wow. TMB with the Yorp has gotten himself another. Surely Gun5 aren't going to be able to... They're not going to spill this opportunity, right? I mean, they haven't gotten themselves on the board yet, but this felt like it was one of the better starts they've actually had to a round, and Celta does get really good timing on Nut.
Yeah, bomb should go down here. New Opper TMB, thoughts? Looking in for more kills, and Celta just trying to clear everything out before the bomb actually does go down. Now they're going to be wary of short here. Ecstatic They do have a full belt of utility onto TMB. You have to remember that. So this is a very doable scenario that they're in, but no defuse kit. And it all comes down to Selter peeking and Lele taken down. And it's up to TMB to try to do a lot of work here by himself. A1S picked up, needs the jump boost here, but doesn't have it. His teammate dead. Feinstein with the op, bomb planted for him as well. He's got to spam through it. He sees one, down towards Ninja, but now there's nothing left to do. No defuse kit, you've got to run. TMB, round over. Gun 5 put themselves on the first.
Yeah, that was a very solid round coming through from Gun 5. I like that they keep things simple and direct because the elaborate approach hasn't really been working out for them. Besides just go out towards long with numbers, with force, and trade themselves, get an even trade. I think Christo seemed a little bit unfortunate to actually miss that second shot there. If he hits that shot, then Ecstatic would have been in a far better off position. But yeah, I mean, as a reflection of the kills Gun 5 have been getting in these rounds they're losing, it's not like Ecstatic have a great investment here. A couple MP9s and AWP M4s. This is Gun 5's opportunity to actually get themselves into their map pick.
It is their opportunity to get back into it. However, Lele's just not gonna allow it. Through a smoke, through long, he finds 2. And this is how it feels for Ecstatic. I feel like I've just gone back in time for a couple of hours ago, where this game will feel a lot like the previous best of 3, where Passion UA and Sinners on paper were looking to be very close, to be very one-to-one sided there, but instead you get to see all of the individuals for one team pull through while the other is struggling to find that X factor. And I think Gun 5 might be in the Passion UA camp right now, but we'll see it as the game continues. We're moving into B, and it will be only MP9s and an AK trying to retake into the tougher of the two sides to retake.
And they've got the read that there's a player in towards tunnels as well. 2 players going to be coming through from them here. No kits in play for the CT side. That's an important thing to keep in mind. And it's going to be Selta who's already found a kill. TMB is just going to have to flood his way forward now. That's going to give up his position. Oh, and then Lele is also dead. Only TMB left, and good positioning from Gun 5 ensure that there's no way for TMB to fight only one player at a time. And that is a great recovery for Gun 5. It looked like they were down and out of the round, but they do find a way to get back into it. And I'm not sure who the player was in middle there that fought for Ecstatic in the 4v2. Felt a little bit like he was going for a individual heroic moment there. Probably not necessary. And yeah, it just unravels from there. Now Ecstatic are going to have to force.
Yeah, I think that was maybe Syra. And yeah, we do get confirmation out here from Tio. Thank you. He did try to go for that, was trying to disrespect the smoke, thinking maybe there would have been a second flash coming through with it, or he would have had support from the other player, but it looks like it's just a little bit of miscommunication. Not really getting them over the line. Still though, you have to give it up to Gun 5. They played it very, very well in the clutch again, right? Very calm, very collected. It seems that when Gun 5 even are losing these rounds, they're making them close, and they're still playing to try to win every single round. So, of course they are, but they're doing a good job of it. Force by now coming through from the CT side. This could get the T side back in the game.
Yeah, looks like it. You're bang on the money there. This is going to be 6-3. Anti-Eco 6-4. And the scoreline looks a whole lot better for Gun 5 at that point as they're now warming up. Just shows you how, sure, you can have a 6-0 lead, but you make one mistake here, a mistake in the follow-up round, and all of a sudden, all that hard work at the start of the map it's just gone. It's straight up gone. You know, what was looking like a fairly dominant scoreline at one point for Ecstatic is now just back to basically an even game after this next round.
Yeah, that's the thing though. They do get 6 in a row, and nothing to say away from Ecstatic. They still managed to pick up 6 in a row after all. So they do manage to have a good iron grip over this half. But seeing as it was 6-0, they could have gone away with so much more. If this half even ends up nearly close to like a 7-5, which is the most realistic way we could see this ending, then I don't know. Still for Ecstatic, that's going to hit a little bit tough when they move on over to the T side. However, good flash coming through. Cielo helps out Sedame to enter up into A. And for a second, I actually forgot they were fighting with USPs and pistols. I was really wondering why they were just pushing, but I figured it out.
Yeah, it all works out in the end. Like you say, probably just go for some sort of a Hail Mary play, see if you can find a way to make it work. And now this is going to be the gun round for Ecstatic, where if they lose this gun round, we're basically just looking at a 6-all halftime scoreline. And Ecstatic probably feel like they've left a few rounds on the table at that point. So let's see if the Danes can get themselves back to winning ways. Christo has his AWP. I feel like he's been doing well to get opening kills, but then maybe overplaying his hand a little bit by trying to find a multi. Either way, this is going to be fast from Gun 5, at least for the couple players. Do they commit though? Surely not through the smoke.
Oh, Crystal has got to hold on, and he's the one with the scope. Can't really play combat opping that close. Bomb still not spotted either, so Ecstatic not setting all of their men down towards B yet. They're still holding down one in towards middle, and it is going to be some good damage onto Ziello. Found and destroyed. Sedane meets the same fate down on mid, and now Gun 5 are left without too many options. They gotta push through somewhere, and that somewhere is gonna be mid apparently. Through the double doors, they're hoping for something, but they're stuck in the corner. And Syra, trying to swap out the guns, doesn't ever expect Lackey to be in the cubby. So 2v4, Gun 5, still not looking good, are gonna try to back up in towards tunnels, where Christo is still looking to combat op. There you go.
I know, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I'm sure he gets the kill, but this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the round, where I feel like he's maybe just overplaying a few of these situations, but I guess he's popping off, so yeah, Slay King.
Slay indeed. That's his plan anyways. We'll see if he actually manages to keep it up. But with this first half almost ending, does anything that we talked about in the pregame kind of change for you out here, Hayes? Do you think this is going to be one of those days where Ecstatic might all just be feeling better, or do Gun 5 look good enough out here to kind of contest and actually win out this best of 3?
Yeah, I have seen enough from Gun 5 in these past few rounds to believe that they have what it takes to make the BO3 competitive. I don't think this is going to be a walkover or a whitewash for Ecstatic by any stretch. Lackey creeps his way forward, very low on health though, and he's going to catch the first, but there's no time. So, yeah, I'm still certainly going to be, choosing Ecstatic as my horse to back here in the race, but do I think it's a clear-cut victory without any chance for Gun 5? No, absolutely not. We've seen in the past few rounds that their individuals are starting to play themselves into some form here, and we should have a game in our hands.
We should, and the one that's very nice to see a lot of this game being brought to our attention in is Lackey here, right? Double op setup T side? Surely not. Apparently. Okay.
Looks like it.
Gun
well,
5.
When you've got the money, I guess.
Yeah. It's last round for a reason. Why not splurge a little bit, I guess? Nice one-way smoke, though. Oh, Crystal, what a shot. You're not allowed to miss. Wow.
Yeah. He hasn't missed many.
Yeah. Oh, like he goes back to the AK. Okay, so just a single op.
Okay, I guess they had the finances, looking for an early fight there. You get a kill, pick up the orb. That makes sense. Remember when they used to do that with the auto snipers and then just drop AKs and spawn? I hated that era. Look at Anlele though. He's going searching. Not only is he searching, but he's finding.
He's finding, and he's not being traded, not peeked into from short either. They're just taking up the space in middle, but 3v5, you've been here before, Gun 5, and it hasn't necessarily worked out good. Ziello. Off in the smoke, wondering why. Has managed to take down Syra, however, the second trades him out. And Lele's on a roll this round here, 3k already made. And it just feels like he's going untraded. He's just allowed to push and push. Gun 5 can't really back him down, and it looks like this might be how the round ends. Helter traded out again, and Lele on a quad kill ends this one off. And Ecstatic, they start off strong, and they end off the half, I'd say, just as strong, 8-4.
Yeah, that is a really important halftime scoreline for Ecstatic, considering the start they had to the half where they go up 6-0. Had that ended 6-all or even 7-5, it kind of feels like they just tapered off as the half went on and maybe left a few rounds on the table. But now making it 8-4, doubling up on their opponents, going to the T side, a team that's in this good form, I think they're going to be tough to contain on the T side of Dust 2. Having a look at the numbers, generally, Atro, catch this. Generally, Ecstatic have a 47% win rates on their CT side and a 64% win rates on their T side. So, Gun 5 could be in some big trouble going into the second half.
That is not a statistic you get to hear often. Well, maybe on Dust 2 a little bit more than other maps, but to have a T side that strong out here for Ecstatic is definitely something that Gun 5 would have had to take into consideration when picking Dust 2, right? So now they're maybe thinking, oh damn, this is gonna turn bad if we're not careful, and this pistol round is gonna be deciding a lot of how this map is going to go. Ziello trained on the angle though, the crosshair placement is good, finds one, looks for more, has got to go for it again, another pop flash to go through, and Sedane trades him back.
At least Dame's able to find a frag there. Oh, look at Celta. He's just charging. He's going straight through. Wait, Celta, is your W key stuck in or something? Are his brakes broken?
I think
the
so.
truck just rolls down the hill and crashes into the cars in front of him, but at least Feinstein gets a frag back. Stain desperately tapping away, kills Christo, so seems like all should be alright.
Should be. Oh, Cyrus left in a 1v1 though, makes this one possible. Thought he was just gonna get peeked in from lower tunnels and he wouldn't have expected it, but now Sadame has got to get sweaty hands too. Bomb dropped in towards long. Sadame is trained on the angle. This is perfect right now. Syra, he just needs to Y-peek this, and I don't think he will. Never expects it. Oh, and he does. Still alive. Syra gets a second chance. Revitalize. And now the USP tries to peek back in. 25 seconds. Sadame just needs to play the time, surely. But he can't afford to run away. So he's going to keep on taking the fight. Syra heard him moving away, and he's trying to run. Book it for the hills into A. Oh, tapping again. This is getting close. This is getting scary. Who's gonna land? It will be Sadame. Taking the pistol round away for Gun 5. It was exactly what the CT side needed to start with.
Yeah, that gets ugly quickly. What looked like it was always supposed to be a pretty simple pistol round for Gun 5 gets out of control. Nice shot there from Feinstein with the Julie. He's not a name we've said all that much so far, right? Feinstein.
Yeah.
I mean, not really a player who people would know too much about. I mean, I hopped a couple of his games on that Ho2 roster. He's the opening here, which was previously Easy, and I feel like Easy was actually starting to get in some good form at the end of last season. So I'm surprised they've actually gone in a different direction. Maybe more on that in another round though, because it's a force buy from Ecstatic, and they've gotten themselves out long, but Stame is mowed down too.
He has, and he's still trying to find more TMB out here. Looking for Celta for his Battle of the IGLs once more, and it looks like the Battle of the Crossings actually, because the smoke blooms just in time, and it will be TMB good for another. Nut keeps it going with the Tech 9, and suddenly, man advantage out here for Ecstatic. They're not worried about a flank at all. It's just Gun 5 down CT trying to deny these guys from coming over. Feinstein now goes for the wide lurk around in towards short, and it will be likely to just try to hold on for dear life. TMB, does he spam through the smoke? He will, but only onto elbow. Good smoke down towards short as well. Buys up the time in the plant as well. Jump boosting ahead. Oh, he's disrespecting the elbow smoke. Feinstein should have done it with his teammate there, but Nut doesn't care, man. A destroyer with the MP9 and destroyer with the AK. This man is in form today.
That's a disaster for Gun 5 though, after winning the pistol round to start off here on the second half, get things going on the right foot, and then losing to the force fight, even though they traded 2 for 1 at the start of the round long. Ecstatic just keep up with the original plan. Big swing through the smoke from Casello, and then just kind of unravels from there. Not with the MP9 showing that, sure, it's been nerfed recently, but when you're standing, it's still as good as it ever was. And now what do Gun 5 do? If they full save, they don't have a full buy in the next, they're probably just going to end up forcing here.
It's so tough, right? Because you're forced to have a force with only deagles at maximum if you want to have half armor, if you even want to have a single diffuse kit or a flash, something to work with. And they're prioritizing firepower out here over the utility, which again makes sense in the point that they're at. But I would love to see someone like Lackey right here or Ziello go for a diffuse kit. You know, just if you're gonna get down to that line, have the opportunity to at least not be forced to save only half armors and pistols. But no.
Tell me this, Atro, would you be the guy to buy the kit in
Yes,
this situation?
I would be.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I respect that. I wouldn't.
I whine
Flashbang if I can afford it.
I whine and bitch about it so much. It would be crazy for me not to be that guy, you know? Like for me to always say
That's why I had to
diffuse
just do a
kit.
double check there. But yeah, I'm not that guy either. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm Deagle armor, flashbang all the way. Tio said he'll just buy a Zeus every round. That's kind of his extent
Yeah,
that he would
well,
go for. But they
too
have
low,
gone
then.
for the Force here. They've gone for the Force, and it hasn't gotten off to a great start.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. There you go, Selter.
Didn't take
Apparently
those.
slamming through smoke is going to cut Hayes' tongue off, and now 4v4. Does he get another? No way he gets 2 out of this, right? There's just no way. The pop flash was good, and Lele didn't take it, though. Good anti-flash, and that's Ecstatic on double digits. I do want to wind back the time a little bit, though, to you, Hayes. You were mentioning Easy there a little bit, right? Do you think he's going to be maybe bought out by some different team?
That's actually a good question. I hadn't considered that initially. I was more just shocked to see him not on the server for Gun 5.
Yeah.
maybe.
Like, he was on
I
good
feel
form.
like they did so much work to catch Easy up to the professional level after he came through from the Aurora Academy team. And something Seltzer spoke about in an interview I had with him was that they needed to catch him up to speed and just teach him, you know, he had the mechanical and individual level, that wasn't a problem, but just giving him some more experience and adding to his knowledge base. And they've done that hard work, so now you reap the reward of it in 2025, I'd imagine. But yeah, maybe he is going across to another team. That's conceivable.
Yeah, I mean, again, you said that he had a great run of form, and I have to concur. He was really one of the star players to look forward to in Gun 5 in their previous iteration before 2025. So I do believe that if he's not going to be someone that we are going to see continuously out here for this Gun 5 roster, that he's going to get picked up like hot bread, really.
But like by who? Because I'm looking at the regional ranking for Russia right now. The teams above Gun 5, Aurora, okay, they've got Grix at the moment and they seem set on him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be that. Spirit Academy, I doubt Spirit Academy would be making any changes with what we've seen from them. 9 Pandas, well, their AWP is ALV, and I don't know much about him, so maybe 9 Pandas could be one, but they've just made roster changes recently, so you wouldn't expect them to change things now, right?
You say that, yet it's still January. This is when you
Just
still
kick
get
Crad.
to...
That's all I'll say. Just kick Crad. Get Crad out of there.
Yeah, but like, again, it is still January, even though it's passed by really quickly. Like, in 2 days, it's gonna be February. I just felt like 2025 barely started, but okay. You know, this is still the period of time when teams are still going through their teething issues. It wouldn't be that unconceivable to say that there should still be changes on the uprise in the next month or two.
Yeah, I guess. You got to give it some time, though.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying February, but I might be saying March, April, you know? We might start seeing teams swap up a little.
Problem with making roster changes as well is how it affects your VRS ranking points, right? That's a new thing to keep in mind. That probably would be a good motivator for teams to kind of stick together a bit more, which I'd be happy to see. Either way, huge gun round, massive gun round for Gun 5, a gun round of the biggest order, and Lele towards Long Droid's first blood, but they're not going to expect Seltzer in the corner. He needs more than just one though, Afro.
Oh, he does, and he's already managed to get 2 off. There you go, Seltzer well played, leaves us in a 3v3, and it's on Lele to continuously find these entry frags. It's been really aggressive out of him, and he's had good backing, but now it's down to 3 different 1v1s actually, going down through the middle. This time, Ziello wins his own one. And now in short, there comes another. Sedane trying to find Syra, and he does so. Gun 5, incredibly important round, as you mentioned, for the guns. And it looks like these 5 are going to go on ahead and take it over the line. TMB has got a combat op his way through survival here. And Lackey, well, he's going to be the main deterror to that. It's all about the timing.
There we go. Oh!
Nice
Hit
try.
the AWP there, but yeah, Lackey comes through in time to get the frag, and Gun 5 do win that important round there. I mentioned Seltzer had to get a multi from his position towards Long, and he does deliver. Because this was the start of the round, it was looking pretty scary there if there wasn't this rebuffal from Seltzer. And, well, that's the first step of many required here for Gun 5 to get themselves back in the contest.
At the beginning of the round, yeah, I got to see Feinstein DC as well really quickly, so we're going to be jumping into the tech pause. Doesn't even take a minute, so don't worry about it. We're not starting the podcast up again, sadly, but we've got enough time out here. Or maybe we won't, who knows? It's 11-6 already for Ecstatic. If they just find 2 more rounds, they already force us to kind of hand over the mic towards Tio.
I think we need to come up with a name for our podcast, bro, because we seem to end up in podcast mode. We cast together quite often, so I think we should try and just workshop a name for our podcast. And just say, like, welcome back, everyone, to the next episode of Who Knows. So, let's see. Okay, big round here. Lackey, deep already, spots a player in the blue container. He's got a smoke to extinguish the flames, but can't do much about the HE, except maybe win out a gunfight. Oh, Sierra, you dog. You biscuit, Sierra, you biscuit.
A biscuit that gets out and only gets cracked once. There you go. It is going to be Sierra managing to get the assist onto Sedame as well there. From the grave, 3v3 post-plant scenario. 2 short, 1 CT. And it's the offer trying to move in first. And oh, there you go. Crystal stuck in the smoke. He was trying to get out, but there was no way he could. Running and gunning. Ziello finds one. Nut staying inside of the bomb right now. Right on top of it. Waiting for someone to just push him out. He fights in the flames. Gets out with 1. and decided to stay there, leaving Anlele in the 1v1. Feinstein, it's all about the timing. Yeah, Anlele has got it better. He's drawn the better fortune cookie, and it's Ecstatic on that point here.
That is insane. I can't believe Anlele is so brave to just try and cross as that smoke is fading, and it even looked like the AWP was peering in that direction, but Anlele gets past the scope from Feinstein, and he is able to get the kill while the player's out in the open. Look at that. Oh, so good from Anlele. He's had an incredible map, hasn't he? 17 and 14. Numbers just look great across the board for Ecstatic, though. Everybody with double digits, at least neutral or positive KD, and you can just see it in their game right now. They're playing phenomenally as a team, and that's a great round for them to lock down.
And again, while I do love glazing Ecstatic, don't get me wrong, Gun5 have been playing good too, man. I mean, those KDs are definitely not worthy of only 6 rounds on the board out here for these guys, but sadly for them, that's just how it's been working out. They mentioned the clutching attempts there that Ecstatic always seem to bring to the table. Great nade, by the way, from Sedame. It's the clutching that really puts the factor out here and puts the 12th round on the boards for Ecstatic. That's been getting them across the line, so they stay calm, they stay composed, and it's turning out better and better for them. While Gun5 do have now a big chance at a round, it will still culminate perhaps in an A push. Have they dropped the bomb though? Because I don't see it.
I mean, that's a good question. I think it's on...
It's right at the entrance.
In the B bomb side? Yeah, there we go. You can see it on the screen there. That's going to be impossible to recover.
Surely.
I mean, hopefully, for their sake, they can get some kills. That's pretty much the most they could try and recover from the round. This is a big gunfight. Okay. Alright, well, that maybe just makes things a little bit more interesting.
Why? Because
This
TMB...
frag would make things a lot more interesting.
Yeah, because TMB has got time now to push through. Sedame, though, imagine he just connects a little bit more. He could take them both down here. They're lining on up. The bomb has been stolen. They're trying to run in. Can we get them? Can we find them? Crystal just holding down the line, waiting for TMB to push through. Crystal finds Yellow. This is TMB's world, and we're just living in it. 2v1 from 3v5. It's turned on its head, and it's 15 seconds to plan. Crystal's running for the hills on A, and it forces the rotate. TMB, what a hold, what a man. 4K out here for Ecstatic to get them above the line on 13-6 to end things early. Wow.
I am gobsmacked. I cannot believe what we just witnessed there. Gun5, you've just dropped the ball in the worst way possible. Imagine just taking a snapshot of the round where we pan to the camera of the player boosted up, looking at the bomb. 3 players on the site, 1 outside the site, 1 CT, 3v5, low health on players on Ecstatic. They should never win that round. They should never in any conceivable world have won the round, but... And ultimately, like you say, it's just TMB's world and we're living in it. And that's a disaster for Gun5 in terms of how they fall apart.
Yeah, that was insane. I'd love to see you breaking down though. Tio, go for it. Amaze us. What have you taken out of this first map? Because second is coming right after that.
Honestly, I mean, that leaves me gobsmacked a little bit as well. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to take out of it all. The first half was fantastic. The second, there wasn't much of it. I mean, first half, we see the start be absolutely amazing for Ecstatic. I'm still trying to buy myself back into your favor, gentlemen, because it seems like I have to change my pick. I mean, what the hell happened for Gun5? They dropped the ball. It was 6-1 at one point. Then I believe 7-1. A bit of a back and forth. We saw, some return fire coming out from Gun5. A few moments on the after plans. They were able to get the victories in. Yellow, we can see him here chasing. Of course, Lackey and the rest following suit. The numbers kind of did support Gun5 in a way to have a much closer first half, but it seems like all just collapsed as soon as Nut and even Syra came out to play. At the end of the day, we saw consistent aggression that worked out well for Ecstatic. They had the read on point. I mean, TMB clearly making the right mid-round calls. Once we switched to half, the pistol actually, another 1v1, a clutch that was required for Gun5. I think even Hayes, you mentioned it specifically, that without that probably we would have ended much sooner, even if it was still a very quick one. And in general, and then we see that force buy coming out from Ecstatic, that Nut I think got a double kill, and I believe we're watching the round after already here with the nades and just generally the team play for Ecstatic. Everything on point, and I genuinely thought that Gun5 perhaps have a bit of a better chance. A few moments here and there where we could question the validity of their choices, but in general, it was Ecstatic that played the better game. The individuals, as mentioned, Syra seemingly proving to be one hell of a In addition, not once again being there, and Lele, whilst I did have a few doubts about him the last time I saw him, seemingly at least out of that slump. The overall performance of the team was on point, and Ecstatic showcased that indeed they are looking for that top spot in the playoffs. We're going to take a short break, and we return into our second map in 15 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gents, and welcome back on into map number 2 out here for Gun 5 and Ecstatic for the last best of 3 of the day. We had a little bit of a heart skip down there before we actually entered up into the broadcast here, but here we are. Inferno up next. Hayes, we got to see a 13-6 out of Ecstatic that perhaps I don't fully think neither Gun 5 nor we were kind of expecting. How do you feel about Inferno now?
We can try and add here to the conversation. I'll be. Oh, you know, I picked Gun 5, but I still think Ecstatic is a good choice here. No, I'm joking. Sorry, Tio. I love you. That was an awful impression to throw it out there. Listen,
I give it a 7.
Ecstatic, a 7. Okay, that's pretty decent mark. Listen, great display from Ecstatic. They've been playing fantastic CS lately. I mean, you hyped them up big time coming into the series. They delivered on their opponent's map. Now we go to their map pick as well. You know, you're a bit questionable about why they didn't pick New coming into this. Instead, they decided to go with Inferno, and I guess Atro, we're about to find out why they've made that choice as we jumping into that second map.
Yep. 100%. Let's figure it on out. I'm still trying to come up with ideas here for the name of the podcast, man. You've given me a little bit of homework.
You've been racking your brain? Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. You got any
you
good
were in
ones?
school more recently than I was, so I think you getting the homework is better than me, man.
Look, man, I got an exam tomorrow, okay? That's so
a
low
you got enough
blow.
on your plate is what you're saying. Fair enough, actually, man. Best of luck for the exam, and there's going to be some good luck here for Gun 5 as well, as, well, they have to win this map here to keep themselves alive in the playoffs, and that is a great way to start things off. Gun 5, 1 bullet fired by Casello, 1 head found, and there's more with that.
There it is. Feinstein managed to pick up the first, but it's TMB, the man that ended off the last map, trying to open it up this time. Syra does manage to actually help him out, and we're back to the 2v2s. I don't know how this keeps on happening for Ecstatic, but whenever they're down manpower, they've always managed to bring it back. Herd down on towards Banana. Bomb's gonna get planted. Selter, position compromised, and yet still has such an easy frag there on Syra, but he just jumped at the wrong time. Got stuck and now forced to play in the 2v1. This is tougher than it seems. No defuse kit. Time just ticking away, and all that Syra and TMB really need to do is just play around corners. Because Selter...
Yeah, they're playing deep.
Yeah. He's got to go
really
for this
deep,
as well.
Yeah. Exactly, and there's just nothing being offered up by Ecstatic with these super passive post-plant positions, and Seltzer's now going searching into Church, and he will find TMB. Nice headshot, and he seems to have a pretty good idea of where the last player is. Taps the defuse, hoping to draw Sierra out, but like you say, no kit. Even if he gets the kill, there will not be any time, and Sierra continues to waste down the clock, and that will be a pistol round picked up by Ecstatic. They pick up where they left off on Dust 2. Probably, you know, I'd imagine Gun 5 are a little bit aggrieved that they don't actually win that pistol, considering their position they were in here after the banana skirmish.
Yeah, exactly, right. Feinstein finds himself really far aggressed, and then Syra brings back 2 out of nowhere. That is the part that I just don't get. TMB finding that last frag as well without being traded out isn't how it was supposed to be going in the minds of Gun 5. And Selter overall there played it well, but in a 1v2 you can't really do more. The round was already lost by the time he was heard in towards Banana by Syra. So well played out there from Syra and TMB, managed to close out the round. We go into round number 2 now with Ecstatic managing to win this one, and Half-Eye onto Gun 5 starts things off with another opening frag for the CTs.
Yeah, lovely work there with the Desert Eagle. Has to take a lot of damage to fall back to the safety of the B bomb site, but he's inflicted the damage and could find some more. Oh, he's tagged. That's a headshot through the edge of the coffin there. Is that enough to dissuade Ecstatic from committing into this big push here? I feel like they have to because they've got nothing to fall back on.
Yeah, exactly. TMB already finds himself in the coffin, so just go all out, just run it in. And it is going to be the USP managed to find one. The second on from Lackey. Already low HP onto Christo. This might just be a USP round that does ring true for Gun 5. And it would be such a savior as well, seeing as how things have been going, especially map number 1 and losing out the pistol again. You cannot afford to lose this one. Another dink onto Syra, and he's running out of bullets. Only 4 in the mag. He will fall. Feinstein and the Deagle of Selter saves the day out here for Gun 5 and manages to win out that round.
Okay, that is a huge reprieve, a massive let-off here. It wasn't even a force bound the CT side for Gun 5. The USP is able to get in on the action. Good rotations from Gun 5, getting ahead of the game. Players on the correct side of the map. Nice shots being landed by the Deegs, and Gun 5 answer back after losing the pistol. Such an important round for them to win, to make sure that Ecstatic don't just tear too far ahead at the start of the map.
This is, however, going to be, again, another scary situation for Gun 5, because they've got to convert over to this bonus as well. Well, to this anti-eco as well, which Ecstatic are going full out for, right? Tech9's bought up, the Lil already taken, a 2-for-1 trade, not gonna be good here for Ecstatic as today does manage to just sneak his way through apartments and find another cheeky frag. And Lele trades it back, however, with 34 HP. We're not expecting him to do a lot. But I think Ecstatic could already pull the plug here. A minute left on the clock, they could just hold.
Yeah. They don't have to try and do anything for a bit. Like, they could try and, like you say, just post up an angle, see if anybody rears their head. No need for Gun 5 to make any plays, though, right?
Exactly.
Does TMB hard clear his corners? That's the big question. That's the question of the round.
Oh, if he does, imagine. That's a bomb planted on B, and that's on Lele in a really good spot. He is gonna hard clear. Oh, Selter takes him down. He wasn't caught sleeping at the wheel. That would have been an insane way to lose the round. But it doesn't happen. There you go. Well played. Therefore, Selter. And well played for Gun 5. They don't fall under the pressure of the Tech9s, as we've seen many times before. Not only them, but multiple teams. And, that will be 3 in a row out here for Gun 5.
Yeah. Did they even win 3 rounds in a row on Dust 2? I mean...
A good question.
I'm not sure. Without throwing shade their way, it's already should be an improved start here for them. And, well, they've definitely got their work cut out for them, because Ecstatic are certainly Inferno enjoyers. They played the map 12 times in the past 3 months. Had a win over Aurora recently. They beat Iberian Soul as well, 16-14. So, yeah, some improvements on the map. I mean, there were some rougher results. They lost to Gen 1 twice earlier on in the year as well, but seems like the map is in a better place here for Ecstatic as of late.
Yeah, but then you also take a look on down to how much Gun 5 have been playing it, right? And even though they haven't had the same amount of maps played, they have played against teams that I would say pose a little bit of a... not a threat, but a little bit more of a tougher journey on the map, especially up against 9 and Aurora Youngblood. Even though Aurora Youngblood might not be having Grix anymore, they do still have really good operators. And actually, last time they played onto this Inferno, Grix was still a part of Aurora Youngblood, so they still had their work cut out for them. It wasn't easy. So Gun 5 looking to try to make this be the first Inferno of the year, and a good one. We'll see if it works.
Ecstatic are looking to keep things pretty simple here, at least as far as the start of the round goes. Numbers in towards the top of Banana, getting good control, and then shifting away from there afterwards. Oh, Casello, perfect position. Siri trying to make a play through the smoke as it fades, and that's going to cost him his life. And, well, now Casello has an AK. It's a strong gun, but is there a chance here? Perhaps for Christo, no. Timing catches him off, and this is a great way for for Gun 5 to get the gun round going.
Yeah, Christo just remembers, wait, people can still come through short. He checks, and he's already passed. But Gun 5, yeah, they've been having some really good timings, and I want to focus our attention as well onto their money right now. In the previous round, they managed to save, I think, all of their guns, or 4 out of 5. And the one before that, yeah, it was a little bit expensive, but still 3 out of 5 players alive. This is going to get them a lot of residual cash. CT side needs that to be able to succeed later down the line as well. So for Ecstatic, what's important here is even if you don't manage to win out the round, you need to take some of these guns away from them. Oh, and not already making noise. This is not the start you want to have. Fine shine. Oh my goodness!
My.
Connects.
There we go. I mean, this is just flawless right now for the CT side. You mentioned how it would be important for Ecstatic to at least try inflict the liquor damage here, so that Gun 5 would be forced to reinvest into a couple of their guns, but Ecstatic have just been body slammed here in this gun round. And you know what? I'm not a huge... Oh, okay, big kill at the end of the round as well. And Lele's bank, just like me for real. He's broke.
Yeah.
There's no money in PayPal. I mean, in the bank account. But enough of the NIP slander.
God.
What I was going to say, though, is... Yeah, a strong gun round here for Gun 5. Just all of these players pitching up and locking it down. No, that's what I was going to say, is that I don't love the approach from Sierra. Like, it just felt like that was such a gamble, such a risk, trying to phase through the smoke like that. You got your first gun round. You probably want to try and be more tactful, more methodical in your approach than roll the dice like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it's also the beginning of Inferno here. You feel like you do have a bit of a leg up when it comes to trying to be aggressive and simple out here onto the T side. So I guess that's what Syra's kind of trying to aim for, and TMB is not really saying no to that, but I don't know. Also, with the NIP slander there, wasn't it an NIP getting like a $40 million investment from like some Middle Eastern?
Oh, damn, what?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah, yeah.
When did
Check
that
Dust
come
2.
out?
Check Dust to US. I'm pretty sure they're getting a huge investment from like some Saudi Arabia company or something.
Well, hopefully they can make the top 20 this year then.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's performance based. That's what I want to say. The investment is performance based, allegedly. So we'll see how much of that they actually do get. However, you could have made the same point perfectly with ITV, right? Anyways.
Yeah, that's a basket case right there. What a disaster.
Yeah, I was sad, and sadly,
All I'll say is just don't let the door hit you on the way out to ITV and their owner as well, because it seems like there's been a lot of drama around that team for a long time, and it's now just all spilling out into the public.
yeah. I'm happy at least the players themselves aren't necessarily directly involved in the drama, and they're still playing even out here on CCT. They are playing on their money F right now, which is funny. But yeah.
I guess F's in chat for their money, their sticker
Bank
money, their
accounts,
salary.
just like in
That's
LA.
Probably what it's about, yeah.
Yeah. Smooey was
Do you see
putting
what
out
you're
some.
talking about though? Just pulled up an article, not the Dust 2 one, but 5-year deal at that $40 million partnership you were talking about.
Yeah.
That is wild.
It is. I had a bit of a shock when I saw it first time as well. I think I was actually in Discord with Tio and Nexus, and we were all like, what? How? Huh? Okay, Christo. Okay. That's his first kill, by the way. That's his second. Okay. Chicken Slander, hello? Okay.
Yeah, you gotta look after your top better than that, mate.
Yeah,
Surely.
man.
By the way, Sierra, great timing from him as he comes through from apartments and he catches Fine Shine off guard, and then that's just gonna completely open up the A-bomb side. However, Casello, could he spoil the day? Could he ruin the party?
I think he could. He's looking for it. Timing is everything, though. And I like the fact that Christo checks behind. He finds Lackey. Don't ever think he expects a second, but he's still holding on. Ecstatic, look at the awareness. Yellow is trying to pull the party, though. If he finds Nut, shuts him down. And now he's got to be forced to be the only man standing out here. How much damage can he truly do? It's all about the timing yet again coming through from Banana, and Ziel is trying to crunch down middle actually here. But still, Crystal might be getting away with one. No, he doesn't. Good timing and good riddance out there as Crystal's taken out. Ziello and Selter have got to retake, and they're looking for shots, but Ziello was just feeling it a bit too much. Triple peaked into submission, and Selter runs away with the op. That's the round. 5-2 Ecstatic put up the second.
And they needed that round as well. Really important that it goes their way. That kill there from Sierra to open up and just set things in motion was a really good opening kill, and Ecstatic will double up their round count. They won the pistol, lost 5 in a row, but now they've got themselves back to winning ways. Has to be the start of something, has to be them now building up some momentum. Oh, Wanlele, how far does he go? Not far enough. Good. Good decision making, good discipline there not to extend any further.
Good job there, yeah. Still though, I mean, if you think back to the first map out here of this best of 3, Ecstatic were playing a lot of momentum. So, as you were mentioning, if this is just going to be the start of something, it still could be a half worth looking into out here for the Ecstatic for this T side. They're 4 rounds down, sure, now only 3. But this is a well-timed tactical pause brought in by Gun5. I feel like this can truly stomp Ecstatic on any chances they have of bringing it back if they manage to win this one out. However, do you feel like there's a world where just Lucky throws out that MP9 and buys up a better gun? Because they have the cash for it.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't mind it. MP9, if you have one MP9 on the CT side of Inferno, it's probably fine. But there are like a few unique situations where you might really regret having that gun. And like you say, when you've got so much money, yeah, you probably just drop the MP9 at that point. Especially when this map is as important as it is. You don't want to take any chances, but you can totally understand why he's going to keep it.
Oh, there it is, Lackey. Good for the first, jumps into Banana, full guns blazing, looking for the second. Selter helps him out, and that's more than they bargained for, and they'll take it. And Lele taken out too. And Ecstatic now left without too many choices, but a good little lurk out here from Syra. Could get them in a really good spot. Does he find his kill? Yes, he does. Oh, traded immediately. Hey man, if there's ever a time you want to see Nut activate, it's a 3v1, right?
Yeah, he's got some time to work with as well. Fresh smoke there, he's gonna go through this, and he should know it was thrown from the right side just because of the way that it bounced off the wall, but unfortunately isn't gonna be too clean in the gunfight itself, so no activation there in that round. Gun 5, straight back to winning ways. You commended the pause there, and yeah, just made sure that Ecstatic weren't able to carry that momentum over from the round one into the next, stop them in their tracks, and win a good round back.
There it is. Gun 5 do manage to stop them here, but how long will it continue? Again, it does come down to the individuals of a map, right? So far, Syra's the only one that we've seen kind of the light at the end of the tunnel here for the rounds for Ecstatic, and they've been calling quite a simple game out here, as far as I'm concerned. I know that TMB does call out differently on this T side usually, so here only letting them kind of search for opening frags, search for entries that aren't really finding their place, finding their rhythm out here. It's really interesting to see Ecstatic choose to go head up against the wall round after round after round again. And Gun 5 are not going to say no to that, right? If you're Gun 5, you're just taking these rounds as they come and you're not really whining about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels like we haven't really had any elaborate approaches here from Ecstatic in these rounds on the T side. And, well, I mean, how on earth they get back into this? They barely make up 1.5 players between the 3 of them. Hoping something is given to them for free, but just Gun 5 bunkered down, going to force Ecstatic to make this next move.
It's do or die, Lackey. Takes down the head of the pack there, IGL. TMB is gonna fall, and really not too much to do in that scenario. Gun 5 happily taking 7 out here. And this is a weird spot to be put in as well, right? Yeah?
For Ecstatic?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, they still had a full investment coming into this round. They lose it. Now they have to eco. 7-2 should be 8-2. Gun 5 with all the momentum behind them are just locking down those CT side right now, and as I say, not like Ecstatic have much going for them coming into this next round, so they're in trouble, man. They really are. If they can't make it 8-4 at the bare minimum, then that third map looks increasingly likely.
Yeah, it's actually trouble in Terrorist Town here for Ecstatic, but I do like the buy. I genuinely do. I think this is kind of the winning formula for Nlele. If you drop him the AK, he could pop off, he could not. It's still an eco after all, so you are going to be going in for that do or die scenario. This late into the first half, you need these rounds, but oh, Lackey just disrespecting that smoke, goes through it, has backup as well, is going to go for it again. Nlele, sure, good for 2, but he never expects the third, and that is Selter spamming them down. By the way, Hayes, 12-0 out here for Selter.
Oh, okay, what's that? Is that a AC-130 Apache helicopter vibe, right? I think 12 kills. Then 15 would be the EMP, 25 the nuke. Yeah, that's right. I was a connoisseur of Modern Warfare 2.
Ooh. We get a...
Yeah, the Apache into the EMP, into the nuke. I used to start with the Harriers, though, because the Harriers was like 3 kills. That was 7.
Oh, yeah. That was great.
7
weren't there the
into Top
K9s
Gun
as
into
well?
nuke.
I haven't played a lot of it.
Oh, that was Black Ops. That was Black Ops.
yeah.
Yeah, they were
play
also
Black
just a nuisance, man.
I was a Black Ops kid. I don't know about you guys.
Okay.
But...
I was COD 4 into Modern Warfare 2, and then, yeah, Black Ops and all the rest thereafter. See, Tio, a man of culture. COD 2 even, bro. This guy and I are the same person.
You guys are gonna have a lot to talk
Remember
about.
some of the map names in COD 2, Tio? What was it, like Bog, Backlot? No, Backlot was COD 4. Black Eagle, yeah. I actually don't remember any. Listen, there's a game I forgot that I'm busy casting. Let me focus up on the round here once again. Talking to Mr. Overseer, our host and analyst, just in the background. Not like anyone can hear him, but Ecstatic, they need to make themselves heard on the server here, Atro, because if they lose this round, then they can basically kiss Inferno away.
Don't worry, Hayes. I can be your Tio. I can shadow him at the very least out here as we do jump into this round. Ecstatic are not doing a good job at actually making themselves heard, as you say. So They're just being taken down with their backs turned away. Sedain was actually waiting, and you get to see a little bit of a smirk down there as he goes back to full focus mode. The round's still not over, and the game's not done. It's round number 11, though, and it's looking pretty damn done. I mean, it's 8-2. That's gonna turn 9-2 here, and then with no buy, double digits off the first half here for Gun 5. There isn't a better half you can wish for from your enemy's map.
Well, we were talking about how Seltzer is 13-0. Make that 14-0, 1 kill away from the EMP. Nut is 0-11. So, yeah, he's just not cracking this game open as Mr. Nutnuts, I'm afraid.
Yeah. He is definitely not having the same performance as last map. But hey, this is just Ecstatic saying, okay, you know what, guys? We're giving you a show. You want to see all 3 maps? Of course you do. Ancient's gonna be the decider. And they're trying to just send this as fast as possible to Ancient, man. They're being considerate here.
It does seem that way. I mean, they're not fragging at all. They've got 17 kills in 11 rounds. Don't know. Ecstatic has completely dropped off. Haven't seen them play like this
18.
ever since they've really gotten into this run of form. 18 indeed. Compared to 14 on Seltzer alone. Either way, they need this, man. They can't let Gun 5 get up to double digits. Great shot there. Nuts on the board. Love to see it. 5v3. Best position that Ecstatic have been in a long time.
It is indeed. Yellow now trying to get back in there, and Seltzer doesn't want to lose his perfect KD, so we'll see how they actually go for this. Oh, and he does lose the perfect KD. There it is. TMB finds it through a smoke, and this is the best place Ecstatic have been in this T side so far into a round. 5 people left alive. And it's crazy the fact that this was a force buy as well, right? Just a couple of deagles, and they make it work out. There you have it. It's Yellow last man standing. He will finally drop down as well, and Ecstatic make it 9-3. Is there a world
Feels like
haze?
that was one of the rounds. Sorry, man, but it feels like that's one of the rounds, the first rounds we've seen Ecstatic just throw caution to the wind and play with like boneheaded confidence, not caring about their opponents, just running up middle, forcing a fight, creating space. Like this was the opening kill, and then from there everything just unravels because the attention's pulled in middle, allows the apartment player to activate. So yeah, maybe a lesson in there for Ecstatic. Is this enough? It's not impossible, but boy, it does require a big fight back. Requires pistol round, conversion against the force, anti-eco, and first gun round. That's 9-7. Maybe then there's a conversation to be had.
Yeah, maybe. And that's a lot to get through as well, right? It could all end off on this pistol round, but I do feel like Ecstatic were trying to do exactly what they pulled off in that round, but they were just running up against the wall. They were being taken down on every single entry. The difference maker in that previous round was the fact that they do manage to push up mid fast enough to actually take those guys down and find the opening frag, because until then they didn't have it. So, yeah, Ecstatic trying to work on those opening frags. TMB is going to go in and do exactly that. And we got to make the Doom reference at least every single game we get to see TMB play in, so...
That's true. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned it yet. I know how much you love his new model.
It took a little bit.
You've been fighting yourself, right?
I was really thinking of whether I should say it or not, but you know.
Fair enough. I'm glad you did. Christo, what is that? Double kill. Still work to be done in the round. Christo, I think he's landed another tag here. And they know there's a player in apartments. Oh, I thought Zero might get caught napping. 4v2. Both the players for the T side are on this A side, but they're struggling to actually get into a position of safety where they can have some decent gunfights. Christo popping off in the pistol sets the tone for Ecstatic.
It does indeed, and he just doubles his KD with that. There you go, from 3 kills up to 6, and it's a good time to do it out as well, right? CT side of Inferno is still, as you mentioned, if everything goes correctly and according to plan, is a comebackable series that we could get to see. But 4-9 will probably turn 5-9 here, but Gen 5 are playing it safe. Maybe they're listening in on the broadcast as well at the same time. Because they're not going to be force buying into this one. Of course they won't as well. They didn't get the bomb plant down. But they did find themselves into the bomb site. Either way. 5 up here for Ecstatic. Or, you know, I won't say anything anymore. I won't try to predict the future anymore, because whenever I do, something always seems to happen. Then 5 while we take a round on the
I reckon this is surely, as far as assumptions in life go, this is one of the safer ones to make, right?
You're trying to put oil in the fire right now. That's exactly what you're doing. Syra, good for 1, traded back out. Big nade. And yeah, okay. This is one of the safer ones. But that's only because we both jinxed it. You know, the jinxes kind of canceled each other out.
Oh, did you? I see.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
cancelled
yeah.
my
See?
jinx. All right, you looking out for Ecstatic there, protecting your prediction, right? Fair
Exactly.
enough.
Gotta go.
Now it's the gun round. This is the list of objectives I was talking about. I guess the gun 5 didn't go for the 4 spy in that instance, so it just means a gun round to follow. If Ecstatic win this, 9-6, and then anti-half buy, that gets me to the 9-7 points I was referencing. So, yeah, I think, yeah, still work to be done for Ecstatic, but decent signs early on.
Yeah, 100%. Can be. We can see a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's very faded and far away. Whereas for gun 5, they realistically just need 2 gun rounds, and they've managed to take away the map. So, remember, no matter how much Valve might try to fix CT side economy, it's never going to be better than the T side one.
Yeah, and that's just manufactured into the game.
Yeah.
It has to be baked into the game at that point because
It's in
the
the
CT
base
side
code.
is just easier. And it means that you have to have some different challenges to kind of face and deal with. Alright, listen.
Okay.
Where does this gun round go from here? Because both teams are standing off at the moment. No one looking to make any overtly aggressive plays. Nothing over the top here. More just building their way forward. And once gun 5 starts to set things in motion, Ecstatic could be in some trouble here.
Okay, what I reckon is gonna happen here is gun 5 are gonna wait down that timer until like 40. They're gonna jump into short and long at the same time. They're gonna try to execute this one out. Now, it's up to the timing again, but Nut alongside Cristo and Syra, I do believe they can actually hold that one down. We'll just see how it works. They're winding down that clock a little bit further than I anticipated. Celtor already down to half into long. Blooms the smoke, tries to take the fight. It's important for Ecstatic to not try to be overvoting here, to not try to take too many fights here, but Syra keeps it up, looks down towards apartments, Nut will fall, and that's a great shot to have for Sadame. However, Cristo with the back turned away managed to find Ziello, looks for more, time taken away, we still need to get that bomb down, and now it's an LA and TMB versus Lackey and Celtor, bomb planted, 2v2.
Oh man, the pit player, that was a big misplay from him. Had to stay alive for longer than he did. Cristo's done everything he can. As it's now on a LMB.
What?
Oh, they're looking to crunch into Celta right now. It's going to have to be a reload for TMB. The AK, unfortunately, will not prevail. Such an important round for TMB to win there for his team. Ridiculously close.
What was that shot from Celtor? Can we get to see it back? Maybe, because that is crazy. Imagine that shot culminates in a 1v2-1 there for Celtor. Would have been one of the highlights of all time there for this man. God damn. Still though, Ecstatic, keep it strong, keep it going, and maybe it's that comeback is not that fake. The copium isn't strong enough. Yeah, we got to see it back. Celtor, okay. While it was happening, it was a bit more impressive in my mind than it actually was on the replay. But nonetheless, it's still a shot that does connect to give him a chance at the 1v1.
Yeah, there was a world in which Celta would have been able to win that though, which is just crazy to think about. He's in some great form on Inferno right now.
Who do you want to see in
Now it
even
is.
better form?
Now it's actually going to be that eco. For gun 5, Fine Shine, I guess. He's had some decent rounds here on this map so far. The thing is, I haven't really seen what makes him a grand replacement for Easy, assuming they benched Easy to try somebody different, which wouldn't make as much sense to me as him moving on to another team. But yeah, I'd like to see more from Fine Shine. We didn't see a huge amount from him on the previous map on Dust 2, which is normally an Orpheus playground, so let's see what he's all about.
Sadame pushing through. Celtor has made the call. We want to rush, and rush we will. As they've taken control over Taxi already. Injury thrown back. Gun 5. Apparently don't like to rush. We'll be taking up all that space only to give it up and try it again. Oh, but the timing is good. And Lily doesn't spot Lackey actually trying to push through. So both of the teams think that they've got main cleared out right now. I think they've got car cleared out. But this is good for gun 5. It just buys up so much time. Ecstatic still left inside of A, and TMB's even rotating away. Leaving Anlele only to hold by himself, and I don't think Anlele is gonna have that Jacasmo hold today. So there you go. Lackey finds himself into the bomb site. A1S picked up. And this could actually be a very, very possible round here for the side of gun 5.
Oh, it's over. Yeah, this round
Oh
is
my.
over. I'm not entirely sure. I guess that sort of double fake, you know, Gun 5 showing presence, banana, then stalling for 20, 30 seconds, and then the smoke comes. Gun 5 are thinking, Ecstatic are thinking, okay, Gun 5 must be going A, so let's get the rotations going. But that was never the case. A really nice little double fake in the mix there from the T side. And that gets them onto a B side that has just one player, and they make the round there. So, looking pretty good here for Gun 5 as they win the half investment.
Yeah, not bad at all. That's the way they get themselves up to double digits into the eco rounds. And I don't know. I feel like the Tech 9s and the 5-7s are getting exponentially more powerful as the game keeps proceeding. And how long has it been since CS2 has been a thing? A year now? Over a year?
October, November 2023. November 23, I think.
Yeah, so well over a year now. And ever since that's been changed, ever since we got CS2, I felt like those two weapons, they were broken back in CSGO as well, don't get me wrong, but they've been getting exponentially more better bang for buck that they are. And now it's just entirely feasible to see a full team buy up Tech 9s, and even up against a full buy, to say, yeah, you don't know how this round's gonna go.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how the dynamics kind of changed and see how the game's evolved over that period since the CS2 has really taken effect. And oh man, I'm happy to be here. I mean, obviously the purists will always talk about the way the movement and the game feels in that way, some of the guns feel. But yeah, I think MR12 is a huge addition, and CS2 is heading in the right direction. Either way, massive round low. Wants to try and force the fight as he hears the player jumping around half wall, but that's going to cost him his life. And Lele, does he continue to just pepper the bullets down? Banana, absolutely. 2 kills through the smoke, and he'll drop another smoke as he drops the hammer on Gun 5.
Oh, he does. That is the hammer of justice, and Lele is the adjudicator, as that is the 7th on the board. And just to say, Hayes, the purists forget that everyone back in CSGO was asking for CS2 to happen, right? In one way, shape, or form, they were all asking for it to happen. And it did. They're never going to be perfect, but, you know, I definitely think it was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think the one thing I miss, honestly, is B hopping. Oh, Stave. Whoa. He has just blown the door wide open on the round. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's found both the kills, and he's been able to stay alive to live to tell the tale. A 2v2 now. Kristo's got an AWP. That is awkward. I highly doubt that he knows that both these players are tagged up as well, so he may even be inclined to just retake with the AWP. Gonna go back around with Unlele. They've got some utility between them. Only a kit on Kristo. Bomb's nearly halfway gone. So this is looking better and better for Gun 5 as the round keeps ticking on.
Oh yeah, Unlele's trying to get up past here. He does have the smoke ready for the bomb, and one's got to stick it. It's going to be Kristo. It's up to Unlele to try to deny. Feinstein does manage to find the frag, and now looking for the kill. Unlele does get it, but there's not enough time to defuse as well. He's holding it down, and the nade was what was needed. Sadame dunks onto Unlele, and with a 4K, Sadame manages to win that round. I was even talking about the next round. I wasn't even paying attention because I thought it was being completely over in a 2v5, but no, what do I know?
Well, that should have been. You were right for the assumption that you made, and that's a disastrous round here for Ecstatic to lose, because look at their finances. I guess now they just have to save and try play for overtime. And think about the way this half's unraveled for Ecstatic. It was 6-9. They then have an anti-half by round. They lose to Tech 9s where they kind of gamble over rotate, and then they lose now to a 4v 5v2 kind of thing. That's a brutal way for this map to fall apart here.
Oh yeah, it's horror thinking that this is their own map pick as well, right? But sometimes it can just be one of those days, and it's going to all wind down to these last couple of rounds. Do Gun 5 just walk through them and manage to take them away, send it on over to another 13-6er? Because then we have no idea what Ancient is going to give us. We have no idea what we can kind of expect out of the third map, especially seeing as that is also going to be a map that has been getting better with the CT side advantage and so on. But I would still say that both teams would more likely want to actually start out onto that CT side. And then comes in the question of the knife round. Then comes in the question of, will Ecstatic keep on winning those pistol rounds, right? There's a lot of variables in play right now. But what's for sure is that we don't necessarily know what's going to happen if we get sent on over to Ancient.
All we know is that we will see Ancient. That is basically guaranteed at this point.
Don't say that.
Tell me, what time's your exam tomorrow, Mr. Atro?
12 p.m. of my time, so 11
Okay.
p.m. CST.
So, what's it currently for you now?
just 9:30 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So we're in the same time zone then, actually. I'm just thinking. Okay, so you're gonna have enough time to get some decent rest and make sure you're.
If this doesn't
Ready
go,
for your
3
exam.
maps all with overtimes and like a new record set for overtime, yeah, I should be fine.
Brother, at that point, you just sub over CR'd in and him and I can finish it off.
Nah,
from
at
there,
that
surely.
point I'm going all out, full, just no sleepless day, night. I go straight to exam and then fall after like a dead horse. You know.
Yeah,
what
kind
you
of like
gotta do.
Ecstatic Yard Inferno.
Yeah, that's a shot under the belt, but I get it. Yeah, gun 5, empty bomb site. It's eco. I will shed a little tear if I see Ecstatic not even want to go for the hunt to save, USPs. But overall, gun 5, easy way to get my point. And they do hunt. Okay. Oh my goodness, they try to hunt. Excuse me. I will retort.
That's what I'm saying. This Casello guy is something else. Honestly, he is just so ridiculously good at the game. Honestly, think he could follow in like Tanir's footsteps in terms of joining a tier 1.5, tier 1 org eventually. Bit more experience will go a long way, but good clean up here. Gun 5 get themselves up to 12. 6 map points here, 6 opportunities to get us across to Ancient, and I have no reason to believe they can't make it happen.
Yeah, 100% should be the case, and then we'll just leave TO kind of in no man's land trying to figure out what's gonna happen in the next map. Because again, I feel like for map 1 there wasn't really a lot to say because Ecstatic were just kind of running over Gun 5, and now we're getting to see the exact same thing just turned around. Gun 5 are just winning out their duels. It's not like they're doing anything wow out of the ordinary to be winning these rounds. They're just going ahead, playing a default, and when they're seeing they've got an opportunity somewhere, they take a little bit of time, they set up, execute, and win. Like, that's been the game plan for Gun 5 for, I'd say, 80% or 90% of their team
Yeah.
rounds.
And it's been very convincing. Casello, spray and pray, top of banana. That gives up his position. Then they go searching for him while he's blinded and they're not able to find him. Cristo's going to go back for more. That's such an important second kill coming through from him. And he's ahead of the molly. Cristo is him right now.
But look on a
And I
new
love
map.
the fact that he's taken around by the scuff of the neck. Yeah, the problem is the bomb though. Oh, Cristo, he needed that kill. If he gets that kill, then the round is very much in Ecstatic's favor. But now, scales tipped into Gun 5's.
However, Nutnut's still alive, and I spoke too soon again. I'm sorry, Nutnut. Sadame takes him down on the timing, and it's all up left to Syra. 1v2. The young gun, the new addition here for Ecstatic. He's been a great addition, and he's been sticking in very well with the roster, meshing in really well. But now, he's got to go back to basics. Got to go to his own individual and find a way to perform this 1v2 to keep Ecstatic in this game. Otherwise, it's Gun 5 to take it. Pushing through the smoke, disrespecting it, still finds the frag. Smoke in hand, does have the defuse kit, is going to flash down in towards short and is going to be going forward. However, blinds himself, and Sadame didn't have the gun in hand. You got to see him smile a little bit there as well. It's all the way back down into this 1v1, and Sadame just taps him down. That is one way to close it. Another 13-6er as we close off Inferno. These gates now out of the second map, and we will open them back up to Ancient to see who's going to take this one away, Hayes.
Well, I mean, what a response there coming through from Gun 5 after they got dominated on their map pick 13-6. They then come back and answer back with a 13-6 of their own on Inferno. Yeah. So that's certainly going to be a good boost for their confidence here in the playoffs. They're still alive. We go to Ancient next, and I mean, there was nothing to inspire me about Ecstatic just based on what we saw there on Inferno. Tio, how about you, mate? What are you thinking of the back of that second map?
At the Haze, I think my original prediction might come true. I said that I feel like Gun 5s will take this. Now, it kind of showcased what can happen when they have a good day. Ecstatic just couldn't get anything together on the T side. The pistol loss was a little bit of a... the pistol win was a little bit of a nice surprise, but the loss right after kind of took them down almost immediately. It didn't stop until they were able to get, I believe, 5 rounds in a row, Gun 5 that is, so establishing quite a solidified early advantage. And basically in the 5 rounds that they did get early, most of them were straight up duels taken by individuals like Hello, like Selter, We saw Fine Shine a few times here and there, but for the most part, just the two made so much legwork happen for Gun 5 that Ecstatic struggled to get anything going. I mean, the half looked like it's going to go 10-2 almost at one point. Luckily, that final round with the Deagle worked out for Ecstatic, or Deagles. They're able to get the third on the board and kind of at least have some sort of a chance on the first half. And in the replays, we can see basically most of the duels taken initially were lost and not much had gone their way. The calls, I don't know if they were perhaps a bit at fault, but generally it felt like Ecstatic were out of sync. The second pistol, though, it's where we see them wake up. We see a few hopeful remarks. We see a few hopeful glances. But again, the problem is you get the pistol, you get the second round, which is effectively an eco. And then the third round, you fail when Sedain pulls out a hat-trick on you. You don't have a reaction. The defuse, of course, almost comes through if Fine Shine doesn't spray you accurately enough. And Anlele, at the end, losing the 1v1 against the nade. And it really was a bit of a heartbreaking moment because Gun 5 were able to take control of the game afterwards, and unfortunately for, of course, Ecstatic and Eco forces them to go up against 12-6. We can see right here that in the end it was a good, well, an easy cleanup really. And Christo, to be fair, I believe, Hayes, you mentioned it, if Christo had hit that final shot on Banana, there's a good chance we see 7, maybe even 8, and maybe, just maybe far in the distance a comeback. But in the end, it didn't happen. And 13-6 final score, Inferno. Next up, Ancient. Boys, I think we're going to have some fun, because finally a third map at least.
Okay, ladies and gents, and we're back at it here for the decider of this best of 3. Ancients up on the deck, and I genuinely have got zero clue of what to be expecting out of this one. I think it's going to come down to whoever wins out the knife round and whoever takes out more pistol rounds, but that might be a little simple-minded of me, but we'll see how it goes actually on the server and how it actually is going to pan out, because we never know, Hayes. We can just educate, we can just take an educated guess.
Yeah, we can speculate, but like you say, who the hell knows? I mean, we haven't been... nothing's really gone according to plan so far, right? Dust 2 picked by Gun 5, and then Ecstatic come and they dominate the map, they win 13-6. Then we have Inferno, and we're thinking, wow, we've just seen Ecstatic play incredible Counter-Strike. What's stopping them from winning this 2-0? Apparently, Gun 5 just pitching up and demolishing Ecstatic, right? A 13-6 victory immediately in return, and that takes us to Ancient, which hasn't been a great map for Ecstatic. There have been some improvements as of late. They've won it the past 3 times they've played it, but there were a couple of losses preceding that. So I'm still a little bit skeptical about their form. When we look at Gun 5 on Ancients, it's also not too much to read into. They've only played it twice in the new year, so it's a bit of a Pandora's box we're going to be heading into.
It is indeed a little bit, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's going to come down to the individuals. Life is also live right now. We're not going to get to see it, but it's very important to who actually manages to pick first. Because again, I do believe that whoever starts CT side is actually going to have a great advantage over this Ancient, with how the other 2 maps kind of played out as well. So I don't know, I'm feeling excited. Give me really quick names out here, 2 for each team. Who do we have to look out for? Ancient.
Well, Casello is an easy name to pick just with how good he is. I think he's probably going to be playing in towards Jaguar, playing Cave kind of thing around that B-bomb site, and he'll be a menace. I'm going to just say, let's keep an eye on Fineshine. Let's see if maybe this can be the map where he brings that A game and he shows us why Gun 5 are giving him a look in, you know, young and up-and-coming player. As for Ecstatic, I'll go Christo. Christo has been looking like he's been in some decent form with the AWP. You know, he's been improving with his consistency lately. And then I'm going to go TMB, actually, for Ecstatic as well, because for me, he feels like he's often like a playmaker. He's a guy who takes space, he creates space, he's happy to be on the front lines, and he's got some very good mechanics to complement it, especially when speaking about an IGL. So those are my 4 names for you, Mr. Atro.
Okay, thank you. I will take those names to heart, and we will be able to actually figure out if those predictions are going to be making the top of the leaderboards or not. Coming up into this one, Gun 5 do manage to win out the knife round, however. So predictions before we head live. How are we thinking now that we know that? CT side for Gun 5, momentum off of map 2.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of inclined to go with Gun 5, yeah. Just I didn't see enough from Ecstatic. They kind of fell off super hard in that previous map, but you know what? Enough time for speculation, because we're going to be jumping into Ancient here, the 3rd and final map, Atro. You know what? You can't chop and change your prediction, right?
I'm not
at the end of the
going
series. So I guess no, not you. I'm saying as a caster, and I know Tio didn't either. Boys, let me finish my sentence. What I'm saying is, I predicted Ecstatic at the beginning, and I have to stick by that. So I'm just gonna run it back with Ecstatic, back the same horse, and see if they can get the job done.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, mate, for cutting you in there. I didn't mean to, but
no
here we
problem.
are.
We're all good.
We jump into this 3rd map, and boy, oh boy, is it going to start off being a little bit wild for both of these teams, as we're going to get to see a 4-on-4 action down towards the B-bomb side. 4-on-5, better said, as it is going to be Sedame trying to clear up middle as well. You don't have a single player down towards the left side of the map, because you don't need to see them there. It's all going to break out here, and a single smoke might just be making the entire difference out here for the entrance in towards the side. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and Fineshine, oh, he holds down the fort. He was actually waiting. We're getting to see an early replay on that. The round's not over, mate, but okay.
No. Give us the round, please,
there
boss,
you go.
man. Thank you. There's a kill that's come through. Stay. He's going to finish it off with that backstab coming through from middle. That's a great pistol round for Gun 5. It looks like it could have gotten out of control at one point there, with the T's just bursting their way up ramp, but Fineshine, smartly positioned on the edge of the smoke, shuts Ecstatic down.
Does indeed so, and that is Gun 5 with a pistol round, with their CT side started early. I am scared for my prediction. Let's just say that. At the very least right now I am. Things could still be subject to change, however. And what I want to see out of Ecstatic here is the fact that I don't want to see them just rush blind in towards some bomb sites and just hope for the best. Like, I get it here, it's just blocks. Selter gets away with a 3k though on the MP9, and well, with a nade, that's a lot of cash in the bank for the IGL here. It can just pick up an AWP if he wants to. But
what I don't want to see is just a repeat of the second map. I don't want to see Ecstatic just hope for the same strategy to kind of work out and just push their heads up against the wall and try to push in the same way, time and time again, hoping to be able to clear out the bomb site. Like, I want to see some depth into it. I want to see TMB actually get into the space of an IGL there in his brain, more than another individual player.
Exercise those deep thoughts. See what he can cook up here on the T side. Problem is he doesn't have many spices to work with here in this round because they're so light on utility.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to make do with just some salt, barely, not even pepper. He's just got salt in this round.
Yeah, 10 sets of deep thinking. Let's see how Jaxie's gonna be by the end of the round. Fineshine trying to hold down the bomb side, finds one, and they start walking on in one by one. Nutnut does manage to trade though. Best case scenario out here for Ecstatic, as it is gonna be him trying to look down towards Donut once more. He's got the bomb strapped to his back, and they're kind of scared of pushing in, so Gun 5 aren't gonna take the fight to them. But maybe that's not the best of approaches. Christo now put up on the angle. Knows he is fully cleared out from Temple, so he doesn't even have to take his eyes off of the Donut angle. And a 4-on-3. I think Gun 5 are fully okay with saving this.
Yeah, it looks like they've kind of accepted their fate in the round. They're going to carry the weaponry over, and you've got to give some credit there to Ecstatic. Although it's simple and direct, they kind of had to be just based on the utility they had coming into the round. Lucky just closing the door in on them, but yeah, they executed to perfection. I think that's the most impressive part of the round there for Ecstatic. And you know what? Christo is the main player I'm going to give the credit there, because he realized that they kind of like stalled on the push into the A bomb site, and somebody had to make a play to get the round going, to get the wheels turning once again. And he was the one who pushes forward with the AWP, kills the Donut player, and then is able to post up on the angle for his teammates to move forward. So just a really good play coming through from Christo in particular.
And I would give the same praise from Christo over to Nutnut as well, managing to actually trade out that initial frag that gets them in the map, actually, in the bomb site. So if he doesn't find that, that's a double kill coming through there for, I believe it was Fineshine, holding down the anchor. And then it's kind of tough for Ecstatic to do really anything with the round. But indeed, we do get to see Ecstatic put up the first tier on the board. Gun 5 will of course have another buy back in with the saved away guns. And we go back to aggression, we go back to Esting trying to take a middle here, and that is the best way to start things off. He finds one, and Lackey even trades him out as well.
Yeah, good work. Solid combination there. Intermission towards mid. It's going to be Ecstatic who come off second best. Plenty time left in the round to try and figure it out. TMD is going to be calling from the sidelines though.
More of that, please. Oh my goodness, and Lele, what a power play. Turns around, Filter sees his demise. It's yellow.
Celo's between them though. He's between them and the bomb side, and he's been able to get a kill on a bit of chip damage. At least he's slowed these players down to a degree as well. It's going to buy time for the rotations, and the flash means that Fineshine wasn't spotted on the cross.
Just tapping the bomb, that is dangerous, but it apparently works out. Nutnut is going to get the bomb plant off here. Flash over the top, Lackey spots it, looks away from it, but still gets a bullet to the face. There you go, Ecstatic. See, this is the difference out here, Hayes. When they've got the individuals all working together, working out and finding frags, Nutnut's back in the server. 2-2 on the scoreline, should turn 3-2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a back and forth round there, and Lele is the player who really gets Ecstatic back into it. I thought Cassello might spoil their party, but good decision to actually tap the bomb plant there, force the player out long, and just get an advantageous situation to finish off the job. Full eco, and as you suggest, 3-2 right for the taking here for Ecstatic.
What I do have to respect out of these teams, however, is the fact that, especially for Gun 5, for Ecstatic as well, whenever you get to see these USP rounds, we always say that, yeah, the round's over immediately, that's it, nothing to be done. But they still fight for it. There's still those rounds that we got to see even in the previous best of threes, in the previous maps actually, where the USPs still take it somehow, right? It's still them managing to put up a round, put up some damage, make it not easy for the enemy team and not just fall behind. Like here, right? You get to see them try to rush in towards Syra. If they would have gone in just a little bit faster on the W, they would have found the frag there. But it wasn't made, it wasn't seen. Ecstatic get up to 3 on a flawless basis, and now Gun 5 on the MP9 onto Cielo will have to go in for the full buy. Gonna get rough, gonna get a little bit tough, but if Gun 5 managed to pick it up, it still could be a good reason to think this is gonna still turn out into a very close game.
Yeah, I mean, game very much on. Remember, the 2 maps preceding this have basically been blowouts. 8-4 half in the first, ended 13-6, 9-3 half in the second, also ended 13-6. So this could be the map that kind of makes up for that gain. It looks like it's going to be a pretty simple and direct approach up from Ecstatic, and they have a good read as well. They're also not going to be going in discreetly. They're just charging forward, neutral raining in. Stain's going to be locked out by Sedi, and Ecstatic are in full control.
Ooh, yes they are. A1S picked up here for TMB, and this is kind of the calling style I was expecting actually out of Gun 5, not Ecstatic, but seeing it out of the Danes is not necessarily the worst case scenario. Selter, however, trays back 2, cleans up squad. Out here as he does manage to find the low HP players. Crystal's down to 34 as well. And Syra, oh my goodness, disrespecting that smoke from CT. Tried to find a spray transfer, couldn't connect on 2. Could have even had 3 there had the bullets gone the right way around. However, they still need to go in for the defuse, and there's just not enough time. No defuse kit either. It's up to Alele to deny, comes in through CT, but goes a little bit too quickly. So he will be losing out the round. There should be time out here on the defuse for Selter. And indeed, there is.
Okay, well, that's an impressive retake from Gun 5 because they were really locked out of the bomb site. Normally, a successful retake for the CT side of Ancients is predicated off of having control of Donut, and they didn't have that. Seltzer goes through the Donut smoke and finds both of the T players in that part of the map, and that's what really gives Gun 5 a foothold to kickstart that retake and make their way forward. And some good kills found, some good teamwork there, as well as they root out those last couple of players. The scoreline's levels out.
Well, it goes down to another buy. The T side not really phased economically at the very least by that previous round. However, it's still 3-3. And mid priority so far hasn't been necessarily a actual priority for neither of these two teams. However, now it's been changed around. The full gunfight happening out here, and Nut clearing up Housebound. 3k out here from him. Feinstein still in an angle that he could try to win this one out in a 1v3 even. Takes down one, but Nut on a quad kill. That is, you know, when Nut's online, Ecstatic are scary. When he's not, they're looking beatable.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That kind of has proven to be the one difference between the first map and the second, and boy, has he pitched up in a big way. I think he was shooting some bots between the second and third map, I don't know, but he's certainly looking a whole lot better here at the start of Ancients, and it's a big round back there for Ecstatic to win, because look at what that does to the finances of the CT side. They're going to have to save, and Ecstatic should be able to tear ahead.
Should indeed. And they're always getting the right read as well. I mean, it goes back to that Dust 2 where they were just in the right place at the right time almost all the time. That went to waste completely onto Inferno. You didn't get to see that. However, if it's going to be a little bit more touch and go out here on Ancient, definitely will be making for a way closer game. However, Nut has got to try to farm them up and doesn't even manage to get away with one. That is going to be Gun 5 now, trying to find a retake with a lot of damage in. Christo, no scope, not needed. He goes in for the quick one. And we'll be trying to take these guys out. Good crosshair placement. And they can't even get to that AK. They can't save it. Struggling. Not flashed in. Can you get the peek in for it? Come on, Cielo, surely. Oh. Not the USP that you want.
Yeah, not the upgrade he was looking for there, unfortunately.
There it is.
Yeah, alright, well, that's going to be a 5th round on the board for Ecstatic as expected, keeping 4 of their, keeping 3 of their 5 players alive. Means at least they get a decent boost in their finances, and this is where they can really put Gun 5 on the back foot if they can win this gun round here.
Yeah, the game just wanted to prove you wrong. You say something correctly? Nah. Boom. Immediately
shut down, yeah.
That's just how it happens, man. That's just how it goes. We get CS2'd as well, even if we're not in the server with them. Flank to 3 though. And it's another big round out here for Gun 5. They don't manage to win this one. Ecstatic completely take up the pace, take up the reins into this first half. And it's gonna turn again like those previous maps. But big little fight, yeah. Makes a lot of sense, Atro. Good job. Big fight down towards the middle, manages to break down on the IGLing front, takes down TMB, and Ziello with a great lineup. Finds Christo, looks for the second, but the gold arabesque. He might just be backing away here. Don't think there's really a need for Ziello to take up even more space, but he does!
Wow.
And he's successful, apparently.
I mean, at least there's a trade from Nut as he continues to do damage here on the map. Look at Sierra's position as well. I mean, they know that he's there because he's rattled off a couple of shots, and Well, now you've got Nut who's in position. Sierra who's actually going to depart the A-bomb site. Plenty time on the clock. How on earth does this round unfold?
Oh, and that picks the
Tight
angle as
being
well.
held there. Yeah.
He went away from it though. It's all about the timing, and he's got himself up into the corner. Pre-fire though. Nut sees him. Runs out of bullets. On 6 bullets, he's actually taking the fight. My goodness, Nut. And he was the one dinged through the wall, by the way. He falls down to 12. So very low HP on the remaining 2 players out here for Ecstatic. Lackey has got a real shot at this retake. Doesn't catch Syra on the timing this time around either. It's the second time this has happened. Syra has managed to escape his grasp, and Lackey thinks this is going to be a rush towards A. Because of no info, he's going to wait for the bomb to be planted. And does he have a defuse kit to pick up from anywhere? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so, especially considering that it's not like they had money or much money coming into this round. I mean, the massive bonus he has, like you say, is the low health of both of these players. 1 bullet would be enough to get the job done on Nut. Not much required to find the frag on Sierra. Timing? Oh my goodness, there actually was 1 bullet landed on Sierra. It did like 25 damage or something along the lines, and well, Sierra's able to turn and burn. Huge round for Ecstatic to recover, considering Casello got a 2k.
And we all know I've been glazing Ecstatic so far, but I have to say for Gun 5, that was just luck out of Ecstatic in this round. In the 2v1, in the 2v2 even, that was complete luck just because of those timings on Syra. I mean, how is it that Lackey can't find him on A when he was there and checking into the bomb site? Okay, sure, he goes away there. He can't find him on catwalk when he goes up middle and holds up the line. He doesn't catch him on the rotate there. And then he manages the 3rd time, Syra, to sneak his way into the cubby, therefore lane, before the peek from catwalk from Lackey actually gets made. Like, those are 3 timings that in most other instances, in most other timelines, would have been caught and taken in with the reins by Lackey, leaving us in a 1v1. But it just didn't happen. Syra gets blessed, and it's 6-3 up on the board for Ecstatic.
And it should be 7-3 as well, when you look at what the investments is going to be for Gun 5 in this next round. I mean, we've seen a couple half buys and even an eco one in the series already, but Ecstatic can put themselves in a commanding position if they win against this half buy here. I mean, I feel like when Ecstatic are on, they just look so good, but there's no, like, in-between. There's no, like, just an okay or an average performance from Ecstatic. It's all or nothing from what I can tell.
It's just been momentum-based, completely, from both of these teams, it feels like, right? We were talking about Dust 2 when Gun 5 were managing to put up 4 rounds on the board. That was looking good, but that's all they put up, really. After that, Ecstatic just kind of ran away with the game. And that could be the possibility of this best of 3 as well. That could be the possibility of this Ancient as well. It all really relies on how well can you string rounds together, and right now, that is a great shot into Nut.
That's the bomb.
Leaves himself down to 8 HP, and a good timing on the flank out here for Syra. Catches Fine Shine on the rotate. They have no idea about the bomb, though. I want to pick up guns. They'll be sending Ziello into short out here, and Syra, oh, he's holding down the line. He's found one, but the second straighted him out. 1v1. Crystal plants the bomb, AK enhanced for the both of them. Incendiary there for Selter, and Crystal runs away. This could be good, actually, here for Selter. Lets him use that incendiary. Timing is everything, but he doesn't have the fuse kit. Oh, he walks in front of it. He disrespects Selter. And Crystal wins it.
Yeah, I think Christo realized he has to push ahead of the incendiary there. Otherwise, he's going to get locked out the bomb site. He doesn't know Selter doesn't have a kit. I mean, it's smart the way they push through the smoke, sending the low health player first, and they don't push through on top of each other. So it's a very difficult transfer there for the players, for Sierra on the other side of the smoke. That was intelligent from Gun 5, but Christo, mad balls, right? Because even after he plants the bomb, he just swings Donut, wants to take the gunfight, and then just pushes ahead of the incendiary and takes off Seltzer's head. Saves the day for Ecstatic, because that always should have been their round, but it nearly was lost.
Nearly. Oh my goodness, and another wild way to start things off. Cristo and Syra each find a kill, both apiece though. It's going to be Alele joining that club. And man, it is getting tougher and tougher to defend the CT side for Gun 5 because they're trying to take in these fights. It's not like they're taking bad fights either, but look, like right here, when you're left at a 2v4, Ziello going in all on his own, this instead of trying to play as the buddy system, always going to get himself killed, right? Fine Shine, last man standing. Just trying to stay alive, really.
And
unfortunately, he won't be able to. Yeah, nice headshot there from Sierra. He's going to be able to pick up the AWP. That's a grand round for Ecstatic to win. Look at the finances now for the CT side coming into the last round of this half. Oh man, the Ecstatic seem to combine so well. Their communication is flowing like a healthy river right now, just in terms of how they're covering angles, how they're playing off of one another, how they're able to keep tabs on everything that's going on around the map, because you know, Crisco was fighting a Jaguar, spotted a second player at the same time. The players were taking mid control, and then they're mollying a player out of the cubby at the same time. That fight is being taken Jag. It's just a lot going on for Ecstatic, but they keep perfect composure throughout all of it.
They do indeed, and I think we could be going back to our 8-4 splits, or maybe even up to a 9-3 with the way that things started already towards the back of the bomb site. Someone stuck in the Molotov, and that's going to be Feinstein going down. Another headshot out here for Ecstatic, and it just seems like these guys can't catch a break. This was T-side Ancient.
Yeah, and Gun5 won the pistol, and they converted the pistol as well, no?
Yeah,
they lose
did.
the force. I'm pretty sure they converted. They did, yeah.
Yeah.
So they were up 2-0. They've won one round since then. It's just been all Ecstatic as we get confirmation now at the top of the screens. Man, we had an 8-4 half in the first map, 9-3 in the second, 9-3 in the third. I thought that Ancient would be the map that delivers a closely contested affair, but Ecstatic is just running away with this game right now.
There's not even any logic that I can try to bring up to say why this is happening. Like, it's not even that Inferno wasn't a good map for Ecstatic, right? It was their own map pick. So, I don't know what happened in map number 2, but this is just the Ecstatic we got to see back on Dust 2. I think we need to make a new law. We already made Hayes' law. I don't know if we need to make Atros' law here with the map trades, because it's weird,
Something
man.
that you're just noticing happening way too often.
I mean, yeah, especially out here at the CCT. That's why people are always going on about, like, oh, this is fixed. Oh, this is weird. They're following the script. Yeah, it's the CCT.
Derpy derp, my brain's leaking out.
Exactly, right?
You know that, like, that bicycle with the tap in place of the brain? I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's see if Ecstatic can put the final nail in the coffin here. If they win the pistol round, this series is surely as good as done. And Cristo started off in good fashion as he doesn't just give Stame a shave, he takes his head off.
He does, he does. We both, I mean, you got a great new cut. I guess Zidane didn't get the same treatment from his barber. There it is, though, in Lele. We'll be taking Feinstein down as well, and yeah, Gun5 really can't catch a break. I mean, it's the individuals making a couple of lacking mistakes as well, right? You see Lackey here pushing in by himself. He's trying to buy up time. This is great. Ziello also on the flank. This is much better. But at the beginning of that, things were just not working out. Gun5 were searching for opening frags, and they were doing it dry, alone. No flashes, no nothing. Lackey, easy frag here, but messes it up a little bit. Let's see if he gets away with his life because of that. Will get double peeked in from middle, and he does get away with one. Second trades him out. 2v3 now on the retake. And, well, Selter and Ziello will have to play into the bomb side for this one. No defuse kit for the CT side either.
Big swing. Casella gets a kill. It's got the two players, their backs turned. Plenty bullets there with the Julies. Will be enough for Casella to save the day. A quad kill in the pistol in a must-win round for his team.
Well played out here in the 2v3. Stayed calm, played CT, knew there was a player there, and just took the fights one by one. They both ended up pulling their backs to him, though. And this is what was happening onto the T side for Ecstatic, right? They were having the man advantage. They weren't having the man advantages, yet they were still managing to close out those rounds in great clutches. This is what Gun5 need to do, but it's considerably tougher to do that onto the T side than it is on the CT side. However, there's also, maybe that's not true. I'm gonna back myself up a little bit here, because on the CT side, you have the choice of going for a save all the time. And it's always easier to say, okay, I will be going for that save. I'm on the CT side. I'm trying to be economically responsible here. While on the T side, that choice isn't really made all the time, because they think, okay, well, what's one extra round? I'm going to have a full buy anyways. I can always force with my teammates. I'm fine. So for Ecstatic, them moving to the CT side with the way they've been playing might actually be a little bit of a handicap in the game plan that they've had so far.
Yeah, I just feel like surely they've done enough. Surely they've done enough in the first half, and well, they've gotten this force fire off to a good start as well. I think that's enough to just motivate Gun5 to commit all in on the speed bomb site. That's a team kill. Oh goodness, Feinstein completely blinded. Frags his teammate. At least they've been able to get onto the speed bomb site though. And yeah, man advantage for the CT side, but still a tough retake.
Yeah, it's not often we get to see a flash kill, but that was definitely one of them. Yellow, good timings though. Look at how trained he is and how ready he is to intake all of these players. He has been playing brilliantly these past 2 rounds. However, TMB just jumps, misses out the headshot, and does manage to take Yellow down. Walking through a smoke out here, not free frag 1, and looking for the second. Timing's everything, and TMB gets it. There's enough time to defuse as well. I don't believe it. Force buy works out, and Ecstatic get themselves up to double digits even after the great performance of Yellow.
I mean, it starts really well in that round there for Ecstatic, right? They go up 5v4, then they make it 4v3. Okay, well, at least Gun5 was able to get onto the B-bomb side. But, yeah, it looked like Casello probably had done enough there. A great combination between TMB and Nutnut. Nutnut braves to just push through the smoke the way he does, but he had to go for something outlandish, and then Lackey gets caught between a rock and a hard place, and he just gets crushed as Nutnuts and TMB finish off the job. That's a disaster of the highest order for Gun5, who... I mean, winning the pistol and then losing to the 4 straight afterwards when you're down 9-4 is just criminal.
Is this the 3rd time this has happened, by the way? Gun5 win the pistol and then Ecstatic managed to convert? Because I swear...
Good question.
I swear we've seen this before. But I don't know if we've seen it only once before or twice before out here for this best of 3. Because it wouldn't surprise me, right? With the way that the first map went, I definitely think that happened in the first map. But I don't remember if that happened in the second.
It's definitely happened, I'd say, at least twice throughout the series. That's probably the 3rd time. Like, that would be my guess at least.
Yeah.
So
Tough.
now Gun5 have to win their force fight. Otherwise, 11-4, no money. Force again, maybe save at 12-4, have to win 8 in a row. Highly unlikely. I don't know.
Definitely not what we were expecting, though. Not what I was expecting.
Not this dominant. Not as dominant as it has been so far. Job not done, but this is a very convincing performance.
Ooh, that's Yellow. Managing to stay the hero with that AK. Looking for the second is not going to be that easy. Syra backs himself up and allows the AK to be re-picked up by Lackey this time. Good grenade. He does find the bomb holder. However, Sadame, just a little bit more aggressive, finds its way into Dona, and it's got to be this aggressive plays that get them over the line. Smoke towards CT, and they immediately pull back, and Lele back turned away as well. Seltzer, easy frag to be found there. 1v3, TMB. Good luck, have fun. I mean, at this point, does he really even want to save the A1S? Just go for it, attempt it. If worst case scenario, you're 10-4 up, you can afford the full eco, a full team eco. And
yeah, I say you save the gun. I think they're going to force next round, right? Because even a full eco in the next doesn't give them everything they need in the round afterwards. Does get a fight there, catches a glimpse of a player. This is awkward for him. Tech9 just destroys him. And now that is exactly what we needed from Gun5, able to win their force fight.
I mean, that's the adult choice to make, right? That's the responsible choice to make to save that gun. I'd say go for the fun one, man. You're 10-4 up. Why not? But I guess he didn't go for either of them. Just try to check into middle and got taken down by an absolute whacker. A banger of a headshot there from the Tech9. And I think they're trying
now we have the Force Wars.
Yeah, Force Wars here, but I think they're trying to stay the course of that 13-6er. Gun5 get themselves to 6 and then magically, poof, Ecstatic take 3. Mark my words.
You have one of the magic CCT pauses, maybe. There's pauses, so I can't remember either way.
Yeah, we're going on all the stereotypes for the CCT today.
Yeah, classic. Listen, we are CCT, so we have the card, right? We love CCT, that's why we always come back. And either way, this force fight for Ecstatic falls flat on its face, opening fights in towards middle. Go the way of Gun5. Yeah, Nut with the Desert Eagle is just diabolical.
That's the second time that's happened. It's weird it happened more than once. Nut clears out, Seltzer scared by the body falling, but it's fine. It's still 10-6. Gun5. Realistically speaking now, trying to look at it objectively, they've got a great buy coming up next. There's no economy for Ecstatic. Gun5 will be breaking the curse of 10-6s. Of 13-6s. Pushing up around here. And then 10-7. I still feel like it's doable out here for Gun5 to try to come back. But I need to see more out of Lackey if I want to see that possible.
Yeah, he hasn't really delivered the goods here on this map, and I feel like we haven't really seen a huge amount from him in the series. I know this is the first game he's playing with Gun5, so wouldn't expect a dominating performance from him, but he's 24 and 27 across the 2 maps before. There's 3 for 12 here. Those numbers just simply not going to cut it.
Yeah. And I mean, Feinstein has kind of been in the same bracket as well as him. He has been performing better, but still not the substitute we were kind of hoping for out here for Gun 5. To be fair to him, though, I don't think I've seen him that many times with the AWP in hand. Maybe he's a little bit more of a hybrid when it comes down to that, but wow. Zara gets out with a kill from the USPs. Onto Feinstein. Lackey does die as well, and it ends up being Ziello and Sedame to try to close out those USPs, but another kill found, and that round would have gone very expensive.
Yeah, quickly. Either way, 2 kills, not a bad return for Ecstatic, as they now will have a full buy at their disposal. I'll say a full buy with the asterisks of a couple questionable guns, an MP9 and a FAMAS in the mix. Not he'll be able to at least afford an M4. And this is the round you were talking about if you want to start to believe in the fight back and the comeback you have for Gun 5. It's reliance on this round here, right?
Yeah, 100%. We'll be coming down to... We've had our opinions about the MP9, we know how we feel about it, but the FAMAS will see it work in action. Until then, though, a fight breaking out middle. I'd say Ecstatic actually managed to win off of that one, with Selter being down to 14 HP. Better positions out here for the CTs. Nutnut's still alive in towards the A-bomb side as well. No fast pushes coming through from the T side. Gun 5. They've got to make an executive choice here. They've got to make something happen. They don't have the best space to work with, actually.
At time, somewhat on their side. Decent amount of utility, but look at the lean from Ecstatic after. Look at this lean.
Yeah.
It's 3 players leaning in towards the safe side.
I don't know how they do
much
it.
action go down on the side of the map, but they've got the read. It's just about whether or not they're going to commit the whole way through. Do they start to get cold feet? Second guess themselves?
I don't think so. They've gotten every single read so far correct. Whenever they've gone in for these late round rotates, I don't think I've seen them more than once or twice this best of 3 be wrong. And TMB's taking up a lot of space in towards lane as well, so there's no need to do that. Here comes the flash, here comes the Molotov for the back of the boxes. It's gonna take Cristo out of the position. No, it's not. He's still standing here. Oh, he's got a power position to try to take these guys down. Hasn't even been seen. Nut wins out his duel into Donut, but a 3v3 later, it's gonna be TMB coming back from Donut as well. It's all up to how much does Nalele stay alive there. And Nut good for all of them. Where does that come from?
Yeah, that's crazy. That is ridiculous from Nut, because I'm just looking at that round thinking, why is Nut throwing that smoke? Kind of might work in favor of Gun 5, give them something to use as cover, maybe plant the bomb in that smoke, but Nut, was that an ace from him? That is ridiculous. What a huge round coming through from him. And that is a big, yeah, that's a really important round for Ecstatic to win.
22-9. God damn. God damn. That is impact. There you go. Gun 5. I mean, they lose this round, it's game over. Surely. Surely, right? And that's how it starts. Thank God for Feinstein, though. Trades back onto Unlele, looks towards the bomb side. It's going to be up to TMB to try to deny this, but it's not going to be easy. Sedame clears out his corner as well, and Cristo, I think he's going to fall prey to the same treatment. There it is. Well played from Sedame. Just get into this bomb site, clear it out as it should have been done. And that's how you get Gun 5 up to their 8.
Such an important round, like you said. If Gun 5 drop the ball there, that's almost certainly series over, but they're able to keep themselves alive, making their way. That orb shot from Feinstein is the kill that actually opens up the B site, and TMB kind of just has to gamble, staying tucked in behind the pillar, hoping he doesn't get hard cleared, but staying, like you say, good awareness, good crosshair placement, sweeping his way forward, clearing out the bomb site, and then even finding a kill at the back of the site towards long really locks it in for Gun 5. 11-8. Money? Well, I don't know actually if Ecstatic are going to spend their money in this next round here on the 2 rifles they have.
I don't know either, actually. An MP9 angle could be seen out here. I could see TMB with the Deagle as well, and them forcing up might just try to go for an all-out kind of Hail Mary play to try to close out the game as soon as possible. Because if they don't do that force buy here, Gun 5 are just going to be buying up almost every single round until we end off regulations, right? So it is a factor that they have to think about, and one that they'll actually take the gamble on. 5-7's on Ecstatic's side, though, rather than MP9's.
Not dropped like the gun here. It's a pretty interesting way that Ecstatic have gone about distributing their cash.
Yeah.
3 players are full force, 2 players have kept some money. Nut seems like he's going to end up on the correct side of the map here.
Oh, and it's Nut, isn't it?
Can he Oh, he's got himself one, and great damage done to another, but Seltzer finds Anlele going through the smoke. That kind of mitigates the frag found, and oh man, Lackey is going to be able to catch TMB as well.
What a position for Lackey to stay in there, though. Don't usually expect someone to be there, so I presume that's why TMB kind of disrespected the smoke and got hit for it. Sedame, Bogdan's law in play, AWP on hand. And look at Christo, he's pushing up so far, spotted out the op, and doesn't find the one tap onto Selter. That might be throwing away the round.
Yeah, he needed that kill. Even a bit of trigger discipline could have gone a long way there for him. B-bomb site going to be ventured into now by Gun 5. Series even still slowly clearing it out if he rotates back in this direction. And, well, Fine Shine shows Christo how it's done, I guess.
Yeah, he and send that bullet back to him. Ecstatic forced to save away AKs again. And it's the 2 guys that had the cash into this round, so... Okay, sure. Saving that one, 11-9. And Ecstatic... I mean, their loss bonus is a little bit higher up now. Do we get to see another force buy, probably?
Yeah, because I guess if both these players can stay alive, they can drop 2 guns. And then they have a full arsenal of weapons, or pretty much. They'd be lacking the AWP, which has actually been an important gun for Christo. He's fallen off a little bit. He's 8 and 15 now. Lackey is searching.
He was heard.
What will he find? You think so? Maybe.
I do think so. Cyrus currently checking up on the angle. It just depends on whether or not he manages to hard clear this one. And yeah, Syra was ready for that peak. That is a good kill to find as well. Makes it just a little bit more expensive for Gun 5. But as I mentioned in the round prior to this one, Gun 5, they're not taken down on 11-8 here into the force buy from Ecstatic. They're gonna have enough cash to buy back up into every single round until they either hit 13 or we go overtime. That's just how it's gonna work for them. And there's the op. Apparently Nut or Syra had enough cash to actually buy it on up, and they're leaving Anlele on 5-7.
Interesting. Fair enough. I think it's a good decision. I think getting that AWP on the CT side here could be a difference maker. If Gun 5 can win this Atro, then I fully start to believe in the comeback. Yeah. It's 11-10, no money for the CT side, 11 all. This is what I was expecting coming into Ancient. This is what I was expecting, a hotly contested game. Fine Shine again boosted up, will take down his opposite number. And look at the immediate response after that. They just charge into this B-bomb site.
TMB does the same though. In from Catwalk, he just rushes on in, hoping to be able to catch someone off, and he does. Ops both dropped, and now it is up to Anlele to try to peek in first, but he was only supposed to be the decoy. Syra does manage to find the trade. Things go wrong down on Cave though. TMB going on down leaves us in a 2-on-3, which is going to mean Ecstatic again are going to be leaving Nut and Syra into the clutch. Can they pull it this time around though? And of course they can. It's Nut on the server, and it's their 2 highest fraggers right now trying to make miracles happen. So Damon Selter needing to get a bomb plant down on the A-bomb site, and Nut is just a well-placed microphone right now for Syra to try to play together into the retake.
Problem is, no kits, no utility, and Ecstatic are going to have to take some time before they're actually in a position for the retake. Thankfully, they kind of get a little bit of a heads up there, a little bit of a warning. Yeah, he is in donut right now, and he's caught staying. Big frag, and it might be Seltu who's in trouble as he starts to backpedal towards A main. Not the instant frag found from Sierra, but he will go back for seconds and finish off the job.
Well played. That was pure timing, and Nut managed to find that kill in CT enables this round, because it would have been another 4v2 and another call for a save from both Syra and Nut. They've done it twice in a row. They got bored by the 3rd time, and they just went for it. Well played. They managed to segment those kills very, very well. Even picking up the AWP out here in towards ramp. Syra is going to save it. And this just puts Ecstatic up to map point. So Hayes, they've got 3 chances to close out here, mate. Otherwise, we could go OT. This kill.
Yeah, 3 opportunities. Yeah, great work from Nut, as you say, in a great position. Like you say, 3 opportunities here for Gun 5 to finish off the job. It's been a competitive map so far between these 2 teams. The end is inside for Ecstatic, but can they get there? Can they cross the line?
Yeah. It's a good nade. It's a good double nade, actually. Down towards Sedane, but the flash is even better.
Wow.
Fully blind Syra. Yeah, I'm surprised he gets away with the frag there.
I'm just surprised at how brave he is, just standing, holding down mouse button 1 like that while he's been blinded. That's a massive balls on him. He should die here. Nope. Spotted in the corner, and he's going to have to wait for the smoke spam. He's not out of there just yet.
As long as he doesn't peek, he's
in the corner. Oh no, Lackey pays the price there before Feinstein can finish off the frag.
And because of that, and because of the fact that Syra's still alive, left in towards Donut, they don't actually know how much HP he's on left. So it's still 4-on-3. Still very doable for Ecstatic. And look at TMB. His position on the minimap right now could win them this round. Yellow peeks on into him though, and the timing is just not to the IGL's favor. Now it's Selter with a great position. Finds Crystal on the timing. And 2-on-3 with 8 HP on Syra. I'm not looking hopeful out here for the Ecstatic retake.
Well, I think TMB knows who to blame for that one, Atro. Not pointing any fingers or mentioning any names, Atro. But either way, 2 versus 2 here. There's surely no way for Ecstatic to make this retake happen. Though Sierra has been able to creep. I don't think he spotted the play along though. And Lele's just hoping that Sierra can find a way here to actually open up the site. Oh, that's awkward. That's uncomfortable. Wait, Sierra's trying to stick to the fuse. Oh, he's been forced for the last moment there. Well planted for Selter, who comes back into the site, finishes off the job, and Gun5 are still alive.
That was a very cheeky idea though from the last 2 players left, right? Because you got to see Syra trying to hold that defuse while Anlele was just trying to buy up time with his life. Either he doesn't get seen there from the connecting smoke in towards short and actually gets himself into the cubby to try to push up and denies the player in from cave to actually manage to find that round, or with his death he buys just enough time for the defuse to go through. Would have been a really funny way to close out the best of 3, but it should be 12-11. We'll have one last round after this one, Hayes, to figure out if we're going overtime or if you're closing it out in regulation. Okay.
Surely we have another round to go, right?
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, I'm not too concerned because they've been able to at least get info to where most of the players are for Ecstatic. They're going to go in towards the safe site. There is one problem, and it's that Stame has the bomb, and Nut is in a very strong position right now. The corner, oh, there we go. That's exactly what I was talking about. That corner never goes checked. And he's been able to pick up an AWP now. Oh, Casello has at least been able to push through. Wait, what? What is Casello doing?
No.
Not like this, Atro. You said we were going to see another round. You lied to me, Atro. Unlele went away from to finish off the job to add insult to injury. Ecstatic have done it. They progressed through to the quarters.
That isn't even a hit below the belt. That is a full-on hammer taken down there. My goodness. Ecstatic. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That was a 2 deagle round to close it.
All I'll say, Atro, is the back-to-back caster curse goes very hard, man.
It does. But you know what also goes hard? My prediction. So, what can I say? Ecstatic, I always believed in them. 2-1, they take it away. Tio, get your ass in here as well, man. My god, this was something.
I am, I was quiet pretty much throughout the whole match, because my own prediction was, if you guys remember, first map goes down, it's not really going to work out for Gun5. Map 2, Gun5 on fire, blaze it back up. But Ancient, it's not really certain until the very end. And if it weren't for a round like this, where we see a knife to finish the series in the round of 16, I think we wouldn't have been ending just there and then. Perhaps even overtime would have been possible, but instead, I mean, it's just craziness. I mean, not to mention the 4 spies from, I believe, from Ecstatic that gave them the chance to kind of bring it up to 10 even, right? 9-3 halftime. Then we see a few back-to-back rounds coming out from Yellow, from Lackey, even a few mistakes here and there. But generally speaking, Gun5 look good, but then, it's Ecstatic, and I guess you were right, Atro. They're better.
Just better, mate, just better. But now I'm gonna hit you guys up with this question, right? We got to see this best of 3. It got very close towards the end of Ancient as well. Next up is gonna be Ecstatic versus ENCE, right? That is gonna be a best of 3 that is really gonna be putting the test of the Danes even further. Now, I'm not gonna be completely delusional. I do think that ENCE should take that best of 3 up. But do you guys think that Ecstatic have got chances to actually close out the series?
And
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, please, Over. Be my guest.
I just wanted to say it's exactly the topic I wanted to touch upon. After such an unglorious end to the map for Gun5, we might as well, focus on the next round, or rather the next 4 games that are yet to happen, or 3 rather, and then the actual quarterfinals. As you said, it's going to be ENCE Ecstatic. It's going to be Bait versus Sinners. Guys, we've got some amazing matchups in Haze. Tell me, what do you think? ENCE, I think are they too strong?
I don't think that they're like too strong such that they don't really stand a chance here in terms of Ecstatic's campaign. Excuse me. I mean, listen, Ensa played one best of 3 this year so far, right? So again, we could have that situation where Ecstatic have been playing heaps of Counter-Strike already in some red-hot form. Team is flowing really nicely, got a bunch of officials under their belt, and we've seen how well that's worked for a lot of the Tier 2 teams when they play up against the Tier 1.5 opponents in CCT competitions in the past. So I mean, I reckon Ents will be the favorites, but I think Ecstatic will be strong underdogs.
And can I just say the fact that every single one of the players currently on Ents has been playing in the CCT beforehand. We've seen them before, right? So say what you will about the team, but they've only played one best of 3 and, well, maybe even one map out here for the year. I think actually Ecstatic might have a couple of extra chances than I would have given them 5 minutes ago, now that I think about
It'll
it.
be a sick match between Natu and Zero, of course, both ex-Miles NXT players.
True.
It'll be cool to see them going up against each other in the server as well.
Yeah, that's a storyline that's definitely going to have to be followed through. And of course, if we take a quick overlook of the current round of 16 and see where the teams are and where we are still headed, which we have to still play it out to kind of finish the day here to get a better idea, better glimpse at what awaits us. Tomorrow we continue with the round of 16. As I said, we are still having 3 more games at the very least coming ahead of us. Unfortunately, another forfeit by OG, right? Which sucks that we had 2 of those already, with Bedboom as well having to kind of give it away. But tomorrow, Imperial Females versus Perivision, then Meti Sport versus Spirit Academy, and then as the final one, 9 Pandas versus Monty. And I want to ask you two, out of the 3 that I've listed, or the 3 games that I've listed, which are the 3 teams that move on to the next stage?
That we got to see out of these best of 3s today, right?
No, he means the 3 best of 3s that are going to be following.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
which
The rest of the round of
3,
16
which more
matches.
3? Yep.
Okay. Hayes, you want to go first?
I'm going to go... I mean, listen, Imperial FE have actually been looking pretty convincing. I mean, they've had like a good map here or there. You know, lost out narrowly to Fury on the first map yesterday and had a pretty good showing against Navi. So I'm still going to pick Perivision though. I think it'll be... I'm hoping Imperial FE do put up a strong game, but I'm still picking Perivision to win that. I think Spirit Academy versus Metasport is an exciting game. I'm probably going to go with Metasport actually there. And then Monty will clear 9 Pandas without any problem tomorrow.
Wow, okay.
You, Atro?
For me, it's a little bit different. You know, Sinners managed to beat Perivision 2-0 twice in this past week. So I will say that with the way that Imperial Females have been really playing and have been feeling themselves up, I think with Tori still there, they'll be able to beat them. I think they'll be able to beat Perivision. And away from that, it's just going to be Monty probably beating 9 Pandas, and then Spirit Academy, of course, taking over Metisport.
Okay, so we do have a little bit of a differentiating opinion. I'll say Perivision, Metis, and I'm probably sticking with Monty from what I've seen, but we'll talk more about that.
I just want to
tomorrow
jump in
once
and
the day
say,
comes. Oh yeah.
Atro, put your money where your mouth is, mate. There's
Okay.
some juicy odds on stake for that Imperial FE versus Perivision game. It's like 12 to 1 or something like that, mate. So I love your enthusiasm, but if you really believe that, then there's some good money to
I don't know, man. As a
That's what I'll
caster,
say.
I don't bet, but I will put my imaginary money on it. Okay, I'll do it.
Well,
fair enough,
you
fair
put your reputation on it, as we do all. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to finish this one off, isn't it? Atro, Hayes, you two did a great job. Thank you very much for the games.
Likewise,
They
brother.
were lovely to enjoy with you two both, and hopefully we'll get to do this more in the future. For everybody else who's been watching and enjoying, of course, follow these two lovely gentlemen at their respective social media. And for us, for the day, we are done. The series come to a halt, and tomorrow is a new day. But we also start at 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, so it's going to be the standard start time as it was today. In any case, that is all for CCT Round of 16 Europe 16. We will be back in 24 hours. See you later.